Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome back to the channel. I'm back with a new series. What if I was reborn in Naruto as an evil prodigy Uchiha with the inheritance system? Synopsis: once reincarnating into the Naruto world as a member of the great Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tunan finds himself with the unique ability of the inheritance system. As long as I obtain the recognition of others, I'll be able to obtain all the abilities of others after they die. And so the game begins with fake smiles, betrayal, and manipulation in order to survive and reach the pinnacle of strength in the shinobi world. Chapter 1 Through Naruto Inheritance System. Konoha Village. At the edge of the Uchiha clan, the 6-year-old Uchiha Tunan was kneeling at the door, looking at the setting sun. His clothes were messy, covered in dust, and there were even a few footprints on his back. Uchiha Tunan was a transmigrator. It had been 3 months since he transmigrated. The soul of the original owner might have been devoured, or he might have gone to the Pure Land. The awakened cheat ability was called the Legacy Inheritance System. As long as the person who agreed with him died, he could inherit all the abilities of the other. There are many methods of recognition: strength recognition, emotional recognition, ideal recognition, and so on. But since he crossed over, the system prompted that only his parents had reached the standard. His parents were all members of Konoha's garrison, and they had awakened the two-tomo sharingan. As for Tunan himself, under the guidance of his parents, he had already begun to learn to refine chakra. However, Tunan's talent was too poor, and at this rate, his highest achievement in his life was probably only able to reach Chunin level. If he couldn't open his sharingan, then he would have to rely on luck. "Don't blame me, I can't help myself," Uchiha Tunan murmured, then lowered his head and made a depressed and disappointed expression, quietly waiting for his parents to return home. After a while, Tunan's parents, Yanbu Uchiha and Hanako Uchiha, came back from outside. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw the bruises on Tunan's body. Uchiha Hanako looked at him with a distressed face, but the Uchiha family had always been ruled by men, especially the education of the next generation. Uchiha Hanako could only stand there quietly and wait for Yanbu to speak. Yanbu frowned slightly and said coldly, "Were you bullied by your classmates?" Tunan nodded gloomily. Yanbu said sternly, "Then work hard and fight back. There are no weaklings in the Uchiha clan." Then, he walked past Tunan and entered the house. Kakashi wanted to reach out and pick up his son, but Uchiha Yanbu's angry voice came from inside the house. "Don't worry about him." Uchiha Hanako hesitated for a moment, then retracted his arm and went to the kitchen to cook. Uchiha Tunan entered the room and poured himself a glass of sake. "That Kakashi is too skillful." Uchiha Tunan's voice came from outside the door. Uchiha Tunan paused for a moment, picked up his glass and took a small sip, and said in a gentle tone, "Kakashi? The son of Konoha's White Fang? It's normal that you can't beat him. Because of this, you should work harder to catch up to him. By the way, why are you fighting?" Uchiha Tunan stood up and nodded gloomily. Then he wiped his tears with his hand and said in a wrong tone, "Today I said that father and mother were members of the garrison, the pride of Konoha, for protecting the village. In the end, Kakashi said in front of me that you were cowards and did not dare to go to the battlefield. You only dared to hide in the village and watching civilians. The powerful Uchiha people all went to the front line, and only trash would choose to stay. I couldn't hold it in, so..." "Ha!" Uchiha Yanbu crushed the wine glass in his hand, and his mood to drink disappeared. After taking a deep look at him, he slowly got up and walked to the bedroom. "After you eat, go to the yard to practice throwing skills." Uchiha Tunan nodded with tears on his face. After dinner, he took kunai to the yard and practiced throwing skills on the target hanging on the tree trunk. Not a single hit. In the bedroom, Uchiha Yanbu and Uchiha Hanako were kneeling opposite each other, the atmosphere slightly dignified. "Have you really decided? The battlefield is very dangerous. I have always felt that Tunan is lacking in talent and lacking in ability. He has lost the face of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that I, as a father, would also be a waste in the eyes of others. Tomorrow, I will report to the elders and go to the front line to fight. As a father, I must set an example. I want Tunan to know that his father is not a coward, nor is he a waste. I will go with you. You can stay at home and take care of Tunan. No, as a member of the Uchiha family, he should learn to be independent. At this time, Tunan threw the kunai and looked at the house. I'm sorry. If you don't die, it will be very difficult for me to take the first step. Isn't the will of fire particular about dedication? Then you can sacrifice your lives for me. Although I am not your child, I will sleep with a few female ninjas with excellent genes in the future and pass down the bloodline of this body. Go down early and accompany your children. Dying in the hands of the enemy is better than dying in the hands of the clansmen in the future. It was a little bad. He had only traveled for a few months and had taken over someone else's body. He even wanted his parents to send themselves to their deaths. Why was he becoming more and more like a ninja? Then, he threw kunai in an elegant parabola and landed heavily on the ground. He missed the target. In the bedroom, Uchiha Yanbu heard the continuous sounds of kunai falling outside the room, and his determination to go to the battlefield increased. The next day, ninja school. Today was the end of the half-semester, and the students were going to take the half-semester examination. The examination time was arranged in the afternoon. In the morning, it was the time for the Hokage to preach the will of fire. All the students of the ninja school came to the playground to gather. Sarutobi stood on the platform and glanced at the students below. Then he cleared his throat and began to give a speech. After a few words, Sarutobi found that something was wrong. Most of the students below looked at him with admiration. However, there was a first-year student with deep doubt in his eyes. Sarutobi frowned and recalled what he had just said. He found that there was nothing wrong with what he had said. Perhaps it was because this child's perception was too poor and he could not understand. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued. Halfway through, Sarutobi suddenly discovered that the doubt in the student's eyes had disappeared. Instead, it was an expression of realization. Sarutobi nodded slightly in his heart. Very good, it seemed that this kid was listening attentively. The voice of the speech became even louder. By the time he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan had already changed his expression to one of worship, no different from the others. But Sarutobi knew that Uchiha Tunan's worship was different from the others. The others worshipped his status as a Hokage, and Uchiha Tunan was convinced by his own reasoning. Thinking of this, Sarutobi nodded his head in satisfaction. If this kid could grow up, he would be a good tool. At the end of the speech, Sarutobi left amidst the cheers of the students. Before leaving, he gave a meaningful look to Uchiha Tunan. With this glance, Uchiha Tunan immediately trembled with excitement. At noon, Uchiha Tunan returned home. As expected, the house was empty, leaving only a table of food and a note. The handwriting on the note looked a little delicate. Obviously, it was written by Uchiha Hanako. The general meaning was that the two had already set off for the battlefield, hoping that Uchiha Tunan would take care of himself. He would study hard, cultivate hard, and strive to become a powerful ninja in the future. There was enough money left in the bedroom, but he still hoped that Uchiha Tunan would not spend money lavishly. She said a lot of things to take note of. Only the last line of text revealed the tone of Uchiha Yanbu. The Uchiha clan had no cowards, and no waste. After reading it, Uchiha Tunan sighed and put the note away. Have a safe journey, and never come back alive. Chapter 2: Buying Books and Writing Diary. Uchiha Tunan came to the bedroom, took out a diary from the drawer, and began to write in the diary with a pen. July 1st. Today, Sandaime Hokage came to the school to preach the will of fire. I didn't quite understand it at first. With Sandaime's explanation, I gradually understood. For this, I made the following conclusions. Oh right, today my father and mother left a note saying that they went to the battlefield. Bless them all. After writing, Tunan closed the notebook and placed it in a conspicuous position. This item will definitely be of great use in the future. I wonder if the parents of this body will die peacefully on the battlefield. I should make more plans, but I have to take a little risk. The next day, Uchiha Tunan brought his wallet to the largest bookstore in Konoha. The owner of the bookstore was an old man wearing glasses. Seeing Uchiha Tunan walk into the bookstore, he said with a warm face, "Welcome, young Uchiha, what do you need?" "Hello, I want to buy books about ninjas, the more the better. I think you should have already gone to the ninja school. Our bookstore does not allow to sell books about ninjutsu. There are many things to pay attention to here, as well as all kinds of books like spies and assassinations, but they are not suitable for you. As long as it is about ninja books, I want them all." Uchiha Tunan's goal this time was these ninja books. The owner of the bookstore touched his chin and said with a little joy in his heart, "All of them are either. Let's make it clear beforehand, you can't return them after buying them." Following the principle of not earning money for a bastard, the owner of the bookstore went against his conscience and put the books on the bookshelf into his pocket. "Little guy, there are still many books here. Do you want them?" It was not easy to meet a sucker. The owner of the bookstore grabbed the wool and pulled hard. "Do you have any books about the Hokage?" Uchiha Tunan said calmly. Yes, this book is for the Shodai Hokage, first Hokage, this book is for the Nidame Hokage, this book is for the Sandame Hokage. And this book, The Will of Fire signed by the Sandame, do you want a copy?" "I want all of them." Not long later, Uchiha Tunan came out of the bookstore carrying a big bag of books. "Thanks for your patronage. Little guy, you will definitely become a great ninja in the future." The owner of the bookstore smiled and waved at Uchiha Tunan. Returning home, Uchiha Tunan divided the books into different categories. First, he opened the book of the Will of Fire and placed it on the table, then placed the other books about the past Hokage deeds on his bedside. Finally, he left one of the books about ninjas and the rest in the cabinet. Flipping open the book called, Uchiha Tunan began to study it seriously. In this dangerous ninja world, the first thing to learn was to save one's life. Now that he was in Konoha, it was basically not too dangerous. But it was always right to be cautious. First of all, you must choose to stand in a team. Once you stand in the wrong team, it is easy to fall asleep one day and never wake up again. Tightening his arms around Sarutobi and getting his favors was political right. He had to use all kinds of methods to express his heart and express his loyalty. Another point is that the ninja profession is similar to an assassin, with high offense and low defense. No matter how terrifying the damage output was, if a kunai pierced into the neck, it would immediately be cold. So, taking advantage of the time now, he had to learn more tricks. Even if he did not use them, he could guard against them. Because Uchiha Tunan was a left-behind child. From time to time, the elders in the clan would come to pay their respects. However, every time someone entered the room, they would see the book Will of Fire on the table at first glance. Most of them would scold him and then leave. Even those who were more tolerant would not be able to suppress their urges when they saw the books about the Hokage's deeds at the head of the bed. They would give Uchiha Tunan a stern warning to him. However, no matter how others tried to persuade him, his eyes were full of stubbornness. "You are not allowed to say that to the Hokage-sama. Hey, Tunan, you have to know that you are from the Uchiha family. And everything is family-oriented." Compared to the other Uchiha family members, this elder had already spoken lightly. Looking at the stubborn face of the Uchiha Tunan, this elder finally couldn't help but coldly snort and leave. Seeing that the clan elder was angered away by him, Uchiha Tunan returned to his room and opened his diary, writing, "I don't understand why the clan members don't understand the Will of Fire. Have they never read this book before? Perhaps the thoughts of the Sandame were too high-end, and the hearts of the clan members were too impetuous. In fact, as long as they calmed down and seriously studied, they would find out how advanced the philosophy of the Sandame for the village was. After studying for a few days, I summed up 3 basic points from the deeds of the previous Hokage. The achievements of the Shodai Hokage told me that I must learn to be united. The achievements of the Nidame Hokage told me that I must learn to work hard. The achievements of the Sandame Hokage told me that I must learn to protect. These 3 basic points are the shining points I saw in the Sandame Hokage-sama. I decided to firm my belief, not waver, not believe in the rumors, to protect Konoha, and to follow the footsteps of the Sandame Hokage. with the will of the Sandaime. Oh right, today mother sent a letter back and told me to take good care of myself. I will listen to it. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan would not randomly flip through other people's things. If they were to see the contents of his diary, he was afraid that a fireball would burn him into a charcoal. The Uchiha clan were all big-mouthed, especially when they encountered things that they thought were beneath them. The matter of Uchiha Tunan, after several days of fermentation, completely spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's little devil, staying at home all day to see the Sandaimes will of fire. Humph, useless little devil, don't you know that strength is everything? I heard that the kid stayed in the ninja school for half a year, and he was at the bottom of the exam like Obito. These two brats have insulted the glory of the Uchiha clan. I want to suggest to the elder to expel this kid from the Uchiha clan. The elder will not agree. After all, his parents are on the battlefield. When his parents come back, I will personally tell them how they taught that little brat. It has been so many years, and Hanako is the same. They are just trash, and now they have a little trash. Don't say it. If the elders hear it, they will definitely punish you. These rumors naturally spread to Sarutobi's ears through the Umbu. In the Hokage's office, after listening to the report from the Umbu about the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi breathed out a smoke ring and said, Uchiha Tunan? So it's that child. He is very enlightened. Then he took out the exam results of the ninja school from the drawer. This child, although smart, doesn't have what it takes to be a shinobi. On the transcript, Uchiha Tunan's theoretical knowledge was ranked first, his physical skills and ninjutsu were at the bottom. Of course, the worst result was Uchiha Obito. Because Uchiha Obito's theoretical knowledge was 0, only his physical skills were better than Tunan. What a pity! Sarutobi shook his head and put the result list back in the drawer, and then no longer paid attention to Uchiha Tunan. A useless person without strength, at most a loyal civilian. Chapter 3, Getting Approval. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the vacation was about to end. Uchiha Tunan had also learned many traps, assassinations, disguises, and poisoning techniques. The system had not sent any notifications, and it was clear that Uchiha Tunan's parents were still living peacefully. Two Chunin-level cannon fodder, how could their lives be so tough? Uchiha Tunan was a little distressed and could not sit still and wait for their death. The edge of the political station was clear, and the next step was to show his value. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only obtain recognition and then kill. In a direct battle, he could not even touch his peers on the same level. The only way was to assassinate. As for the target, he couldn't be too strong or too weak. It was best if the other party didn't have any experience in assassination. Overall, he could only start with the chicks from the ninja school. If he was a first-year student, then he would have to choose from the second and third-year students. Student with strong strength and poor theory were the best target for Uchiha Tunan's assassination. Strong strength, after inheriting his ability, he would be able to stand out from his peers. If his theory was poor, it could reduce the probability of seeing through his assassination methods. The planned steps must be divided into 3 steps. Obtain recognition, carry out assassination, and deal with the aftermath. These 3 steps cannot be wrong. Obtaining recognition was the prerequisite for inheriting abilities. The assassination process could only be done by his own means. It was also more troublesome to deal with the aftermath. If the assassination unit was alarmed, it was difficult to guarantee that the assassination unit would not find out about Uchiha Tunan's tricks. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed through Uchiha Tunan. The next day, the ninja school started. This time, Sarutobi did not give another speech. It was said that the battle at the front line was in a stalemate. During the time of class, Uchiha Tunan quietly left the classroom and came to the 3rd grade classroom. Ameo-san. Uchiha Tunan waved excitedly at Uchiha Meo, who was in the classroom. Uchiha Meo was a 3rd-year student, ranked 6th in overall results. The first was Uchiha Tetsuo, who was also from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Meo saw that someone was calling him, so he turned his head and was slightly stunned. At a glance, he recognized the scum of the clan, Uchiha Tunan. He wanted to ignore him, but he couldn't stand the constant shouting of Uchiha Tunan in public. He could only stand up coolly and come to the outside of the classroom. He said coldly, "Little devil, what are you looking for me for? I heard that Ameo-san is the #1 genius graduate. Can I train with you?" "Oh." Uchiha Ameo replied coldly, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was obviously in a very good mood. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "That guy, Tetsuo, is the first, and my score is only 6th. Why didn't you look for him?" Uchiha Tunan looked puzzled. Didn't Tetsuo-san have a good score because of his high theoretical score? You have a good eye. As a ninja, strength is the key. I am lazy to learn those theory classes. I cultivate in the martial arts arena on the north side of the clan grounds every day. If you want to come, you can come by yourself. If I have time, I can give you a few pointers. After Uchiha Ameo finished speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and walked into the classroom without looking back. Uchiha Tunan cheered and skipped towards the first-grade classroom. This act was completely like a child. In the third-grade classroom, Uchiha Ameo had just returned to his seat. Uchiha Tetsuo, who was at the side, turned his head and said to Uchiha Ameo, "Ameo, stop interacting with that trash. He is the scum of the Uchiha clan." "Humph. It's none of your business." Uchiha Ameo snorted coldly. "Humph." Uchiha Tetsuo also snorted coldly. He turned his head to the other side. After school, Uchiha Tunan came to the martial arts arena in the north of the clan grounds. Sure enough, Uchiha Ameo was practicing the fire escape technique. Fire release technique, grand fireball technique. Boom! A blazing fireball shot out from Uchiha Ameo's mouth and smashed into the pond next to the martial arts arena. So powerful. Uchiha Tunan was stunned on the spot. Uchiha Ameo smiled. In fact, he had already noticed that Uchiha Tunan had come. The fireball technique just now was purely to show off. "Little brat, you're here." Uchiha Ameo coolly turned around, his face cold and indifferent. "And, Ameo-san is so powerful. You can actually spit out such a big fireball." Uchiha Tunan opened his hands and drew a big circle. "It's just a C-class fire release." Uchiha Tenshion was very satisfied with Uchiha Tunan's attitude. He pointed to the wooden stake next to him and said, "Your physical fitness is still too poor. You should train your body skills first." "Okay, Ameo-san." Uchiha Tunan came to the wooden stake excitedly and started to play the wooden stake seriously. However, Uchiha Tunan's physical skills were too poor. Uchiha Ameo couldn't help but give pointers many times, but the result was still unsatisfactory. In the evening, Uchiha Tunan sat on the ground and breathed heavily. Although Uchiha Ameo was also very tired, he still maintained his cool appearance for the sake of his face. He stood in front of Uchiha Tunan with his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "You can't do it after just training for a while." Uchiha Tunan looked disappointed and buried his head deep into his legs. He said timidly, "I'm sorry to disappoint Ameo-san. I heard my clansmen talk about you before. Why do you have those foolish thoughts?" Uchiha Ameo asked. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan buried his head deeper and said with a sobbing tone, "Because I am a waste. My parents don't like me and my clansmen look down on me. Only the Sandaime Hokage will smile at me. I feel that the third generation really loves the village and us. So that's how it is. The soul of the weak needs to rely on the strong instinctively." Uchiha Ameo instantly understood. His tone was no longer as cold as before. He said gently, "In the future, you have to prioritize the clan. Otherwise, I don't want to teach you. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Uchiha Tunan stood up and bowed deeply to Uchiha Ameo. Uchiha Ameo also heard the rejection in Uchiha Tunan's words. A trace of anger rose in his eyes. He turned around and said, "Get lost." "I'm sorry." Uchiha Tunan apologized again, then took out a book from his pocket and handed it over. "This is my gift to Ameo-san. Thank you for guiding me in my cultivation." Uchiha Ameo turned around and looked at the book. He said coldly. What is this thing? Uchiha Tunan said sincerely. I read the theory courses during my vacation. This is the key point of the exam that I wrote down. I hope that Ameo-san can really become the first among the graduates. Uchiha Ameo was stunned. After all, most of the Uchiha clan members were arrogant, and they would not easily express their feelings. Most of the Uchiha clan members had never received gifts since they were young. Uchiha Ameo was no exception. Facing the key points that the little junior had painstakingly sorted out for him, his heart could not help but tremble. Grabbing the book, he proudly turned his head and said, "Humph. Remember to come early tomorrow." With that, he strode towards the clan grounds. Ding! Obtained Uchiha Ameo's recognition. Hearing the system notification, Uchiha Tunan was slightly delighted. He waved at Uchiha Ameo's back and said, "Thank you, Ameo-san. I will work hard." Chapter 4: The Awakening of Power. When Uchiha Ameo returned home, he locked himself in his bedroom. Then, he could not wait to open the book that Uchiha Tunan had given him. It recorded the key points of the theory lessons taught by the ninja school in detail, and they were all summarized. Uchiha Ameo, who usually did not listen to the theory lessons, easily read it. He touched the rough book and muttered, "The quality of the paper in this book is really bad." After turning over the page, he found that the two pages were pasted together. Uchiha Ameo put his finger into his mouth, dipped it in saliva, then rubbed the page open and continued to read. On the other side, Uchiha Tunan went straight to the kitchen, opened the pot lid, and then opened the gas stove. Uchiha Tunan stared at the transparent liquid in the pot expressionlessly. As the temperature rose, it gradually evaporated. In this weather, it should take 3 days for natural evaporation. There isn't enough time. I still need someone to divert my attention. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes, turned off the fire, washed the pot a few times, and then filled it with water. He turned around and opened the refrigerator, only to see that the refrigerator was full of vegetables and various weeds. Uchiha Tunan took out several types of weeds and vegetables, and then put them into the pot to cook. The food these past few days was these vegetables and weeds. It was the most stable thing to eat for the stomach. The next day, when Uchiha Ameo slept together, he felt a headache. "Do you not have enough sleep time? It seems to be the reason why you stayed up late to read last night." After some consideration, Uchiha Ameo decided to continue sleeping. It was fine to skip a day of classes. After all, the graduates did not have much new knowledge to learn. In the evening, in the training field in the north of the clan, Uchiha Ameo dragged his tired body over. Yesterday, he had promised that the little brat would teach him training in the training field today. The people of the Uchiha clan had to keep their promises. Cough cough, Uchiha Ameo sat on the grass and looked around in confusion. This kid still hasn't come. Perhaps the teacher has delayed him. On the other side, in the martial arts practice field to the northwest of the clan, Uchiha Tetsuo was desperately training. Suddenly, Uchiha Tetsuo heard movement behind him. He immediately stopped and looked back. He saw Uchiha Tunan standing there with a blank face, looking around as if he was lost. "Little brat, what are you doing here?" Uchiha Tetsuo said coldly. Uchiha Tunan seemed to be shocked by the other party's expression. He said weakly, "I'm looking for Ameo. He's not here. Get lost." Uchiha Tunan turned around and was about to leave. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "TCH." However, it was perfectly captured by Uchiha Tetsuo's ears. He immediately said with a cold face, "Brat, do you want to die?" Uchiha Tunan trembled all over and said with a trembling voice, "Why are you so fierce? You can't beat Ameo-san, so why are you looking for me to vent your anger?" Uchiha Tetsuo smiled and looked down at Uchiha Tunan. "You said that I can't beat him? Ameo has already told me that you only have high theoretical results. In terms of strength, you are no match for Ameo. That's what he told you." Uchiha Tunan snorted and turned to run. Behind him, Uchiha Tetsuo's face was completely gloomy. In the northern martial arts practice field, Uchiha Ameo had just done a warm-up exercise and felt weak all over. "Looks like you're sick. Did you catch a cold from staying up late? Ameo-san. In the distance, Uchiha Tunan ran over as fast as he could. The corners of Uchiha Mayo's mouth curled up slightly, and then he quickly retracted his smile. He looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was panting in front of him, and said coolly, "You're late. I went to the wrong training field just now. Sorry to keep you waiting." Uchiha Tunan bowed respectfully. So! A bitter and helpless tree fell under Uchiha Mayo's feet. Who? Uchiha Mayo shouted and looked up at the tree. Ameo, I usually don't want to talk to you, but that doesn't mean you can provoke me. On a large tree with dense leaves, Uchiha Tetsuo's figure was revealed. He looked down at Uchiha Mayo with an arrogant expression. Let's fight. Let me see your recent progress. With that, Uchiha Tetsuo jumped down and attacked Uchiha Mayo with kunai in his hand. Damn it. Uchiha Mayo cursed in his heart and raised the kunai in his hand. Clang! Uchiha Mayo felt an unparalleled force coming at him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to stop himself. If I weren't sick, how could I let you be so arrogant? Uchiha Mayo's forehead was covered in sweat. He raised his head and glared at Uchiha Tetsuo in the distance. Shwa, shwa, shwa. A few kunai were thrown out, colliding and changing their trajectory in the air to affect Uchiha Tetsuo's judgment. Ding, 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 ding. However, this scene in front of him immediately made Uchiha Mayo stunned on the spot. He saw Uchiha Tetsuo raise the kunai in his hand to block the incoming kunai. You haven't even opened your sharingan. In my eyes, you are also a waste. Uchiha Tetsuo lit up his single magatama sharingan, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. At the same time, his eyes slightly turned, looking at Uchiha Tunan, who was already stunned on the spot. Uchiha Tunan's eyes revealed worry and disbelief, as well as a trace of loss. Uchiha Mayo also noticed Uchiha Tunan's expression, and his heart immediately thumped. A wonderful feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. I am not a waste, I am not a waste, so what if you have sharingan? I have one too. Uchiha Mayo roared angrily, straightened his body, and his eyes had already turned blood red. A round of magatama rapidly rotated. His hands quickly formed seals. Oh! He's awakened. Uchiha Tetsuo was slightly stunned. He could tell that the other party was preparing to release the grand fireball. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his hands turned into illusions. At the same time, he began to form seals. Then let's fight it out. Fire release, grand fireball technique. X2. However, at the critical moment, Uchiha Mayo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. The circulation of chakra in his body suddenly stopped. Boom! A huge fireball was spat out from Uchiha Tetsuo's mouth, covering his vision. Shit! Uchiha Mayo's face was ferocious. He wanted to dodge, but he found that the pain in his heart was unbearable. It was as if he was bitten by thousands of ants. He lost consciousness. When the fireball arrived, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Substitution? Where is he? Uchiha Tetsuo looked at the burning torch on the ground. He frowned and looked around. There was no here. There was no here either. Suddenly, Uchiha Tetsuo smelled a scent of meat and his heart skipped a beat. He killed someone. Uchiha Tunan cried out loudly and ran towards the clan grounds. Impossible. How could he die so easily? Uchiha Tetsuo said in disbelief. He was very clear about the strength of Uchiha Mayo. If they didn't use their sharingan, the two of them would have a 50 chance of winning, not to mention that the other party had opened his sharingan today. How could he be so weak today? Could it be that he was too strong? No, it should be that the other party had made a mistake. He didn't release the fireball, and was so stupid that he didn't know how to dodge. This was the only possibility. Uchiha Tetsuo suddenly remembered the horror of the Umbu and the severity of the clan rules, and his whole body trembled. I can't let this get out. If this gets out, I will die. Uchiha Tetsuo looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was running toward his clan, and immediately raised the kunai and rushed toward Uchiha Tunan. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan, who was running away, felt the power surging in his body, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Uchiha Tunan's eyes had already turned blood red, and a round of magatama was slowly rotating outside his black pupils. The power was really fascinating. How can this kid run so fast? Uchiha Tetsuo said with an ugly expression. We are almost at our clan's territory, I can't let him run away. Uchiha Tetsuo's sharingan rotated rapidly, and while running, he made a series of hand seals. Uchiha Tunan, who was running for his life, noticed the movement of the other party, and his hands turned into afterimages, and he also began to make hand seals. When the last seal was completed, Uchiha Tunan turned around and shouted, Fire style, Grand Fireball Technique. X2. Uchiha Tetsuo vaguely saw the single magatama in Uchiha Tunan's eyes, as well as the Grand Fireball that was about the same size as the one he released. Nanny! Boom! The two fireballs collided and completely blocked Uchiha Tetsuo's line of sight. In the next moment, several thorns pierced the flames and attacked Uchiha Tetsuo. Moreover, these kunai collided with each other in the air, changing their movement trajectory, affecting Uchiha Tetsuo's judgment. Damn it, this little brat actually knew Ameo's trick, even better than what Ameo threw. Uchiha Tetsuo had no time to dodge at all, raising the kunai in his hand to split open. However, there was a kunai that came from nowhere to see, scratching Uchiha Tetsuo's thigh. I'm injured! How is this possible? Is there really such a genius in this world? Uchiha Tetsuo endured the pain in his thigh and looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was standing on the branch in front of him with a cold expression. Uchiha Tunan looked down and said, Tetsuo-san, you didn't expect Ameo to awaken his sharingan. You were afraid that Ameo-san would catch up with you, so you actually killed him. Do you know that Ameo-san is like a brother to me? Now that I have awakened my sharingan, I will personally take revenge for Ameo-san. Uchiha Tetsuo also thought that he killed Uchiha Ameo. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he disdained to quibble and said coldly, Brat, even if I accidentally killed Ameo, only the clan elder can judge me. In my eyes, you are still a piece of trash. Uchiha Tunan slowly raised the kunai in his hand and said to Uchiha Tetsuo, A freshman like me will definitely not be a match for Tetsuo, but Ameo is the person I cherish. I will do my best to avenge him, even if I have to die. In the next moment, the magatama in Uchiha Tunan's eyes moved and he jumped down to attack Uchiha Tetsuo. Ding! 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 Due to the injury on his thigh, Uchiha Tetsuo could only stand on the spot and resist. Uchiha Tunan's attack failed, and he took 2 steps back. In the next moment, a white mist rose, and 3 Uchiha Tunan jumped out from the white mist, rushing toward Uchiha Tetsuo from 3 directions. The clone technique, which one is the true body? The magatama in Uchiha Tetsuo's eyes swirled as he focused his attention on it. This is not N. The black shadow on the ground. There was someone up there. Uchiha Tetsuo suddenly raised his head, only to see a figure leaping high into the air, his hands quickly forming seals. So that's how it is. He wants to use 3 clones to divert my attention, then use a fireball to burn me to death. Brat, your moves are still too naive. Uchiha Tetsuo laughed sinisterly, and his hands formed seals even faster. Fire style, Grand Fireball. Puchi. Kunai stabbed deeply into Uchiha Tetsuo's abdomen. Uchiha Tetsuo looked at Uchiha Tunan in front of him in disbelief and slowly knelt down. Enough. A deep voice resounded. The great elder of Uchiha clan and a group of Uchiha clansmen appeared around them. Great elder looked at the single magatama sharingan circulating in the eyes of Uchiha Tunan, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, What happened? The expression on Uchiha Tunan's face seemed to change. At first, he was confused, but then he seemed to think of something and his expression became frightened and angry. In the end, as if he had found someone to rely on, he cried and said with grief, Ameo-san. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted weakly. Chapter 5 Wife and of Konoha. In fact, the Great Elder and the others had already arrived at the scene when Uchiha Tunan released the Grand Fireball technique for the first time. The Great Elder had more or less understood what had happened from the traces of the scene and the conversation between Uchiha Tunan and Uchiha Tetsuo. However, Uchiha Tetsuo was a member of Uchiha after all, and he still needed to investigate carefully before coming to a conclusion. Thus, the Great Elder treated Uchiha Tetsuo and locked him in the Ancestral Hall to wait for him to interrogate him personally. The reason why Uchiha Tunan stayed behind to fight with Uchiha Tetsuo was because he guessed that his clansmen had already arrived. After all, the two of them were in the territory of Uchiha, and he had shouted so loudly in the beginning. All of this was for Uchiha Tetsuo to be convicted. In the dim Ancestral Hall, the Great Elder sat in his seat and looked down at Uchiha Tetsuo, who was kneeling in front of him. "Then you have to admit that it was you who accidentally killed Ameo." Uchiha Tetsuo gritted his teeth and felt wronged in his heart, but the people of Uchiha clan couldn't express their grievances even if they felt wronged. He could only indignantly say, "Who knew that trash was so useless? He could even make a mistake when he released AC grade ninjutsu. According to what you said, Ameo awakened his sharingan. Do you know how precious sharingan is to Uchiha clan? You still want to kill Tunan to silence him, don't you? Speak! Isn't that so?" "Yes. He is only 6 years old and has awakened his sharingan. He is a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has more potential than you and Ameo." Uchiha Tetsuo then said with an unconvinced expression, "That's because he saw Ameo die and was stimulated. Although I don't know why he has such a good relationship with Ameo." Great Elder's face was gloomy. He got up and walked out of the Ancestral Hall. "Two geniuses with awakened sharingan, you killed one, and you want to kill the other. Even if the first time was a mistake, the second time was when you wanted to kill your people. In a few days, everything will be clear. I will execute you in front of my people." Although Uchiha Tetsuo had admitted it, anything could happen in the world of ninjas. At this time, in the Hokage's office, an Umbu suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi. "Hokage, a murder has happened in the Uchiha clan." "Well, what's going on?" Sarutobi blew out a smoke ring, listening to the report of the Umbu while dealing with the documents. "It seems that two students of the Uchiha clan have a conflict. One accidentally killed the other." Hearing the names of these two people, Sarutobi paused and said, "Uchiha Ameo, Uchiha Tetsuo, they are both students who are about to graduate. What a pity." Then he continued to deal with the documents. Obviously, the two little geniuses were not worthy of Sarutobi's eyes, not to mention that the other party was a member of the Uchiha clan. At that time, there was another Uchiha who was present. His name was Uchiha Tunan. He was a first-year student and was suspected to have a very good relationship with the killed Uchiha. After that Uchiha was killed, this person awakened his single magatama sharingan and used Grand Fireball technique to fight against Uchiha Tetsuo. The two sides are equally matched. "Oh! Uchiha Tunan, I didn't expect him to be a genius." Not bad, good work." After the Umbu left, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the document and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. The next day, Uchiha Tunan woke up from the bed and saw the Great Elder's warm smile. "You're awake." Uchiha Tunan nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said excitedly, "Where is Ameo?" A strange look flashed through the Great Elder's eyes. He gently patted the back of Uchiha Tunan's hand and said, "Don't remember what happened in the past. This old man's vision is quite accurate. I can see that you are a very generous child. Remember, the family will never harm you, nor will they use you." After saying that, the Great Elder stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he said, "By the way, I will execute the family law in front of my clansmen tonight and bring judgment to Tetsuo. I have already sent someone to the school to ask for a leave. You should rest well at home today." After saying that, he left without looking back. In the bedroom, Uchiha Tunan curled up with a dull face. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, a white pigeon landed on the windowsill and stared at Uchiha Tunan quietly. Uchiha Tunan took out the special feed from his pocket and fed it to the white pigeon. The white pigeon pecked the feed into its mouth and left with satisfaction. This white pigeon was a scouting ninja beast that Uchiha Tunan had trained according to the method in the ninja training scroll. Usually, it would help him check if someone was monitoring him. This kind of ninja beast was actually just an ordinary animal. It only needed to cast a specific illusion on it to make it recognize itself as its master and feed it often. The white pigeon was an animal that symbolized peace. He didn't like a ninja beast like Crow. It was easy for others to see that he was a bad person. An excellent hunter needed to disguise himself properly before revealing his fangs. Uchiha Tunan didn't go to the execution in public at night. Instead, he wrote a diary at home. Ameo was killed by Tetsuo. I am very sad. All of a sudden, I thought of a sentence that the third-generation master once said. Tonight, the Grand Elder will execute Tetsuo Sang in front of the clansmen. I hope that Ameo Sang's soul can rest in peace. Closing the diary, Uchiha Tunan went to the kitchen and stared blankly at the remaining vegetables and weeds in the refrigerator. He paused, took out all the remaining weeds, put them in the pot, and cooked them. At night, Uchiha Tunan went to the toilet more than 10 times as he wished, and he almost collapsed. The next morning, Uchiha Tunan packed up his things and went to the ninja school with a disappointed expression. When they passed by Uchiha's territory, the clansmen no longer looked at them with disdain, only kindness. Was this change brought about by my potential? When they arrived at school, Naoto Umino saw Uchiha Tunan's haggard appearance and thought that he was overly sad. He did not ask anything. Instead, when Uchiha Tunan entered the classroom, he reached out and patted his shoulder lightly. During the theory course in the morning, Uchiha Tunan lay on the table all the way, looking as if he had lost his soul. In fact, Uchiha Tunan was thinking about the plan after thinking about it. The lives of his parents were a little tough, and even the Chunin could live for so long. Now that he had the strength, he could not put all the eggs in one basket. The story of Hokage began to emerge in my mind, looking for short-lived ghosts. Suddenly, a name appeared in Uchiha Tunan's mind. Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi was still a freshman, but according to the plot, Kakashi should have graduated from the ninja school in a year. In other words, it had only been a few years since Tsukumo committed suicide. Perhaps, he could play a big role. He would definitely die if he died, and all he had to do was gain recognition ahead of time. There were many types of recognition. First of all, he could not agree with emotion. After all, he was not related to Tsukumo. It was even harder to agree with strength. Even if his cheap parents died immediately, his own strength could not reach this standard. The only thing left was to agree with his ideals, and perhaps he could plan well. As long as he won, he could basically guarantee that he would have the strength to live for the next 20 years. During class time, Uchiha Bito ran to Uchiha Tunan's side and poked his arm. Hey, hey, hey. Uchiha Tunan raised his head. There were still deep tears on his face. Well, I heard about you from my clansmen in the morning. Don't be sad. Obito scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Uchiha Tunan nodded weakly and buried his head back into his arms. Obito smiled awkwardly and said, Don't worry, without Ameo, I, the future Hokage, will guide you in your training. Uchiha Tunan said softly, Thank you. Obito smiled and returned to his seat. Tell me what happened to Obito. Yes, why is Tunan crying like that? Is it his parents? A clansman who has a good relationship with Tunan died. He is a graduate of the ninja school, Uchiha Ameo. Under the gentle attacks of a bunch of girls, Obito disarmed on the spot. It was time for the actual combat lessons in the afternoon. Under the guidance of Naoto Umino, a group of students came to the playground to gather. Today is a one-on-one combat drill. You can choose your opponents by yourselves. Everyone has to choose. Those who get the first place in the actual combat can get the in-turn bonus points. Tunan, do you need to rest? Everyone followed the gaze of Naoto Umino and focused their attention on Uchiha Tunan, who had his head lowered at the end of the crowd. Only to see Uchiha Tunan shake his head, then slowly raised his head, revealing his single magatama sharingan, and said with a firm face, "No need, Teacher Yumino, I have already pulled myself together. I will inherit Ameo-san's last wish and become an outstanding ninja." After the drastic change, he awakened his sharingan. It seems that this child has suffered a big blow this time. But to be able to pull himself together so quickly, his mind is pretty good. A knowing smile appeared on Naoto's face as he said, "Since that's the case, you will be the first to choose your opponent today. I am here." In the crowd, Obito raised his hands high. "The person I want to challenge." Uchiha Tunan shifted his gaze to the crowd, ignoring Obito who recommended himself, and then fixed his eyes on the white-haired youth, bowing deeply to him with his hands on his knees. "Kakashi, please take care of me." Chapter 6: Battle Between Two Geniuses. In the crowd, Kakashi, who had a lazy look on his face, slightly raised his eyebrows and reluctantly walked out. To be honest, in Kakashi's view, even if Uchiha Tunan had awakened the single magatama sharingan, he only had one-eye technique to actually care about. From the previous actual combat lesson, this person's actual combat experience was basically zero, and it was impossible for him to be his opponent. Everyone present, including Naoto, also thought so. "Have you thought it through? You have just awakened your sharingan." Naoto Yumino asked considerately. In fact, in Naoto Yumino's mind, the most suitable person to practice with Uchiha Tunan should be Uchiha Obito. After all, Uchiha Tunan's physical fitness had always been very poor, and he didn't know any ninjutsu. The single magatama sharingan could at most add a bit of dynamic vision to him. At least Obito's physical fitness was not bad, and the two of them should be evenly matched. Of course, according to Uchiha Tunan's potential, he might have a chance to catch up with Kakashi in the future, but obviously not now. Naoto was a little worried that Uchiha Tunan, who had just cheered up, would lose his confidence after being abused by Cassie. "Teacher, don't worry. Ameo often guides me. I couldn't use it before, but now I can." Uchiha Tunan threw all the doubts that might arise in the future to the dead Uchiha Ameo in advance. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi dealt with a document and took a drag of the cigarette. Suddenly remembering something, he took out the school results list in the drawer again. "Awaken the Sharingan." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. He remembered that this afternoon's lesson was a first-year student's actual combat drill, so he put the score back in the drawer. Then he put the crystal ball in front of him and injected chakra into it. At this time, Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan walked out of the crowd and made a seal. The next second, swish! Kakashi burst out with amazing speed, raising his fist and rushing toward Uchiha Tunan. Obviously, he intended to knock down his opponent with one punch and end this meaningless battle quickly. However, just as Kakashi's fist was about to touch, Uchiha Tunan tilted his head slightly, and at the same time, he kicked Kakashi in the stomach. "Pa!" Kakashi put his palms together to block Uchiha Tunan's feet and retreated a distance. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes for Uchiha Tunan. "Wow! They are so fast. I didn't even see them clearly. How did Tunan block it? Is the Sharingan so powerful?" Kakashi was ready for battle, and he took out a few swords from his ninja bag and threw them at Uchiha Tunan. Ding! 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 The swords in his hands collided with each other in the air, constantly changing their trajectory to affect Uchiha Tunan's judgment. He saw Uchiha Tunan holding kunai in his hand, rushing towards Kakashi, dodging these swords one by one. Kakashi's face did not change, his right hand holding kunai, his body slightly squatting down. Just when Uchiha Tunan came to Kakashi, holding kunai high to cut toward Kakashi, Kakashi did something unexpected. Ignoring Uchiha Tunan in front of him, he turned around and stabbed upwards. Clang! The two swords blocked each other. "Nanny!" exclamations came from the crowd. They saw Uchiha Tunan appear behind Kakashi, trying to sneak attack him, but he was stopped by Kakashi. The kunai in Uchiha Tunan's hand that was rushing toward Kakashi had touched Kakashi, and the next second, it turned into a cloud of white mist. Only a piece of it fell to the ground. When Naruto saw this scene, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He said in disbelief, "While casting the clone technique, the body has already used the clone technique to replace the position. At the same time, he also used the transformation technique to turn the substitute into a kunai appearance. This was already a technique that only graduates could use, and it was also a top student among graduates." Uchiha Tunan's attack failed, and he pulled away from Kakashi. His hands immediately turned into a blur and began to make a series of hand seals. Kakashi naturally would not let Uchiha Tunan release ninjutsu. After throwing out several swords, he also made a series of hand seals. Uchiha Tunan's face did not change, and his hand seals were still the same. His sharingan could clearly see the trajectory of the sword in his hand. Uchiha Tunan's feet did not move, and his body and head kept shaking, avoiding all the swords in his hands. Fire release, great fireball. The blazing fireball gushed out, smashing toward Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi had finished forming his hand seals, and his hands slapped the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. The fireball collided with the earth flow wall, but it was unable to do anything. Uchiha Tunan's body swayed, and he pretended to have exhausted all his chakra. Then he jumped and dodged the hand that came out from the ground. Seeing that the sneak attack was not successful, Kakashi also came out from the ground. Genius, I didn't expect that Uchiha Tunan is also a genius. What a surprise. Sarutobi looked at the scene in the crystal ball, and his eyes showed a touch of joy. Then he said in a low voice, "Umbu. Hokage-sama. Go investigate Uchiha Tunan. Remember not to expose yourself." "Yes." On the field, Kakashi leisurely stood there and did not launch another attack. Instead, he lightly said, "Do you want to continue? The sharingan is indeed very strong, but your chakra should be exhausted." Uchiha Tunan gasped for breath, as if he was exhausted, and smiled bitterly. He put away his kunai, put his hands on his knees, and bowed to Kakashi. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that I have to work harder to catch up with you." Seeing this, Kakashi also put away his bitterness, returning to his original lazy appearance, and walked into the crowd. Although Uchiha Tunan still had some strength left, he had already shown his potential value today, and his goal had been achieved. If he really won against Kakashi, what he showed was not his potential, but strength. After all, having just awakened his sharingan was too powerful, which was a bit too exaggerated. Being able to deal with Kakashi was the best way to be defeated. Kakashi won this match, but Tunan also performed very well. Kakashi scored A+, and Tunan scored A. You two go to the shade to rest. Naoto Umino had a smile on his face, apparently satisfied with the performance of the two. There was no need to talk about Kakashi, who was recognized as a genius in the village. As a teacher, Naoto Umino had a good impression of Uchiha Tunan, who was polite and seriously studying. Now that Uchiha Tunan showed his super talent in ninja, the more he looked at Uchiha Tunan, the more pleased he was. Half an hour later, in the office of the Hokage, the figure of the Umbu appeared in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, I have just checked Uchiha Tunan's life experience, and I also went to his house to search." "Well, is there anything unusual?" "There is nothing unusual about his life experience. It is the real Uchiha clan. His father is Uchiha Yanbu, and his mother is Uchiha Hanako. Both of them used to belong to the garrison of Konoha, and they volunteered to go to the front. In addition, I found a large number of ninja books bought in Uchiha Tunan's home, and they were placed in the drawer. On the bedside were books of successive Hokage deeds, and on the table in the living room, there was also a book signed by Hokage-sama, the Will of Fire. I also found Uchiha Tunan's diary." After the report, the Umbu handed Uchiha Tunan's diary to Sarutobi. Chapter 7 What's written in his diary? Hiruzen Sarutobi took the diary and opened it. As soon as he looked at it, Hiruzen Sarutobi was immediately attracted by the words in the diary and was trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. This damned will of fire that was visible to the naked eye. He saw that these diary pages had started writing since the end of the last semester. 7th month, 1st day. Sarutobi clearly remembered that day was when he went to the ninja school to talk about the Will of Fire. And Uchiha Tunan's performance in the audience also attracted his attention. He did not expect that this little fellow could have so many unique insights just from listening to a speech. There were many things that he had never thought of. Moreover, from the content of the diary, his position as the Hokage was obviously higher than his parents and clansmen. In a diary, more than 90% of the content was about him. And most of the content of his parents and clansmen had only been written once. This child had just opened his sharingan at the age of 6, and was able to exchange a short exchange of blows with Kakashi. He was already a rare genius. As long as he was nurtured a little, he would occasionally instill the Will of Fire. In the future, he would definitely become his confidant. It was estimated that when the child grew up, even if he asked him to personally destroy Uchiha's clan, he would not disobey the order. He was a person of his own, so he had to nurture and protect him well. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi already regarded Uchiha Tunan as one of his own in his heart. This little fellow is someone who can inherit the Will of Fire. Do you think he has anything that needs help now? The members of the Umbu were all smart people. When they heard Hiruzen Sarutobi ask this, they naturally knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi was preparing to nurture Uchiha Tunan. They immediately replied, "I've checked. Uchiha Tunan's parents left him a lot of money when they left. However, he seemed to have used most of the money to buy many unnecessary books." This Umbu was referring to the ninja books in the cabinet. Right now, his money should not be enough to maintain normal living expenses. Ive has opened the refrigerator in his house. There are only vegetables in the refrigerator, no meat. If this goes on, it is very likely that he will be malnourished. Lacking money, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered. That's right, before he hadn't awakened his sharingan, his ninjutsu and physical skills were at the bottom, so he wanted to become stronger. It was normal to buy a large amount of ninja books, but after reading those books, he found out that those books couldn't increase his strength at all. Just treat it as spending money to buy a lesson. I can also take this opportunity to close the distance between the two sides. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction and handed the diary to the Umbu. Very good. It seems that you are very careful. Return the diary to that little fellow. Don't let others find out that you have been there. Yes. In the next second, the figure of the Umbu disappeared. The next day, Uchiha Tunan was in class in the classroom. Outside the classroom, a ninja teacher called out Naoto Umino, who was lecturing, and said a few words. Naoto Umino immediately returned to the classroom and said to Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, someone is looking for you in the classroom office." Uchiha Tunan nodded, got up and left the classroom, following the ninja teacher to the classroom office. Walking in the corridor, Uchiha Tunan had already guessed who was looking for him. After all, he didn't know anyone other than his classmates and clansmen in the Konoha village. It was naturally impossible for him to be a classmate. If there was anything, he could wait until he returned home. Moreover, the system did not mention the death of his parents, and there was nothing that would make his clansmen come to the school to find him. The person who could find him was obvious. There were only Sandaime Hokage left. The person looking for you is inside. You can go in by yourself. The ninja teacher came to the door of the office and stopped, letting Uchiha Tunan go in by himself. Obviously, the status of the people inside was very high in Konoha, and could be guarded by the ninja teacher outside the door. Then the identity of the person could only be the Sandaime Hokage. Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door with a puzzled expression and looked inside. He saw Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting in front of his desk, looking at him with a kind face. The doubt in Uchiha Tunan's eyes dissipated, and the expression on his face quickly changed to surprise. He opened his mouth, but he was so excited that he could not speak. It was as if he had met his idol. He was so timid that he did not dare to step forward. He could only stand there blankly. Tunan, right? Come in quickly and close the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very satisfied with Uchiha Tunan's reaction. Oh! Okay. Uchiha Tunan hurriedly closed the door and ran to Sarutobi. He giggled and scratched her head. Child, don't be so formal. Although I am the Hokage, in my eyes, you are just like my child. Sarutobi stretched out his hand and gently stroked Uchiha Tunan's head. Uchiha Tunan squinted his eyes in enjoyment, as if he was receiving the touch of his family. I came to see you this time because I heard that your parents went to the front line to fight, and you stayed at home alone. It has been hard on you for this period of time. If you have any difficulties on weekdays, you can tell me. Hiruzen Sarutobi was like an old grandpa in the neighbor's house, concerned. Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and immediately put on a determined expression. Hokage-sama, I don't have much to do, unlike you who work day and night for the villagers. Now that the war is so intense, you must have to deal with a lot of things every day. You are so busy, yet you still have time to care about me, Uchiha Tunan said, his voice becoming louder, and then he wiped his tears with his sleeves. Good boy, you are the future of Konoha. In the place where the leaves were flying, the fire was endless. As long as you grow up healthy, it's worth it no matter how hard I work. After saying that, Sarutobi picked up the envelope on the table and stuffed it into Uchiha Tunan's hand. I actually noticed you a long time ago. I also watched the battle between you and Kakashi. The sharingan is indeed very powerful, but your physical fitness is indeed a bit unable to keep up. Take this money to buy some delicious food to nourish your body. Cultivation is a very exhausting thing. If you don't have enough money, you can come to the Hokage's office to find me at any time. Anyway, I don't have a place to spend my salary. It's just enough to nurture the next generation of Konoha. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan looked at the envelope in his hand and swallowed his saliva. It was like a child thinking of something delicious. Then he shook his head and pushed the envelope back. No, Hokage-sama, you have worked so hard. You should buy more delicious food and take care of your body. If your body collapsed, Konoha would be finished. I can find something to eat myself. Sarutobi was even more satisfied with Uchiha Tunan's reply. He put the envelope back into Uchiha Tunan's hand and held it with his thick palm. Take it, child. Konoha still needs you to inherit the will of fire in the future. At this time, Uchiha Tunan's face was full of tears. He looked at Sarutobi emotionally and said, Thank you, no one has ever been so good to me. I will try my best to become an excellent ninja and raise the will of fire. Through your thoughts, Hokage-sama, I will protect Konoha with my life. Sarutobi smiled and nodded, Very good, I am looking forward to the moment you become a ninja. This time, I want to hear your opinion on the will of fire. Chapter 8 Training with Kakashi. In this way, Uchiha Tunan and Hiruzen Sarutobi spent the entire afternoon discussing the will of fire in the teacher's office. Most of the time, Uchiha Tunan was the one talking, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was listening. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not quite understand Uchiha Tunan's opinion. However, he could hear two words from his words, loyalty. There were still about 10 minutes before school ended, and Hiruzen Sarutobi took the initiative to end the conversation. Uchiha Tunan left the classroom office with a reluctant expression. When he got home, Uchiha Tunan opened the envelope and looked at the money inside. It was more than the money his parents left him when they left. This simply allowed Uchiha Tunan to directly advance from poverty to minor health. This was the benefit of standing on the side. Uchiha Tunan casually swept the money in the envelope. His eyes did not show any signs of greed, and he placed the envelope into the drawer. Then, he went to the table, opened his diary, and began writing. Today, I was very happy. Hokage-sama personally met me in the teacher's office. He did not put on any airs, giving me the feeling of a real grandfather. That kind of meticulous care, just like his broad palm, made me feel warm. I have never known what the meaning of people living in this world is before. But today I understand, the meaning of my existence in the future is to follow the footsteps of Sandaime Hokage-sama. I have read a sentence from a ninja book. Ninjas are a tool without feelings. I am a living person, and I can't be without feelings. However, if there is a need, I am willing to become a tool in the hands of Sandaime Hokage. Today, Sandaime Hokage gave me a lot of money, and I haven't had money to buy meat for a long time. but I was a little reluctant to spend this money. After all, this money was the salary of the Sandaime Hokage, and it was his hard-earned money. I was going to save this money and wait until next February 8th, his birthday, to buy him a gift. Oh right, today I fought with Kakashi, he is really too strong. I awakened the Sharingan, but I am still not his opponent. I hope the distance between us is not too far. After writing the diary, Uchiha Tunan closed the diary. He picked a few vegetables from the fridge and cooked them in a pot. That was all for dinner tonight. The next day, Uchiha Tunan did not go straight home after school. Instead, he caught up with Kakashi, who was alone. Kakashi. Kakashi lazily turned around and looked at Uchiha Tunan. What's the matter? Can I train with you? I want to become stronger and become a ninja quickly. Please. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, perhaps because he felt that Uchiha Tunan's strength was enough to do his own training. He nodded lightly and said, "Sure, where are we going to train?" Uchiha Tunan said with a happy face, "Let's go to your house. After all, you are training with me. I don't want you to be too far away from home for me." Kakashi nodded and continued to walk home slowly. Uchiha Tunan followed him silently. Soon, the two arrived at Kakashi's house. The wooden family was small, but the yard was big. The residential area inside was not big. After all, there were only Kakashi and Shiroikiba in the house. The large open space could be used for training. The two came to the open space and stood face to face, forming a seal together. The next moment, the training began. The sound of a collision of pain rang out in the open space. To the two of them, the three body techniques were already practiced to the point of perfection. They were already proficient to the point of perfection. Gradually, the two of them no longer just fought with each other, and began to use their respective ninjutsu. As expected of a genius, Kakashi had already mastered several kinds of ninjutsu. In comparison, the ninjutsu that Uchiha Tunan knew was just a big fireball. Uchiha Tunan found a suitable opportunity and used the reason of exhaustion of chakra to surrender. As expected of Kakashi, the gap between us seems to have increased again. Uchiha Tunan looked like he was out of energy, his hands on the ground as he panted heavily. Kakashi was also panting heavily, but he clearly still had some strength left. "You are much stronger than them." Uchiha Tunan staggered to his feet and bowed to Kakashi. "Thank you for being willing to train with me. I wonder if I can come back again in the future." "Up to you." Kakashi held his head with both hands and resumed his lazy appearance. Uchiha Tunan smiled and packed up his things. He waved at Kakashi and said, "Then that's it for today. Goodbye, Kakashi." After saying that, he left the clan under Kakashi's gaze. Unfortunately, Sakumo was not at home today. However, Uchiha Tunan was not in a hurry. A qualified hunter needed enough patience. When Uchiha Tunan returned home, he found that the fridge was already filled with meat and milk. Feeling touched, Uchiha Tunan hurriedly opened the diary and wrote in the diary, "There is a lot of meat and milk in the fridge. Needless to say, I know that Sandaime Hokage-sama must have asked someone to put it in. In this world, only him would be so good to me. Oh right, today at school, I heard from Huga that there was an emergency at the front line. It seems that several supply lines of the battlefield were cut off by the enemy. At this moment, Sandaime Hokage must be very anxious, and I wanted to grow up quickly to help him. I remember that my father and mother are in one of the battlefields. I hope they can get through this." Time passed day by day. Perhaps because the war had reached its climax, Sakumo had not returned home. This was normal. After all, Sakumo was so strong that he must have many tasks to carry out at this time. What Uchiha Tunan needed to do was to go to the wooden house every day. Some things, as long as they were done every day, would become very normal in the eyes of others. However, Uchiha Tunan discovered one thing. That was, Kakashi's strength was getting stronger day by day. Now, even if Uchiha Tunan did not hold back, he might not be able to defeat Kakashi. In other words, Kakashi's strength was about to surpass the dead Uchiha Mayo. One must know that Uchiha Mayo was originally ranked 6th among the graduates. If one didn't look at the theoretical results, then it was estimated that his ranking would be higher. Especially at that time, Uchiha Mayo had not awakened his Sharingan. After awakening, it was estimated that he was equal to Uchiha Tetsuo. Overall, Kakashi's current strength was one of the best in the graduation class. What a terrifying genius! Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh and took out a book from the cabinet called A Must-Have Disguise Technique for a Spy. Taking advantage of the fact that he was in the stage of growth, he could learn as much knowledge as he could. Chapter 9, 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Tunan had always been very serious when reading. Every time, he had to repeatedly chew the contents of the book and try his best to integrate them into his own knowledge system. Until late at night, Uchiha Tunan felt a little sleepy. Only then did he see 1/3 of the book. In order not to affect tomorrow's class, Uchiha Tunan turned off the light and lay on the bed to sleep. In the night sky, the lotus-like clouds scattered. The moon was like a flashing round mirror, illuminating Uchiha's clan. Uchiha Tunan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes and sat up. A powerful warm current spread from his body to his whole body. A lot of ninjutsu knowledge was directly instilled into his mind, as if it had been displayed thousands of times and turned into instinct. The eyes had already turned into Sharingan, and the magatama inside was crazily spinning. Gradually, the rotating magatama in the eyes of the Sharingan came to a stop, and changed from a single magatama to a pair of magatama. Uchiha Tunan revealed a smile on his face. He clenched his fists and felt the power of this Chunin-level Sharingan. He raised his head and looked around with his Sharingan. After looking around for half an hour and making sure that no one was watching, he muttered to himself. Are they finally died? Then my eyes should. There should be one more magatama. The sense of security given by the increase in strength was really fascinating. Uchiha Tunan was not satisfied with the one increase of magatama situation. The other one should be soon. I hope I can complete the double kill tonight. Just as he was thinking, a warm current suddenly gushed out of Uchiha Tunan's body. This warm current seemed to be stronger than the previous one. This should be the power of Uchiha's divination. The speed of the magatama in the eyes of the Sharingan was even faster. In the blood-red eyes, the afterimage of the magatama had already formed a circle. There were 2 more ninjutsu in his mind. As for the ninjutsu instilled into his mind before, Uchiha Tunan found that he was more skilled, as if he had already used it countless times. Grand Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, 3 Body Techniques, Phoenix Fire Claw Technique. There was also a lightning-style ninjutsu, Earth Walk. These were all the ninjutsu that Uchiha Tunan and his 2 miserable Chunin parents knew. Of course, there was still a lot of experience in his mind, as well as all kinds of skills related to traps and assassination. Soon, the magatama in the eyes of Uchiha Tunan's Sharingan stopped spinning, and finally stopped at the 3 magatama. Now in the clan of Uchiha, besides Uchiha Fudake, the highest level of Sharingan was the 3 magatama. As for how to explain himself suddenly evolving into a 3 magatama Sharingan, Uchiha Tunan had already considered this point and was not worried in the slightest. If he was a bit faster, he would be able to openly use the 3 magatama Sharingan in front of others tomorrow. His parents were both dead and he was overly sad, causing the Sharingan to evolve. What a perfect reason. Even Uchiha Mayo, who had a good relationship with him, could make him promoted to a magatama, let alone his dead parents. Uchiha Tunan was very satisfied with this. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that the parents of this body were a little too useless. He didn't even know how many more ninjutsu he could learn. Now, Uchiha Tunan's strength was probably comparable to that of a jounin. He couldn't be proud, he still needed to continue to work hard. After all, Kakashi had become a jounin at the age of 12. A mere jounin was nothing more than a high-level cannon fodder on the battlefield. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes, and his blood-red eyes returned to black pupils. He lay down again and slept. Early in the morning, Uchiha Tunan went to the ninja school as usual. However, before he stepped into the school gate, Uchiha Tunan was pulled by Naoto Umino, and there was a cat-faced ninja standing next to him. Naoto Yumino had a worried look on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Tunan, you go to the Hokage building with the Umbu first. The Hokage has something important to tell you." Uchiha Tunan immediately said with a happy face, "Really? The Hokage-sama is going to see me again." Naoto Yumino looked at the excited Uchiha Tunan, and his eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. He forced a smile and said, "Go. Let's go, don't let the Hokage-sama wait for too long." The Umbu grabbed Uchiha Tunan's arm and used the shunjutsu to leave. After several times of using the shunjutsu, outside the Hokage's office, the figures of Uchiha Tunan and the Umbu appeared here. "Go in." The Umbu immediately used the body flicker technique and left, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Uchiha Tunan pretended to be uncomfortable, shook his head, took a few deep breaths, and pushed the door open to enter. Seeing Sarutobi sitting in front of the desk, Uchiha Tunan's eyes immediately lit up, as if he was restraining the excitement in his heart, and said, "Hokage-sama. Tunan, you are here." Sarutobi greeted Uchiha Tunan with a low mood. The worry between his brows clearly told Uchiha Tunan that something had happened. As the saying goes, when a dog meets a dog, it is either barking or licking, and when a person meets a person, it is either cheating or acting. It was obvious that Hiruzen Sarutobi was acting right now, wanting to act out the feeling of heartache. After waiting to tell the story of the death of Uchiha Tunan's parents, he took advantage of the trend to empathize with the sad Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan had used this move before he crossed over, but it was only used on women. In short, it was to take advantage of others when they were in danger. "Hokage-sama, what happened? Can I help you?" Uchiha Tunan walked up to Sarutobi and said with a worried face. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said in a low voice, "Tunan, I have something to tell you. You have to be mentally prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan's eyes were stunned and he said in disbelief, "Could it be?" Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, the battle report from the front. Your parents' battlefield was cut off because of the supply line. Last night, they were surrounded by the ninjas of Hidden Mist Village. Both of them have died." "Impossible. Impossible." Uchiha Tunan shook his head crazily. His feet seemed to be sore and weak. He knelt on the ground and said with his hands supporting him, "They are great ninjas, how can they die?" Uchiha Tunan used his hand to pound the ground hard, and drops of tears fell on the floor. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, stood up from his seat, walked to Uchiha Tunan's side, and slowly reached out his hand, wanting to comfort him. Yuan Feizenjan's hand had only reached halfway when he suddenly stopped. He only felt that Uchiha Tunan's small body was unexpectedly emitting chakra fluctuations that could not be underestimated. Could it be? A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Sarutobi. Legend has it that when the emotions of Uchiha clan were violently fluctuating, it was the easiest to awaken Sharingan. And Uchiha Tunan's current situation was very consistent. If the Sharingan really evolved, then this child's potential could be comparable to Kakashi. He was only 6 years old. In order to not interrupt the possibility of the evolution of Uchiha Tunan's Sharingan, Sarutobi retracted his hand and silently watched from the side. Not long later, the ground under Uchiha Tunan was already dripping with tears, and the chakra fluctuation emitted from his body gradually stabilized. Seeing that the time was right, Sarutobi used his hand to lightly pat Uchiha Tunan's back. Yanbu and Hanako sacrificed themselves for the village. The village will always remember them. What you need to do now is to pull yourself together, inherit their wishes, and protect the village. The consolation of Sarutobi was very effective. Just as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan stopped crying. He wiped away the tears with his hand and slowly raised his head. What entered his eyes was the bright red Sharingan, and the 3 magatama that surrounded his eyes spins wildly. Chapter 10, Picking 3 Ninjutsu. Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan's 3 magatama Sharingan with a sympathetic expression, but in his heart he was ecstatic. This is really a good tool given to me by the heavens. Hokage-sama, please don't worry about me. Uchiha Tunan slowly stood up. He took a deep breath, then smiled at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, I have already cheered up. I will inherit my parents' last wish and protect the village. Now that the war is busy, you must have a lot of things to deal with. If you need me, please tell me anything you need." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and nodded. "It's good that you can think it through. When I received this news, I was very worried that you would not be able to withstand the blow. The Will of Fire still needs you to protect it in the future." As he spoke, he reached out and touched Uchiha Tunan's head. Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a touched expression, as if he was trying his best to endure the sorrow in his heart. He said, "Hokage-sama, take a good rest for the next few days. Remember not to treat yourself badly. If you need anything, you can come to the Hokage's building to find me at any time," Sarutobi said with a kind face. Uchiha Tunan nodded, turned around, and left the office. After Uchiha Tunan left, Sarutobi sat back in his seat. He took a puff of his cigarette and said with his eyes narrowed, "What a good seedling. It is more suitable to inherit the Will of Fire than Minato. Unfortunately, it was born in Uchiha. I lost several positions. It is a little troublesome. Should I transfer the frontline army?" Sarutobi said. After all, almost all the people who fought against the Mist Hidden Village were from the Uchiha clan, and the new clan leader, Uchiha Fudake, was in charge. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan was skilled in fire and illusion techniques, and they were naturally restrained against the Mist Hidden Village. However, after thinking for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave up on the plan to change the army. Let's wait and see. According to the situation, these few local wars should be the final counterattack before death. The war should be ending soon. Suddenly, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open, and Danzo walked into the office with a cold face. "Hiruzen, I heard that a genius has appeared in the Uchiha clan and has awakened the three magatama sharingan." Sarutobi frowned, took a puff of smoke, and said, "Danzo, don't be reckless." Danzo said coldly, "Root needs to replenish its members. When this Uchiha Tunan graduates, you should give him to me." Sarutobi shook his head and said, "This child's personality is not suitable for Root." Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Hiruzen, are you doubting my control? No matter what, this person came from an evil clan like Uchiha. Either kill him in the cradle and advance or firmly control him." Sarutobi still shook his head and said firmly, "Danzo, I have plans to fight. You can pick Root from other ninjas." This made Danzo a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Sarutobi would actually refuse him just because of a mere genius with three magatama sharingan. Danzo said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, "What illusion did that little brat Uchiha cast on you? If you want to protect him like this, don't forget that he is the Uchiha clan. Pay attention to your attitude. I am the Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi slapped the table in anger. Danzo had a good understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he could naturally hear the determination in Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone. He also did not want to clash with Hiruzen Sarutobi because of a genius who had not yet grown up, so he turned around and walked out, leaving behind a harsh sentence. "Humph, you will regret it." Geniuses only represented potential, and it was not as if they would definitely become strong in the future. Moreover, Danzo also did not lack strong people, he just lacked Sharingan. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Tunan returned to Uchiha's place. However, when he got home, before he could even sit up, Uchiha's people came to inform him that he was going to the Ancestral Hall. Uchiha Tunan knew that the news of his awakening of the three magatama must have reached the ears of the Great Elder and others. After all, this was a world of ninjas, and there were spies everywhere. In addition, when he first walked out of the Hokage building, he did not put away the three magatama. It was to let others know that he had opened the three magatama sharingan, so as to obtain more possible recognition. Uchiha Tunan came to the Ancestral Hall, and saw the Great Elder kneeling at the table, extending his hand to signal. Uchiha Tunan nodded and sat down in front of the table. Great Elder spread out the scroll on the table and saw that there were many names of ninjutsu recorded on the scroll. "Tunan, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. You awakened three magatama sharingan at the age of 6. According to the clan rules, the clansmen who awaken three magatama can choose 3 ninjutsu. You can see what you want to choose." As for the rest, you need to advance to Jinin, Chunin, Jiaonin, or to contribute to the clan before you can choose. Uchiha Tunan nodded and looked at the name of the ninjutsu on the scroll. Most of them were fire style, lightning style, and many illusions. Now, Uchiha Tunan had inherited all the abilities of his parents and Uchiha Mayo, including their experience and talent. Learning ninjutsu was naturally a piece of cake. Unlike when he had just transmigrated, he was completely useless. Uchiha Tunan looked through the scroll and pointed at them one by one. Just these few. The Great Elder pondered for a moment and said lightly. Lightning Release, Lightning Needle. Jinjutsu, Hell Vision Technique. Jinjutsu, Mirror Heaven and Earth Transformation. It seems that you have lightning attribute innate talent, but just one illusion is enough. After all, Sharingan has the illusion of hypnosis. It's up to you. Uchiha Tunan nodded. The Great Elder left his seat. He took out 3 scrolls from the back of the ancestral hall and handed them to Uchiha Tunan. He said earnestly, Your parents died unfortunately. I understand the pain in your heart. If you have anything in the future, you can tell your clansmen. Remember, we are a family. The clan will not treat you unfairly. Thank you, Great Elder. Uchiha Tunan bowed deeply and left the ancestral hall. Seeing Uchiha Tunan leave, the Great Elder sighed helplessly. It was obvious that Uchiha Tunan was not close to Uchiha's clan. The bow just now made the Great Elder feel the alienation between Uchiha Tunan and his clan. When he returned home, Uchiha Tunan first opened the Hell's Eye and Mirror World. The Hell's Eye was a very common kind of illusion, and basically all the ninjas in Konoha had learned it. This kind of illusion could make people affected by the fear in their hearts. The reason why Uchiha Tunan chose this illusion technique was because of this. It was straight to the heart. As for the Mirror of Heaven and Earth, as long as the level of spiritual energy and illusion was higher than the other parties, it was very suitable for Uchiha Tunan who had the Sharingan. The Mirror World Reversal had another effect, and that was to share vision with the target of the illusion. Uchiha Tunan intended to use this move on his own ninja beast, White Pigeon. This way, the White Pigeon's scouting effect could be improved by several levels. When the compensation money for death comes down, we can train a few dozen more ninja beasts and White Pigeons. With these 2 illusions, Uchiha Tunan began to create his own unique illusion based on the knowledge he learned from the Ninja Academy. Most people were already learning illusions, and the scenes in these illusions were already made. At most, it was just a slight change, but it was easy to be seen through clues. Because if he wanted to build an illusion place, he would need to consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Uchiha Tunan had inherited the spiritual energy of 2 of his closest relatives and 1 of his limbs. It was enough. Good illusions needed to be based on the ground. He first built an illusion in his mind and then affected the enemy's 5 senses, making the enemy think he was in reality. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan began to try to design an illusion based on the scene in his room. Chapter 11 Spies Lurking in the Shadow. Several days later. Late at night, everything was silent. Uchiha Tunan sat under the eaves, maintaining a fixed rhythm. His speed was neither fast nor slow, closing his eyes and carefully feeling the flow of chakra. The last mark was completed. Uchiha Tunan stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers. ZZZ dash. The tip of his 5 fingers flashed with a slender arc, like a sharp needle growing out of a fingernail. The form of chakra change? Unfortunately, this lightning needle cannot be used as 1,000 copies. Uchiha Tunan muttered to himself, and then kept the tactic. There were not many seals for lightning needles. As long as his spiritual force increased a little, and then he familiarized himself with the circulation of chakra, he could release it without forming seals. This move might be a good choice to use to trick people. Thinking about it, he was talking and laughing with his prey, and then inadvertently stabbed the lightning needle into the opponent's body. Thunder-attributed chakra could also paralyze the opponent's body so that the opponent would not feel pain at the beginning, so he would not shout at the first time. When he reacted, he would combine it with the lightning release and completely paralyze the opponent. Well, it was not bad. Presently, Uchiha Tunan had already mastered many ninjutsu. Fire style had Grand Fireball, Phoenix Fairy Fire, Claw Red. Lightning style, Earth Walk and Lightning Needle. His Genjutsu also had Mirror World Reincarnation and Hell's Vision technique. Of course, there was also the Hypnotic Eyes of Sharingan. The amount of chakras had reached the Jounin level, but it was unknown how much mental strength there was. In short, the strength of this body could give Uchiha Tunan a sense of security. In the past few days, Uchiha Tunan had cultivated a few more white pigeons. Ninja beasts were a bit expensive, mainly because the special feed was rare. Uchiha Tunan was a person who lacked a sense of security, and he placed great importance on this type of scouting beast. The food used was the most expensive. Even if the white pigeon doesn't eat much. The living expenses left by his parents were basically all used up. If not for the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi had sent the Umbu to deliver food to him from time to time, Uchiha Tunan would have had no choice but to go into the forest to hunt wild beasts and fill his stomach. He did not know when the pension would be given out when he died. Uchiha Tunan looked up at the sky, got up, and went back to his room to rest. Just as he entered the bedroom, Uchiha Tunan was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when he suddenly stopped, and his eyes were sparkling. "I hope he isn't here for me." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan took back his hand that was about to turn off the lights, picked up the Will of Fire that he had concluded, and began to read. Konoha, in the forest outside the Uchiha clan. A man with Konoha Chunin clothing pushed aside the grass in front of him and peeked out. "I hope the Uchiha clan has not arranged for that person to be in the center of the clan." Then he looked at a small courtyard on the edge of the Uchiha clan. He saw that the small courtyard house was lit with dim light, and a hazy figure was reflected on the window. It should be that room. "It's so late, yet you still don't sleep. Are all the geniuses in Konoha so desperate?" The name of this ninja in Konoha was Ishida, a spy sent by Hidden Mist Village to Konoha right after the end of the war. During the entire World War II period, Ishida only sent a few unimportant messages, and he never received any new spy missions. Recently, this local war has come to an end. Hidden Mist Village is ready to carry out an assassination before the end of the war, killing Konoha's genius. One of the superior spies went to Kakashi's house, and he was arranged to assassinate Uchiha Tunan, who was relatively less difficult. After all, Kakashi's father was Konoha's White Fang, and it was very likely that his child was secretly guarded by the Umbu. But Uchiha Tunan was different. He was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the Umbu should not come to the Uchiha clan to monitor him. Most of the guardian ninjas in the Uchiha clan had put their energy into the central area of the clan. From time to time, the howls of wild beasts could be heard in the forest, making one feel terrified. However, for a Chunin like Ishida, the howling of wild beasts made him feel a little more at ease. Ishida carefully observed for a while and confirmed that there was no one nearby. Only then did he put down his guard. He rushed out from the grass, turned into a black shadow, and lurked toward Uchiha Tunan's house. However, what he did not expect was that his every move had already fallen into the eyes of the white pigeon resting on a branch behind him. He saw that the white pigeon was quietly standing on the branch, using the dense leaves to cover its body. Only a cold and deep Sharingan was revealed. Perseverance, resolutely carry out the Will of Fire with the Sandaime Hokage as the center. Following his footsteps, Ishida crouched on the roof, listening to the passionate reading sounds coming from the room. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Another poor bookworm brainwashed by the Will of Fire. Without further ado, Ishida slowly pulled out his short blade, jumped down from the roof, and gently landed. The whole movement was smooth and without any movement. With a sneer on his face, he came to the door and pushed it open. This place was far away from the center of Uchiha's territory. Even if there was a sound in a short period of time, those ninjas would not be able to arrive in time. And in the eyes of Ishida, Uchiha Tunan was just a student who had just entered the ninja school. So what if he had awakened the three magatama Sharingan? It was just that he only had potential. He was not even a genin. He could not rely on the three techniques to kill him. At this moment, Ishida could already imagine the frightened expression on Uchiha Tunan's face when he was pierced by the knife. The moment the door was pushed open, the lights in the bedroom suddenly went out, and the whole room fell into darkness. The sound of reading stopped abruptly. This guy was indeed a genius. His alertness was quite high. But in the face of absolute strength, he was still dead. Ishida held the long knife in his hand tightly and walked into the dark room step by step. Ishida's ears moved and he recognized that this was the sound of water dripping from the kitchen faucet. He felt a little annoyed in his heart, but the task was important, so he didn't care about the details. In the darkness, Ishida could vaguely see the layout of the room. His eyes were fixed on the bedroom door, and he walked over step by step. He slowly reached out and put his hand on the door. "Kid, say goodbye to this world." A cruel smile appeared on Ishida's face, and then he suddenly pulled the door open. His right hand had already raised his long knife and was ready to strike at Uchiha Tunan, who was stubbornly resisting. However, no one! Ishida was slightly shocked. He stood at the door of the bedroom, neither retreating nor retreating. He began to think about where Uchiha Tunan would hide. In his eyes, the layout of the bedroom was very simple. There was basically no place to hide people except for the cabinet. If it were me, I would hide by the door. I would use the blind spot to cover myself and launch a surprise attack when the enemy comes in. However, this kid is still a student after all. If he is a little timid, he should hide in the cabinet. Ishida thought, took a breath, and calmed down to listen. After many years of being a ninja, he was used to being cautious. Because if Uchiha Tunan hid by the door, he might be ambushed if he entered rashly. Even if the chance of success was low. What he needed to do now was to listen to the other person's breathing to determine the other person's position and kill him in one blow. Other than the sound of dripping water, there was no sound of breathing. As expected of a genius, seeing through my intentions. But it was useless to see through it. You can't keep holding your breath, can you? Then I'll wait for the time when you can't hold it in. There was a trace of ridicule in the eyes of Ishida, as if he was laughing at Uchiha Tunan's stupid response method. Time passed by bit. As if he had transformed into a top hunter in the darkness, Wellspring quietly waited for his prey to give themselves away. Who? At this moment, a suppressed breathing sound came from the cabinet. Chapter 12 Illusion After Illusion. The moment the sound appeared, Ishida turned into a black shadow and stabbed towards the wardrobe. Pooh! The short blade pierced straight through the wardrobe, but he did not hear the muffled sound he imagined. What was going on? There was a trace of doubt in the eyes of Ishida. The other party was clearly in the cabinet, and there was no muffled groan. It could be said that the other party had strong willpower and could endure pain. But the feeling of the short blade piercing was obviously wrong. The next moment, the entire room suddenly lit up, and a gentle voice sounded from behind Ishida. "Hello there, visitor. Do you want to drink a cup of tea before you go on your way?" Ishida suddenly turned around and saw Uchiha Tunan wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, sitting at the table in the living room watching him. On the table were 2 cups of fragrant tea. Looking at the white smoke rising from the tea, it was obvious that it had just been brewed. Ishida's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water dripping. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the faucet in the kitchen. The faucet was not dripping water. Ishida raised his eyebrows and made a seal on the spot. He said fiercely, "Smelly brat, you still dare to use this kind of low-level ninjutsu in front of me. Go to hell and practice more." Chakra, who was inside his body, began to quickly circulate. Illusion, break! The next moment, the illusion was removed, and the scenery in front of Ishida changed. He found that he had already opened the cabinet and pushed the door. The short blade in his hand was placed in front of Uchiha Tunan's neck, and the 3 magatama sharingan, which was covered with blood, trembled all over. Illusion rebound, poor guy. Ishida smiled cruelly. He was originally angry that he had been hit by the other party's illusion, but seeing Uchiha Tunan's appearance of backlash, his heart instead felt a little carefree. What a genius, actually able to make him fall into illusion. However, this illusion technique was still a little too immature. In the next moment, the short blade stabbed forward and pierced through Uchiha Tunan's neck, causing blood to spray everywhere. Ishida drew the short blade and prepared to leave this place quickly. The moment he turned around, lights lit up and the same scene began to play out. "Hello there, visitor. Do you want to drink a cup of tea before you go on your way? How is that possible? I have clearly removed your illusion." Ishida subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ishida glanced at the kitchen faucet out of the corner of his eye and saw that there was no water in the faucet at all. Damn brat. He could actually resist the backlash from the illusion and cast the illusion on me again. It should have been activated the moment I was about to kill him. The will to seek survival is quite strong. However, all of this was meaningless. In an instant, Ishida understood everything. The frightened expression on his face immediately disappeared, and he made another hand seal. Illusion, break. The whole room fell into darkness again. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the lights lit up again, but the person sitting in the living room was no longer Uchiha Tunan. Instead, it was a jounin of the Uchiha clan. This was the captain of the Konoha garrison, Uchiha Wamani, that he had seen before. He saw that Uchiha Wamani was looking at Ishida with a smile that was not a smile. The 3 magatama in his eyes moved, giving him a great pressure. "You can actually break my illusion, not bad. As a genius in Konoha, how could Uchiha Tunan not be protected? Tell me, who are you?" As Uchiha Wamani spoke, he stood up and looked at Ishida with a proud gaze. It was as if he didn't even put Ishida in his eyes. There was cold sweat on Ishida's forehead, and his right leg trembled uncontrollably. How was that possible? No wonder all of this was so strange. Was it because I was hit by an illusion the moment I entered the door? It should be. After all, it was the illusion personally cast by Uchiha clan's jounin. It was already lucky that I was able to undo it in the end. No, what if this was also an illusion? With a trace of luck, Ishida quickly looked at the faucet in the kitchen, only to see that the water was dripping. This was not an illusion. Ishida tightened the short blade in his hand, his eyes wandering, looking for an opportunity to escape. Uchiha's jounin gently raised his hand, and then suddenly put it down. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Oh? It seems that I don't have to do it myself. Someone is looking for you." Ishida was stunned when he heard this, and he thought of a possibility in his heart. It's over. Could it be the Umbu? Suddenly, a few ninjas wearing cat masks appeared next to Ishida and said in a cold voice, "Ishida, a spy from the Mist Village. Your companion tried to assassinate Kakashi but was killed by the Umbu. Do you want to be killed on the spot or cooperate with us to the interrogation room of Konoha?" Failed. As expected. There was a trace of sadness in Ishida's eyes. The appearance of these cat masks was a trait that only the selected ninja could use, the Umbu. He was just a chunin, but he was surrounded by several high ninja-s. Ishida could no longer bear the pressure, his hands drooping weakly, and the short blade in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In the next moment, his vision went dark. What was going on? Why did he turn off the lights? Pucci. A kunai pierced through the heart of Ishida, blood splashing. Ishida powerlessly fell to the ground, his eyes full of confusion. As life passed, Ishida's vision gradually blurred, and in the darkness, he vaguely saw a pair of dense 3 magatama sharingan. Pucci. 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 After a few strikes, Uchiha Tunan confirmed that the person was completely dead and turned on the light. The reason why Uchiha Tunan's illusion technique was so strong was mainly because he had inherited the innate talent of 3 people. His mental strength increased sharply, and in a short period of time, he constructed the room environment. It wasn't that Ishida couldn't undo the illusion technique, but every time when Ishida accelerated his circulation of chakra, before the illusion was removed, Uchiha Tunan would give the other party the illusion that the illusion was removed. The sound of dripping water was just a psychological hint, and the tap didn't drip water from beginning to end. Moreover, at the final moment of the illusion technique, he used the Hell's Eye technique to dig out the thing that the other party was most afraid of at the moment. The thing that this person was most afraid of was that someone was guarding Uchiha Tunan and his companions had failed. The Umbu came to arrest him. When Ishida finally saw the tap dripping with water, he completely thought that he was in reality. Uchiha Tunan returned to the bedroom, took out the only seal scroll from the bedroom, and put the body into the scroll. Then he went to the kitchen to turn on the faucet, wet the rag, and clean up the blood on the ground. He also wiped his hands with soap to get rid of the smell of blood. He took off his clothes and put them into the washing machine, changing into a clean white shirt. It was fine to destroy the corpses, but he was a person who Sarutobi Hiruzen took interest in, so as long as he did not do anything too excessive in this village, he did not have to be afraid. What's more, this was a spy from the enemy village, and killing him would give him merit points. Relying on his 3 magatama sharingan to use illusion to kill a Chunin alone was not a small feat. There was nothing to hide. Of course, he could not hide it. This person also had a companion. When the interrogation department searched his memory, everything would come out. After thinking about it, he took the scroll and walked to the Hokage building. Chapter 13, Turning in the Culprit. Uchiha Tunan, who was wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, walked on the quiet street with a scroll in hand. He had only taken 2 steps when an Umbu appeared in front of him. It seems that you are fine. There are spies in the enemy village. The situation is urgent. Please follow me to the Hokage building. Umbu said a few words, and his eyes subconsciously glanced at the scroll in Uchiha Tunan's hand. He had a rough guess in his heart. To be able to kill the middle ninja at such a young age, what a genius. It was obvious that this Umbu also knew the position of Uchiha Tunan in the heart of the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that he had guessed the strength of Uchiha Tunan, he tried to speak as gently as possible. Uchiha Tunan nodded and said with a serious face, I have something to discuss with the Hokage. Sorry to trouble you. After saying that, he bowed very politely. With Uchiha Tunan's outfit, he looked very polite, which made people feel good about him. The Umbu nodded, came to Uchiha Tunan's side, reached out and grabbed his shoulder, and used the body flicker technique to leave. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi frowned, smoked a cigarette, and anxiously walked back and forth. From time to time, he would look at the crystal ball. He saw that the crystal ball showed Uchiha Tunan's house. Originally, Sarutobi was resting at home, but suddenly the Umbu came to report that there was an enemy village spy who sneaked into the Hatake family to assassinate Kakashi. As a result, the enemy village spy did not expect that this evening, Sakumo returned to Konoha. As soon as the enemy village spy stepped into the Hatake clan's property, he was cut off by Sakumo. Then he was sent to the interrogation room by the Umbu, using various methods to interrogate the information. The assassination target of the other spy was Uchiha Tunan, who was also known by the Umbu. One of the Umbu immediately went to Uchiha Tunan's house, while the other went to the territory of the Sarutobi clan to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi came to the office of the Hokage and immediately used the crystal ball to observe the situation of Uchiha Tunan's house. However, the crystal ball observed the things in the village from the perspective of Konoha's enchantment and could not see the situation inside the house. This was also why Sarutobi Hiruzen could only look at the open air every time he had free time. In fact, before Sarutobi came to the office, Uchiha Tunan had already left Uchiha's home and was walking on the road. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tunan is here. Just as Sarutobi was anxious, the voice of Umbu came from outside the door. Quick, come in. Squeak, the door of the office was pushed open. Uchiha Tunan ran in excitedly and looked at Sarutobi with burning eyes. His eyes were full of reverence and closeness. Sarutobi looked up and down at Uchiha Tunan, but he did not see any injuries on his body. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Child, are you all right? Such an excellent and loyal tool, fortunately it was fine, otherwise it would have been a great loss. When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his eyes showed a visible touch of emotion, revealing a smile and said, Sandame Hokage-sama, you do not have to worry about me. That spy has already been killed by me. Such a small matter should not weigh your mind. I am very sorry. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan bowed deeply and handed the scroll to Sarutobi. Sarutobi took the scroll and was even more satisfied with Uchiha Tunan. He had only awakened 3 magatama not long ago, but he was able to kill the Chunin in a surprise attack. This talent was really great. A perfect tool. How did you kill this hidden mist ninja? Sarutobi asked casually as he placed the scroll on his desk. I used ninjutsu to confuse him, Uchiha Tunan explained concisely. Sarutobi nodded. The illusion of the 3 magatama sharingan was indeed powerful. It seemed that Uchiha Tunan's illusion skill was also very high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use illusion skill to restrain a Chunin not long after awakening the 3 magatama. Then he called an assassin and handed the scroll to him. Then he returned to his seat and motioned for Uchiha Tunan to sit opposite him. Since you are fine, then stay here for a while. The Umbu still needs to check if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. I am very worried about your safety, Sarutobi said with a face full of concern. But, sir, it is already so late. If you don't go back to rest, how can you have the energy to deal with work tomorrow? Uchiha Tunan said hesitantly. How can I have the energy to deal with work tomorrow? Sarutobi smiled and waved his hand. Hee, it doesn't matter to me. You can just lie on my desk and rest. You still have classes tomorrow. However, Uchiha Tunan shook his head with a determined look. No, I have rested very well in the first half of the night. You should rest. For a while. Sarutobi looked at the serious face of Uchiha Tunan and nodded kindly. Well, I will rest for a while. You can come with me. Yes. Only then did Uchiha Tunan nod his head in agreement. The two of them sat in front of the desk, and Uchiha Tunan just stared straight at Sarutobi. Seeing Sarutobi also felt a little uncomfortable. He awkwardly said, Go to sleep. Then, he became a role model and lied down on the table to take a nap. After a while, Uchiha Tunan slowly got up and walked to the shelf at the side. He picked up the imperial divine robe of Sarutobi and gently draped it over Sarutobi. Then, he returned to his seat, his face resolute as he prepared for an impossible attack. This little fellow was really not bad. In his previous life, Uchiha Tunan had already practiced these skills to the point of perfection. After about 2 hours, Sarutobi pretended to have just woken up. Coincidentally, the Umbu also arrived at this time. Reporting to the Hokage-sama, this is the information from the interrogation room. After that, he handed the scroll to Sarutobi. It seemed that he had to be more cautious when doing anything in the future. Uchiha Tunan thought in his heart, but he kept a respectful expression on his face as he looked at Sarutobi. Sarutobi opened the scroll and looked at it. After confirming that there were no other spies in the village, he ordered, Send Tunan back to have a good rest and guard him in secret for a while. Yes. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan stood up and bowed to Sarutobi. Then I will go first. Hokage-sama, you should also go back and rest. Okay, I will go back to rest immediately. Sarutobi smiled and said goodbye to Uchiha Tunan. After Uchiha Tunan left, Sarutobi retracted the smile on his face and went to the window to look far away. The spies have all been abandoned? It seems that this local war is really going to end. It was already 42 years in Konoha. It had been 5 years since the Second Ninja War. However, since 1 year ago, when the Hidden Cloud village sneaked into Konoha and kidnapped Kushina, the other villages began to make small movements again. The buffer small countries between the several big countries erupted in many local wars. In particular, the Hidden Mist village that implemented the Bloody Mist policy, the entire village was like crazy, constantly harassing the Wave country, which was the border between the Fire country and the Water country. However, after fighting for several years, the Mist Hidden village should stop for a while. Otherwise, if they continued to fight like this, they would get angry, and another Ninja World War would not be far away. Chapter 14 Recognition of Others and the End of the War. The next day, Uchiha Tunan came to the ninja school wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. Although he was assassinated yesterday, he also got a very useful information. Tsukumo came back. In other words, the next main target that he needed to attack appeared. Tsukumo committed suicide in the 4th year of Konoha, which meant that there was still more than a year left. As long as he could get Tsukumo's approval in advance, after he died, Uchiha Tunan was completely confident that he could survive the dangerous Third Ninja World War. A Kage-level expert, how many Chunin parents would have to sacrifice to achieve this? As soon as he entered the classroom, Uchiha Tunan's outfit attracted the eyes of the female students. There was a burst of love-struck screams in the classroom. It had to be said that the genes of Uchiha's family were not bad, and their appearance was almost no weaker than that of other people. Except for Obito. The reason why there hadn't been such a big reaction in the past was that the dress was too ordinary, and the bulge could not show Uchiha Tunan's temperament. In fact, according to Uchiha Tunan's character, he did not want to be so high profile. But there was no other way, the character setting had to be established like this. An ordinary person suddenly obtained great power, and he had to change it. Just like the people of Uchiha, many people were innocent and cute when they were young, but when they had some strength, they became very arrogant. Uchiha Tunan naturally could not use this kind of character as a role model. After all, a person who is deeply brainwashed by the Sandaime Hokage must be different from other people, and it was best to go against them. He was gentle and refined, elegant, low profile, and easygoing. Their personalities were all based on their appearance, speech, and actions. However, their appearance must be the most important. Their first impression of them would make others label them for them. "Good morning, everyone." Uchiha Tunan greeted the girls with a humble face. Then, he returned to his seat with a calm expression and casually undid the buttons on his collar. Gulp. There was a sound of swallowing in the classroom. Are the children in this world so precocious? Uchiha Tunan thought in his heart, but he did not raise his eyes at all, treating the people around him as air. He flipped through the textbook and previewed it. His eyes revealed concentration and seriousness. This behavior made Uchiha Tunan's charm rise several levels. Ding! Obtain the acknowledgement of Huga Chiryu. Suddenly, a notification sound woke Uchiha Tunan up. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, it was a good way to obtain the recognition of emotions with his own charm. Uchiha Tunan turned his head and looked behind him. He saw a little girl in white clothes secretly observing Uchiha Tunan with the cover of the textbook. Suddenly, he saw Uchiha Tunan looking at him like a frightened rabbit. He quickly covered his face with the textbook. He was looking at me, he seemed to be smiling at me. Uchiha Tunan sized up the trembling Huga Chiryu and retracted his gaze. Huga Chiryu. There was no name of this person in his memory. Either she was a short-lived ghost, or she was married after growing up and no longer a ninja. But then again, most of the people here should die in the Third Ninja World War. Uchiha Tunan remembered the cruelty of the Third Ninja World War in the original story. Konoha was beaten to the door, and as long as it was a genin, they would be dragged to the battlefield as cannon fodder. There are still a few years left. I hope you can learn more ninjutsu before you die, and practice more chakra. Uchiha Tunan thought. At the same time, a white pigeon flew over from the horizon and landed on Uchiha Tunan's desk. Uchiha Tunan reached out and gently stroked the white pigeon's head. The white pigeon rubbed its head with a look of enjoyment. Under the golden sunlight, this scene was very warm. Small animals like to be close to Tunan. He is so warm. I used to think he was as stupid as Obito. I didn't expect him to be so caring. One by one, the girls gathered together and whispered. Ding! Obtain the recognition of Matsushima. Ding! Obtain the recognition of Uchiha Mainai. Ding! Obtain the approval of Inuzuka Gami. Ding! Gain the approval of Aburame Fong. Uchiha Tunan listened to the system prompt in his mind and glanced at the girls who were whispering among themselves. Perhaps I can be a jerk if I open a harem and give birth to a bunch of Uchiha brats. His children should naturally agree with him. Then nurture them well, and then pinch them to death one by one. Cough cough, tiger does not eat the child, this is too inhumane. Moreover, time was pressing. Even if it were for the Fourth Great War in the ninja realm, it would only be more than 20 years. He was now 6 years old. In 10 years, he would get married and have children. At that time, his child would still be too young and useless. Uchiha Tunan denied this unrealistic idea in his heart. Then, he gently patted his white pigeon's head. The white pigeon flapped his wings and flew away from the classroom. Did that umbu come to take my diary again? Sarutobi Hiruzen, those who casually peek at other people's privacy will not have a good end. At this moment, Naoto Umino walked in from outside the classroom. One by one, the students rushed back to their seats and sat down. Naoto Umino said with a face full of excitement, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. The local war between Konoha and Hidden Mist Village is over. In order to celebrate peace, the school is ready to give everyone 3 days off. Yay! It's a holiday. We can go out and play now." In addition, the bodies of the deceased heroes have also been transported back from the front line. They are preparing to be buried the day after tomorrow. As Naoto Umino spoke, he shifted his gaze to Uchiha Tunan. At this time, Uchiha Tunan also showed a face of silence at the right time, as if he was secretly sad in his heart. Their names will always be engraved on the tablets for future generations to admire. Konoha will never forget them. Naoto Umino's tone was quite heavy, and then he took a deep breath and forced a smile to the excited students below. Then, school is over now. Come on, let's go play. Wait for me. Kakashi, do you want to burn your youth with me? No. Kakashi simply refused the invitation of my guy, then got up and walked out of the classroom. When he passed by Uchiha Tunan's seat, his footsteps slowed down slightly and he said softly, "We still have to practice these few days." Uchiha Tunan looked up at Kakashi with a lonely face. He took a deep breath and then smiled. "Of course, father and mother want me to become an excellent ninja. I have to work hard to catch up with your footsteps." The corner of Kakashi's mouth, which was hidden behind the mask, curved slightly. He pretended to walk out lazily and said, "I hope your strength has improved." In Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Tunan, who had awakened the 3 magatama, was not his opponent. Of course, this was because in so many sparring sessions, Uchiha Tunan had always been holding back. Only if he lost to Kakashi every time would he have enough reason to go to Kakashi's house every day. He couldn't just beat Kakashi up every time and lick his face every day. That wouldn't be a sparring session, that was called showing off and bullying. Chapter 15 Memorial for the Fallen. 2 days later. The combat personnel on the front line returned one after another. The first thing they did was bury the dead under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this local war with Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha clan's formation had taken up a third of the total number of dead. The rest were all auxiliary ninjas and a large number of cannon fodder ninjas. The bodies of the dead were covered by white cloth and placed on the lawn. The relatives came to send them off one by one. "Father, don't go. Brother, rest in peace. I will take good care of your wife." There were heartbreaking cries around. Uchiha Tunan tied the white cloth to his head and knelt in front of Uchiha Yanbu and Uchiha Hanako's bodies. He was silent. The point of the crying scene was not to cry, but to let others think that you were very sad from the bottom of their hearts. If you cried at the top of your lungs, you would not be able to stand out. The sad atmosphere needed to be laid down plainly, and when necessary, it could be supplemented with a different expression or action. Uchiha Tunan placed the cups he had prepared beforehand in front of Uchiha Yanbu and Uchiha Nanako. Then, they poured wine and tea into the cups. The tea was very strong, and the wine was the one that smelled the most fragrant. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the fragrance of wine and tea, attracting the attention of many people. "Father, I actually always knew that you were that kind of person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You have never said a heartwarming word to me, but I know you have done a lot for me." Uchiha Tunan looked at the body of his parents in front of him, with happiness in his eyes, and said in a calm and low voice, "I was very nervous on the day of the entrance examination of the ninja school. You kept calling me a waste with a cold face, telling me not to lose face for you, not to lose face for Uchiha. In fact, I know that you were more nervous than me. Your hands are full of sweat. The sun was so big that day. I took the exam in the classroom. You just stood outside the school and waited. When I told you that I passed the exam, you just said that I was all right. That night, you drank 3 pots of sake. Normally, you only drank 1 glass. You said that the ninja had to stay awake at all times, but you were drunk that day. After school, my grades have been very bad. Every day when you go home, you call me a waste. Then, you teach me how to refine chakra by hand and teach me how to throw kunai. You have worked hard every day, but you still have to stay up late with me. Tell me, ninjas can increase their strength in danger. In order to set an example for a useless son like me. You gave up the stable garrison position and resolutely chose to go to the front line to fight. You said that if my strength is not at the bottom of the line, you will teach me Phoenix Fairy Fire. At this point, Uchiha Tunan's face was filled with a stiff smile. He said in a daze, "Not only have I awakened the 3 magatama sharingan, I have also secretly learned the Phoenix Fairy Fire. I was waiting for you to come back and give you a surprise. I asked you to praise me. Your child is not a waste." At this point, Uchiha Tunan's voice was already hoarse, as if he was trying his best to endure the pain, but he still maintained a smile on his face. 2 lines of clear tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He reached out his hand, stood up, and began to form seals. The surrounding people all turned their gazes towards Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan's hands turned into illusions, quickly forming the last seal. Fire escape, Phoenix Fire Technique. A hoarse shout was heard. Several fire snakes shot out of Uchiha Tunan's mouth and rushed into the sky. Then, they gathered together and collided. The sudden movement completely diverted the attention of the people around them. After the Phoenix Fairy Fire was released, Uchiha Tunan lowered his hands weakly and said with a dazed expression, "In the future, I will never hear you call me trash again. Let me drink with you for the first and last time." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan raised his head and poured the wine in the bottle into his mouth. The tears and spilled wine gathered at his chin and flowed down his neck, soaking most of his shirt. The people who came to mourn were moved. Even those who had cried their hearts out before felt as if they weren't that sad when compared to Uchiha Tunan. There is actually such a genius in the clan, and he cherishes his loved ones so much. Originally, the clan should focus on nurturing him, but he was interested in the Hokage. The great elder next to him looked at Uchiha Tunan's performance with his deep eyes and whispered, "Don't be deceived by his appearance. This little guy's tolerance is not ordinary. I think if he can grow up, he will definitely be able to lead the Uchiha clan to the glory of the warring states." When Uchiha Tamatake heard this, he looked at the great elder in surprise. Then he looked at Uchiha Tunan again and carefully sized him up. He said with a puzzled face, "But when I just came back, I heard people in the clan talking about this little guy, saying that he—" The great elder smiled and patted Uchiha Tamatake on the shoulder. "Fuyue, don't care about those things. You will know in the future." Uchiha Tamatake nodded. He still chose to believe the words of the respected great elder. The great elder had always been very accurate at judging people. Uchiha Tunan had not finished his performance. After all, his parents had died, so he could not only pour his feelings for his father. Next was his mother, Uchiha Hanako. "Mother, you are always—" Kakashi and Tsukumo stood not far away, quietly watching Uchiha Tunan. "Kakashi, Tunan is a trustworthy companion. You have to cherish this bond." "Got it." Kakashi pretended to be indifferent as he replied indifferently. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Tunan. Ding! Gained Kakashi's approval. Uchiha Tunan, who was telling the truth, suddenly paused. Kakashi had a long life, and his later strength was just average. He was not a good target, but a little weak. Uchiha Tunan secretly shook his head. To him, Kakashi was tasteless. He did not know when he would be able to obtain Tsukumo's approval. Chiryu Huga knelt in front of a corpse with a dazed look in her eyes. Because he was too far away from the central area, she did not see Uchiha Tunan. Huga Chiryu's father was a detective ninja. At the beginning of this local war, he died on the battlefield. But before today, no one had specifically told her about his father's death. Huga Chiryu's father was not talented, he was just a chunin. In this kind of small local war, the Huga clan did not send elites to the battlefield. Instead, they pulled a bunch of cannon fodder like his father to be scouts. The powerful family can enjoy themselves in the family, and the weak can only die on the battlefield. Does such a dirty family need to be protected? Huga Chiryu lowered her head and murmured. She reached out her right hand into the long bangs on his forehead and gently touched the birthmark in the cage. Her eyes flashed with madness, and there was no longer the tender and weak appearance he had before. The next moment, the veins on Huga Chiryu's face bulged. At this time, Huga Chiryu rolled her eyes. But because of the sight, no one noticed this scene. After the burial was over, the ninjas who participated in the war and the relatives of the fallen ninjas came to the memorial tablet. Sarutobi, dressed in the royal robe, began to give a comforting speech. The place where Konoha is flying, the fire is endless. Everyone had long been tired of listening to the contents of these speeches, but due to their identity, they could only bow their heads and remain silent. However, as Sarutobi spoke, he changed the topic and a new speech appeared. There are already 3 Hokage in Konoha. The Will of Fire also changes according to the changes in times. In summary, the core thoughts of the Will of Fire have never changed, but the key points of each era are different. I summarize the key points of these 3 eras. The focus of the first Will of Fire is unity. Standing behind the crowd of Uchiha's clan, Uchiha Tunan revealed an excited and reverent expression as he looked at Sarutobi, who was speaking with fervor and assurance on the stage. The contents of his speech were all the contents of Uchiha Tunan's diary. Not to mention plagiarism, he even copied out several key points and actually picked up some minor details. But even so, many people below gradually became absorbed in listening to it. Chapter 16, Strictly Refusing Swordsmanship Training. The funeral speech continued until evening. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Tunan felt that he was able to control his emotions quite well. The setting of people was more successful. This was under the circumstance that Uchiha Tunan's parents had no friends. They believed that if their best friends saw Uchiha Tunan's performance, they would immediately agree with him. In this regard, Uchiha Tunan could only secretly shake his head. His strength was poor and his social relationship was even worse. It was really a failure. The next day, Uchiha Tunan, dressed in a white shirt and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, arrived at Kakashi's house early in the morning. From far away, through the ninja beast white pigeon, Uchiha Tunan saw Kakashi standing at the door and looking at the intersection. But when Uchiha Tunan appeared at the intersection, Kakashi pretended to be lazy and casually glanced at Uchiha Tunan, then stared at the morning sun. It was as if the new sun in the sky was beautiful. Do you think of me as your closest partner? If history doesn't change, Kakashi will obtain the sharingan, and then die when Pain attacked Konoha. Wouldn't I be able to? The Kamui is a good skill, which can greatly enhance Uchiha Tunan's life-saving ability. In this way, you are not so weak and prove to be a great pawn. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan looked at Kakashi with a burning gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi saw Uchiha Tunan staring at him with an affectionate gaze, and also a creepy smile. The corner of his mouth under the mask unconsciously curved up, and he said in a nonchalant tone, "You came so early." Uchiha Tunan restrained his smile a little and said in an unusually gentle tone under the sunlight, "Yesterday, before father and mother's grave, I promised them that I would work hard to become their pride. Father taught me that I must keep my word." Kakashi nodded and led Uchiha Tunan into the courtyard. Kakashi casually pointed at Uchiha Tunan's gold-rimmed glasses and said, "I wanted to ask you a few days ago. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Why are you wearing glasses?" Uchiha Tunan used 2 middle fingers to hold up the glasses and explained, "Every night, I have to study and summarize the philosophy and knowledge of the past Hokage. Maybe because the lights at home are too dark, my eyes are a little short-sighted." When Kakashi heard this, he paused and frowned slightly. He said nervously, "That sounds like a big problem during fight." His words were full of undisguised concern. Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and said, It doesn't have much of an effect on fighting. As long as I open my sharingan, there will be no problem on my short sight. Thank you for your concern, Kakashi. Kakashi's brows relaxed, and he realized that he had lost his composure just now. He turned his face to the other side and said, "TSK, I don't care about you." The wind chimes under the eaves made a sound under the breeze. "So you came today too, Tunan." Tsukumo was wearing a large home uniform with a short blade hanging from his waist. He sat cross-legged in front of the door and greeted Uchiha Tunan with a smile. Uchiha Tunan quickly put his hands on his knees and bowed respectfully. "Lord White Fang, I am very sorry to disturb your rest early in the morning." Tsukumo did not put on any airs and waved his hand. "There is nothing to disturb. I am very happy that Kakashi can be with you. I also want to thank Tunan for urging Kakashi to cultivate when I am not at home." Just as he finished speaking, Tsukumo saw Uchiha Tunan staring straight at the short blade at his waist. "Does Tunan also like sword skills? I have some understanding." Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses. Tsukumo took off the short blade at his waist and gently stroked it with his hand. "If you like it, I can teach you some of the Hatake Ryu's sword technique." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said seriously, "No need, I don't deserve it, not to mention this Hatake Ryu's sword technique. Just from the name, you can tell it is White Fang-sama's family blade technique. How can you pass it on to an outsider like me?" Regarding Uchiha Tunan's righteous answer, Tsukumo had a higher evaluation of him in his heart. With a face full of appreciation, he said, "Your talent is very good, and your relationship with Kakashi is so good, I don't mind passing it to you. I believe that after you learn this technique, with the dynamic vision of the sharingan, your strength will definitely improve greatly." Uchiha Tunan firmly shook his head and refused. "Thank you, Lord White Fang, for your kindness, but I still can't accept it. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I already have the sharingan. I should focus on developing Ai techniques. This is the way to cultivate for me." He was actually able to resist the temptation of the Hatake Ryu sword technique and clearly recognize the path that was suitable for him. What a good child. Kakashi was lucky to have such a companion. The more he looked at Uchiha Tunan, the more satisfied he became. He said, "I won't teach you the essence of the Hatake Ryu sword technique, but I will teach you some basic saber techniques so that you can practice with Kakashi. This will also help with the progress of Kakashi's saber technique. What do you think?" At the same time, Kakashi also looked at Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan was someone Kakashi recognized. Although the Hatake Ryu sword technique was precious, it was obviously not as important as Uchiha Tunan's position in his heart. Kakashi did not mind Uchiha Tunan learning his family's heirloom saber technique. He even wanted to do his best to improve Uchiha Tunan's strength. Facing Tsukumo's kind intentions and Kakashi's eager eyes, Uchiha Tunan said reluctantly, "All right, thank you, Lord White Fang. It was good to learn the Hatake Ryu sword technique. This way, after Tsukumo died, he could also use it openly." Of course, at that time, his own Hatake Ryu sword technique might be better than Tsukumo's. "Both of you, come with me." With Uchiha Tunan's consent, Tsukumo raised his short blade and led the two to the backyard to begin teaching the knife technique. At this time, Kakashi had only just come into contact with the Hatake Ryu sword technique. Tsukumo gave each of them a short wooden blade and began to teach them from the beginning. The Hatake Ryu sword technique originates from ancient warriors. There are 3 steps in cultivation. The first step is to learn basic chopping. This process requires countless practice to make the saber a part of your body. The second step was to learn all kinds of fighting skills and use the knife in his hand to deal with all kinds of different enemies. This required actual combat practice. The third step was the essence of the wood-style knife method and using chakra to strengthen the knife method. As soon as he said this, Uchiha Tunan immediately interrupted Tsukumo and said seriously, "Lord White Fang, don't tell me the third step. Please explain it to Kakashi in private." Tsukumo paused for a moment and nodded, "All right." What a decent little fellow. Even the gaze he used to look at Uchiha Tunan had a hint of admiration in it. In that case, All of you should first see how I hacked it. For the next period of time, all of you will have to repeat this dull and boring action until you transform these movements into instinct. After saying that, Tsukumo began to slash at the wooden stake. Uchiha Tunan had already opened his sharingan to capture Tsukumo's movements, and he also swung the wooden stake in front of him. When Tsukumo saw the 3 hooks in Uchiha Tunan's eyes, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. The sharingan was indeed a powerful eye technique, at least in learning some basic things, it was much better than his peers. Chapter 17 Meeting Uchiha Menai. Uchiha Tunan practiced his blade technique for the entire day at the Hatake clan's residence and walked back home, exhausted. Just as he reached the outside of the Uchiha clan's territory, he saw Naoto Umino standing on the road that he had to pass through. He was looking forward to it. Tunan. Naoto Umino waved his hand at Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and came up to Naoto Umino. He bowed respectfully and said, "Teacher Umino, are you waiting for me here?" Naoto Umino stuffed a thick envelope into Uchiha Tunan's hand. "This is the compensation for the death of your parents and the reward for killing the enemy village spies. During this period of time, the Hokage is busy, and he sent me to pass it to you." Uchiha Tunan took the envelope and did not look at it. He bowed to Naoto Umino and said, "I asked you to make a special trip for me." "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Umino." Naoto Umino scratched his head and revealed a gentle smile. "It's a small matter. It's not a problem. On the other hand, you were able to kill a Chunin spy by yourself. How amazing. Not worth mentioning." Uchiha Tunan shook his head with a faint smile. The more Naoto Umino looked at Uchiha Tunan, the more pleasing he became. He said with concern, "Look at your tired face. Did you just come back from cultivation?" Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Yes, I was lucky enough to get some guidance from Tsukumo-san. Konoha's White Fang, it seems that Tunan's talent is higher than I thought, and he can pique the interest of White Fang." Thinking of this, Naoto Umino said with concern, "You can work hard, but you have to pay attention to rest. I won't delay your rest time. See you at school tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Umino. Goodbye." Naoto Umino turned around and left. After walking for half a street, he looked back and saw that Uchiha Tunan was still standing there and watching him. He could not help but feel a little touched. "I didn't expect that I could teach a student who is so outstanding in both talent and character. Go back." Naoto Umino shouted from afar. Uchiha Tunan didn't reply and only responded with a gentle smile. After Naoto Umino's figure disappeared, he turned around and walked into the clan grounds. The Uchiha guards patrolling around the clan grounds saw Uchiha Tunan and nodded in goodwill. Uchiha Tunan replied with a gentle smile. No matter which world it was always like this. Just as he returned home, Uchiha Tunan saw the Great Elder standing at the entrance of his courtyard. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. "Tunan, you are back." First Elder greeted Uchiha Tunan first. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed. He said calmly, "Greetings, First Elder." The Great Elder smiled and waved his hand. He stuffed the thick envelope into Uchiha Tunan's hand and said, "We are a family. There is no need to be so polite. This time, I came here specifically to give you the pension for your parents' deaths and your living expenses for this month." Uchiha Tunan secretly pinched the envelope with his fingers. This thickness was much more generous than the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Didn't the Hokage-sama already give out pension?" The Great Elder looked at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Hokage-sama represents the village, and our Uchiha clan naturally treats people of the same clan as him. Now that you have become an orphan, you can receive the corresponding living expenses every month. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me, or find the chief. We will do our best to help you." After he finished speaking, he patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder, and without any extra explanation or movements, he directly turned around and left. The Great Elder's move was truly brilliant. It was fine to deal with others, but to deal with Uchiha Tunan, who was well versed in the ways of the world, he was a bit too inexperienced. This was where the technique of giving gifts was. The goodwill has already been delivered, and it will take some time to ferment. If you stay here and talk about something, others will definitely think that you have other plans. Uchiha Tunan returned home, took out the money from the 2 envelopes and put it in the storage cabinet. It seemed that he had already become a popular person. The pension that Sarutobi had given him had already exceeded the standard by too much. 2 Chunin would not even have this much. The Great Elder was even more willing to pay the capital, directly twice as much as Sarutobi had given him. Uchiha Tunan guessed that the Great Elder had not planned to give so much before. It should have been known by the Great Elder when Naoto Umino was outside the Uchiha clan. Through the thickness of the envelope in Naoto Umino's hand, the Great Elder guessed the general amount of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So he temporarily added twice. This was a good thing for Uchiha Tunan. The Chunin parents died in battle, and the compensation they received was the same as the death of the 2 Jounin parents. With money, I could nurture more white pigeon ninja beasts. Until the 3rd battle began, he did not have to worry about not having enough money. The next day, Uchiha Tunan went out as usual and went to the ninja school. Before he left the clan grounds, he met his classmate, Uchiha Mainai. Uchiha Mainai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She greeted Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, I didn't expect such a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. The 2 of them walked shoulder to shoulder towards the school. Uchiha Tunan naturally knew that this was not a coincidence. She had long seen Uchiha Mainai sneaking around at this intersection. Uchiha Tunan had no intention to expose her. After all, Uchiha Mainai had a very high chance of becoming his food. Naturally, he had to be more considerate towards his food. Speaking of rations, Uchiha Tunan remembered that Uchiha Mainai was not the only one in his class. If he could not get the approval of Tsukumo, he would be in danger. These rations might play a key role. Especially Uchiha Mainai. In his previous life, he had never even heard of this name, so it was basically certain death. Moreover, it was the Uchiha clan. If he wanted to think of a way to increase her strength, then if he operated it well and was lucky, then perhaps she could awaken the 3 magatama sharingan to contribute a little to his manjikyu. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Uchiha Mainai. Uchiha Mainai looked straight ahead, but in fact, she had been secretly paying attention to Uchiha Tunan. When she saw Uchiha Tunan looking at her, her little heart could not help but beat wildly. "Tunan, is there a problem?" As soon as Uchiha Mainai asked this question, she immediately wanted to give herself a slap in her heart. How could she ask this? Would Tunan feel embarrassed? If Tunan had a good impression of me just now and was asked by me like this, would he not like me? I feel that you are different from the other clansmen. Uchiha Tunan, this kind of old coin, was much more thick-skinned than ordinary people. Of course, he would not feel embarrassed. Really? How is it different? Uchiha Mainai felt sweet in her heart, and her face had a hint of shyness. Other than Obito, most of the people I have seen are a little too proud. But you are different, Mainai. I usually think you are lively. I didn't expect you to have such a cute side in private. Uchiha Tunan said with a gentle smile, as if he was stating a fact, without a trace of flattery. The 2 chatted while walking. They were very much like a young couple in the previous life. Chapter 18, Huga Dinner Invitation. In the classroom. Because of her father's death, Huga Chiryu sat alone in her seat gloomily. Several male students gathered around, laughing and playing. However, these male students stole glances at Huga Chiryu from time to time while they were playing. The love of a little boy was hidden and revealed. In the impression of the students, Huga Chiryu had always been very gentle and weak. This kind of personality could arouse the desire of a young male to protect her. Although Huga Chiryu sat in her seat dejectedly, her eyes occasionally glanced at the classroom door. I heard that Tunan's parents also died on the battlefield. He is an orphan like me. We are the same kind of people. Bang! As the 2 male students bickered with each other, one of them pressed the other to the ground. I'm convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm convinced. Humph, Chiryu, last time, Asuma secretly said that he likes you. No. I didn't. Asuma immediately stood up and looked at Huga Chiryu helplessly. Huga Chiryu calmly looked at Asuma and then buried her head in her arms. She's shy. Does she like me too? Asuma stood there in a daze, thinking a lot for a moment. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan walked into the classroom with Uchiha Mainai. The entire classroom suddenly fell silent. After a few breaths, the entire classroom erupted with cheers. Basically, it was the boys who were booing, and it was roughly the two of them getting married on the spot or something. Uchiha Mainai did not have any intention of refuting and just lowered her head with a shy expression. This made the originally noisy crowd feel that the two really had an affair. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan only smiled gently. He did not refute or admit it. He politely greeted everyone and said, "Good morning, everyone." In the classroom, only Huga Chiryu stared at Uchiha Tunan and Uchiha Mainai. She clenched his fists. She kept shouting in her heart, "No, Tunan and I are the same kind. Tunan can only be mine." Yes, Tunan didn't admit it. He wouldn't have feelings for Mainai. As for Mainai, if you dare to steal Tunan. A trace of ferociousness flashed across the face of Huga Chiryu. It just so happened that Asuma, who had been staring at the sun and the moon, caught it. "Chiryu, what's wrong with you?" Asuma asked with concern. Time passed quickly in the morning. Almost every class ended, Uchiha Mainai would take the initiative to come over and chat with Uchiha Tunan. Huga Chiryu sat in the back seat, staring at the two of them every time. It was as if her beloved thing had been taken away. During the time before the last class in the afternoon, Uchiha Mainai did not come over. Uchiha Tunan was not interested in playing around with those students. Instead, he sat alone in his seat to learn the theory of the senior grade. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of the corner of Uchiha Tunan's eyes. He saw Huga Chiryu come to Uchiha Tunan with a book in her hands and said nervously, "Tunan, I can't understand what the teacher was talking about during the lesson. Can you teach me? It's only right for classmates to help each other. Come, sit down." Uchiha Tunan smiled and patted the empty seat beside him. Huga Chiryu nodded and sat down next to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan leaned slightly and took the initiative to help Huga Chiryu open the book. When Huga Chiryu smelled the faint scent of soap on his white shirt, her brain buzzed for a moment. The teacher in class talked about the way to set up the explosive talisman and the conditions to release it from a distance. "What do you not know to tell me?" Uchiha Tunan's gentle voice pulled Huga Chiryu back to reality. But just now, Huga Chiryu was distracted and did not hear what Uchiha Tunan said. He could only stutter, I. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You just don't understand everything." Uchiha Tunan leaned closer and pointed at the contents of the book. "It doesn't matter. I will tell you from the beginning. If I don't tell you once, I will tell you a few more times. You don't have to worry about trouble. If you really understand or find something you don't understand, just tell me." "Yes." Huga Chiryu's face was as red as a ripe persimmon. The essence of the explosion talisman. The humidity has an effect on the explosion talisman. Behind the two of them, Uchiha Mainai looked at this scene with a face full of anger. She secretly clenched her fists. Damn it, this bitch usually likes to pretend to be weak, but now he dares to seduce Tunan. No, Tunan Jun is a rational person. If I go over and make trouble, he will definitely think that I am unreasonable. I have to calm down. Tunan Jun does not like violent and arrogant girls. I almost fell for this bitch's trick. Not long later, the class bell rang. Uchiha Tunan gently turned his head and said to the nearby Huga Chiryu, "It's almost the last lesson. I can only teach you tomorrow." Huga Chiryu looked at Uchiha Tunan's eyes that were as bright as stars and said half-drunk, "Thank you. Can I treat you to a meal?" "I want to thank you." Uchiha Tunan paused for a moment and smiled brightly. "But after school, I will go to Kakashi's house to practice with him." It may be a little late to eat. It's okay. I'll wait for you. Alright then. Actually, even if you don't treat me to a meal, you don't have to feel like you owe me anything. I just want to thank you. What do you want to eat, Tunan? I'm fine with anything. Why don't we eat ramen? It's cheap and delicious. Okay. Huga Chiryu nodded, held the book in her arms, and got up to leave the seat. As soon as she turned around, he saw Uchiha Menai standing behind her expressionlessly, looking at her with a look that only women understood. Huga Chiryu understood what the other meant. The other was warning. With Uchiha Tunan present, both of them chose to keep the peace and only secretly exchanged glances. Uchiha Menai also returned to her seat. She had heard the words that Huga Chiryu had invited Uchiha Tunan to dinner. Uchiha Menai planned to teach her a lesson. After school, Uchiha Menai originally planned to invite Uchiha Tunan to go home with her. However, she was interrupted by Kakashi. Are you coming with me, or? Kakashi shook her head lazily. Although Kakashi was not interested in what happened today, he still saw some of it. Kakashi felt that Uchiha Tunan was simply friendly to his classmates. It was those girls who wanted to take the initiative to pester him. Because Kakashi also had a few little fangirls, which made him very annoyed. He felt that Uchiha Tunan should be the same as him. However, he still asked a symbolic question. Of course I'm going to your house to practice sword arts together. Otherwise, where else can I go? Uchiha Tunan pretended to be confused. Kakashi nodded. The two of them left the classroom side by side. Chapter 19 Woman's Battle. After school, Huga Chiryu went straight back home. After all, if she wanted to date Uchiha Tunan alone, she had to dress up properly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Menai went straight to the ramen noodle house they had agreed on to wait for the rabbit. She was ready to teach Huga Chiryu a lesson. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. At Kakashi's house, Uchiha Tunan's 3 magatama sharingan spun and he leaped up, easily dodging the hands stretched out from under his feet. He pretended to be panting and looked at Kakashi who had emerged from the ground. Kakashi, your heart beheading technique is becoming more and more proficient. I almost couldn't dodge it. Although the two of them were using wooden blades to practice the wooden sword style, as ninjas, it was normal for them to use ninjutsu in the process of practice. Your body technique is much stronger than before, but your chakra is still too little. Kakashi thought that Uchiha Tunan had reached his limit. He put away the wooden blade and ended today's practice. Uchiha Tunan had an expression of being humbly taught and said with a smile. Compared to you, Kakashi, I am much worse. Other than having a pair of sharingan, I am basically useless. Let's call it a day. I promised Chiryu that I would eat with her. Kakashi nodded and sent Uchiha Tunan out of the small courtyard. Uchiha Tunan left the Hatake family and headed to the agreed noodle house. At the same time, a few white pigeons perched in the trees not far away spread their wings and flew up, beginning to investigate the situation on Uchiha Tunan's route. There was basically no danger in Konoha, let alone in the middle of the day. However, Uchiha Tunan had never felt safe. These white pigeons had basically never been idle. On a commercial street, Huga Chiryu walked with anticipation. After school, she went home to wash up and changed into new clothes that she had never worn before. Huga Chiryu's footsteps were very slow. This road was the only way for Kakashi's family to go to the ramen noodle house. Maybe Uchiha Tunan would appear behind him soon. As a girl, if she went to the ramen noodle house too early to wait for someone, maybe others would gossip. It was best to enter the shop with Tunan. Huga Chiryu thought in her heart. However, just as she reached a corner of the commercial street, a slender hand suddenly appeared next to her and pulled Huga Chiryu into the alley. Bang! Caught off guard, Huga Chiryu lost her balance and fell to the ground. The new clothes on her body were dirty. Just as Huga Chiryu looked at the person with anger, a kunai was placed on Huga Chiryu's neck. Huga Chiryu took a closer look and saw that it was Uchiha Menai. What are you doing? Huga Chiryu glared at Uchiha and said, stay away from Tunan in the future. Huga Chiryu was about to explode when she suddenly thought of something. Tunan should be arriving soon. In other words, it was possible that Tunan would pass through this alley in the next second. Then, in the next moment, Huga Chiryu retracted her anger and said with a delicate face, "How can you do this? We are classmates. Put away that disgusting look of yours. It is only because Tunan is simple-minded that he was deceived by you." A mere whore who had been separated from her family all day long had the delusion of seducing the genius of Uchiha's family. Who gave you the courage to not take a piss and look at yourself? You are too much. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The kunai in Uchiha Mainai's hand pushed forward just a little bit more and it would pierce through the skin of Chiryu. A white pigeon just passed over the two of them. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan had already reached the street of this commercial street. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stopped at the end of the street. Through the view of the ninja beast white pigeon, everything that happened in the alley was seen by Uchiha Tunan. Were these two Russians fighting for jealousy? Uchiha Tunan touched his chin and began to consider whether he should go to the hero rescue the beauty. Huga Chiryu, Uchiha Mainai. Byakugan, Sharingan. Well, it seems that the Sharingan can't merge with Byakugan. The role of this Huga Chiryu is not big. On the contrary, if you cultivate it well, maybe you can open the Sharingan before the third battle. Then, she would contribute his strength. Since there was no big use in visiting Huga Chiryu today, then he didn't care. It didn't matter if she died. After thinking it through, Uchiha Tunan turned around and walked towards another road, preparing to take a detour to the ramen noodle house. In the alley, faced with Uchiha and Mainai's threat, Huga Chiryu was like a little kitten who was bullied by others, shivering in the corner. "Mainai, I just want to thank Tunan for tutoring me. I have no other thoughts." Huga Chiryu wiped away her tears. Uchiha Mainai frowned and put away the kunai. "Did I think too much? Was this bitch really not pretending? Was there really such an innocent and weak person in this world?" Although Uchiha Mainai felt that Huga Chiryu was pretending from the bottom of her heart, what was the point of pretending in this situation? "Alright, then promise me that you will not speak to Tunan in the future." Uchiha Mainai's stern tone was full of dominance. After all, she was a legitimate member of the Uchiha clan. Even if she was a woman, her personality was not too bad. It was just that in front of Uchiha Tunan, she was a little gentle, but in front of the same sex, she was still so strong. Huga Chiryu looked up with a weak face, looked at the sky, and then turned to look at the alley. At this time, Tunan had not passed through here yet. Was it the other way? The weakness in Huga Chiryu's eyes dissipated and she slowly stood up. "Why are you standing up? Hurry up and say it." In the next instant, bang! Huga Chiryu hit Uchiha Mainai in the chest. Uchiha Mainai felt a sharp pain, and her whole body hit the wall. Her meridians were blocked, and she couldn't raise any chakra in her body. Her kunai also fell to the ground. Uchiha Mainai couldn't believe it and looked up at the slowly walking sun to Huga Chiryu. "You! How is that possible?" Looking at the indifferent face of Huga Chiryu, the blue veins around her eyes bulged, and she squatted down to pick up the kunai on the ground. Then she held kunai with her hand and pressed the tip against Uchiha Mainai's chin. She put his head close to Uchiha Mainai's ear and said coldly, "Tunan is mine. If you dare to lay your eyes on him again, I'll kill you." After saying that, Huga Chiryu let go of the kunai and threw it on the ground. He patted the dust off his body and left the alley. In the ramen noodle house, Uchiha Tunan sat in his seat and observed the situation in the alley. To be honest, he knew that Uchiha Mainai and Huga Chiryu liked him and might pretend in front of him. But he didn't expect that Huga Chiryu was too good at pretending. Previously, Uchiha Tunan thought that she was the same as Haruno Sakura. As a result, sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive people, Uchiha Tunan murmured. He made up his mind to be more wary of the women in this world in the future. "Tunan, I'm sorry I'm late." Huga Chiryu trotted all the way to the ramen noodle house and stood beside Uchiha Tunan, panting. Her red face made people who did not know the situation feel particularly cute. "It's okay. I just arrived." Sit down and rest. Uchiha Tunan stood up like a gentleman, put his hands on Huga Chiryu's shoulders and helped her to her seat. On the other hand, Uchiha Tunan sat gently beside her. He lifted the kettle and tilted his body slightly towards Chiryu, pouring her a cup of water. He asked considerately, "Don't be in a hurry to eat after running violently. Drink a cup of water and relax a bit." Tunan. Huga Chiryu looked at Uchiha Tunan with stars in her eyes. This was not a disguise, but a genuine expression. "You are mine, and you can only be mine." The ramen noodle house waiter came over and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Uchiha Tunan turned his head and asked in a gentle voice, "Chiryu, what do you want to eat?" Looking at Uchiha Tunan's eyes close to her and his voice, Huga Chiryu felt dizzy, as if she would get drunk in the next second. I'm not sure." Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "I ate with my mother a few times when I was a child." "Then I will order for you." Chapter 20 Power of Love. The next day, Uchiha Tunan came to school early. She did not meet Uchiha Mainai on the way. It seemed that what happened yesterday was a big blow to her. But it had nothing to do with Uchiha Tunan. If it was possible, Uchiha Tunan hoped that Uchiha Mainai would become stronger after being humiliated and work hard to cultivate. If she could awaken her sharingan, it would be even better. As soon as he entered the classroom, Uchiha Tunan saw Huga Chiryu holding her face with both hands, staring at him with a shy face. Uchiha Tunan immediately nodded at Huga Chiryu with goodwill. This scene was seen by Uchiha Mainai, who was sitting on the seat. She clenched her teeth and trembled with anger. During the time of each class, Huga Chiryu took the opportunity to come to Uchiha Tunan's side and asked her to help with her homework. Uchiha Tunan naturally would not refuse the approach of his ration. It seemed that in this love triangle, the other two people regarded themselves as harmless prey. As for who was the prey and who was the hunter, no one knew until the last moment. After school, Huga Chiryu naturally had no reason to pester Uchiha Tunan. After all, everyone knew that during the period after school, Uchiha Tunan belonged to Kakashi. However, on the way to the Hatake family, Uchiha Mainai caught up with Uchiha Tunan. "Tunan!" Uchiha Tunan and Kakashi turned their heads at the same time. "Mainai, why are you looking for me?" Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and said gently. Uchiha Mainai took a deep breath and looked straight into Uchiha Tunan's eyes. "I want to become stronger. Can you guide me in my cultivation? It's troublesome." Kakashi shrugged and muttered to Uchiha Tunan, "I will go back to practice first and wait for you." After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Seeing Kakashi leave, Uchiha Tunan stared at Uchiha with a sincere face and said, "We are all classmates. It is natural for us to help each other. I am willing to help you cultivate." Uchiha Mainai bowed to Uchiha Tunan and said, "Thank you, Tunan." Uchiha Tunan nodded, then touched his chin and said, "But I need to practice with Kakashi every day after school. How about this, after dinner every day, I will guide you for an hour in the martial arts arena in the north of the clan. What do you think?" "Yes." Uchiha Mainai nodded. "Then I'll leave first. See you at the martial arts arena tonight." Uchiha Tunan turned around and was about to leave. "Tunan." Uchiha Mainai stopped Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan stopped and asked in confusion, "Is there anything else? Do you like Huga Chiryu?" Uchiha stared straight at Uchiha Tunan, waiting for his answer. "What kind of like do you mean?" "It's the kind between a man and a woman." Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. "Why do you think so?" "I have always treated Chiryu as my sister. Moreover, we are still so young, how can we have puppy love? This is not right." "Puppy love?" Uchiha Mainai was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she had heard someone say this word. After all, the average lifespan of people in the ninja world was not long. Many people were married and had children in their teens. Wasn't it normal to fall in love before marriage? Moreover, everyone was 6 years old, and they were basically 7 years old after the new year. They were not 3-year-old children. Was there a problem in falling in love? There was absolutely no problem. But as long as Uchiha Tunan admitted that he had no feelings for Huga Chiryu, Uchiha Mainai had already achieved her goal. Uchiha Mainai seemed to be full of energy all of a sudden. She smiled at Uchiha Tunan and said, "That's nothing. Let's go to the martial arts arena tonight." In the evening, after having dinner, Uchiha Tunan went straight to the northern practice field. At this time, the sky was already getting dark, and there were sparse stars in the sky. Ding! Uchiha Mainai had already been practicing the kunai. Seeing Uchiha Tunan arrive, Uchiha Mainai showed a happy expression. "Tunan, you are here." Uchiha Tunan glanced at the kunai on the target and then nodded to Uchiha Mainai. "Well, Mainai, you are very diligent. However, I saw you throwing kunai at me just now. Come, I'll teach you. You should do this." Uchiha Tunan directly started to massage Uchiha Mainai's beautiful body, adjusting her posture. "Don't swing your kunai with your arm, but with your wrist. Yes, bend a little here. When you practice, you can use the strength of your waist. This will help you control the strength of your whole body. Come, bend your waist a little more, lower down a little." Feeling Uchiha Tunan's hands wandering around her body, she adjusted her posture. A blush appeared on Uchiha Mainai's beautiful face. She bit her lips and said, "Tunan." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan paused and looked at Uchiha Mainai with sincere eyes. "What's wrong? Is it too difficult?" Hearing Uchiha Tunan's magnetic voice, Uchiha gulped and shook her head. "No, thank you. No need to be polite, it's what I should do." Uchiha Tunan smiled warmly and continued to help Uchiha Mainai adjust her posture. "Put away your stomach." There was no one around, the sky was dark, and there was a man and a woman alone. Uchiha Mainai could not focus at all. As a result, after Uchiha Tunan adjusted her posture, Uchiha Mainai did not hit the target once. An hour later, the two sat side by side on the grass. Uchiha Tunan looked at Uchiha Mainai apologetically and said, "Sorry, Mainai. Maybe I taught you something wrong and made you waste an hour in vain." Faced with Uchiha Tunan's apology, Uchiha Mainai immediately said in a panic, "No, Tunan taught me well. I was always absent-minded when I was practicing. Maybe I was too tired recently. I will be fine in a few days." Uchiha Tunan touched his chin and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then you have to pay more attention to rest. Uchiha Mainai listened to Uchiha Tunan's concerned words, and her heart could not help but feel sweet. She gently moved her butt towards Uchiha Tunan. The two of them got closer. Worried that Uchiha Tunan would discover her little trick, Uchiha Mainai quickly found a topic to talk about. "Tunan, I heard from my clansmen that you awakened the Sharingan because an important person passed away." Uchiha Tunan looked up at the stars in the sky and said in a deep tone, "Yes, I awakened the Sharingan at the beginning because my brother, Ameo-san, was killed by my kin. As for the three magatama, when my father and mother died on the battlefield." Uchiha Mainai stared at the side of Uchiha Tunan's face and said in a daze, "Are the conditions so harsh? My parents died in the last ninja war. At that time, I was still young and ignorant. Moreover, my talent is not strong. It is estimated that it is difficult for me to awaken the Sharingan. How could that be? I believe that you can awaken it." Uchiha Tunan suddenly lowered his head and looked back at Uchiha Mainai. Uchiha Mainai's heart trembled, as if she had been caught by a prank. She quickly lowered her head and said, "But awakening the Sharingan requires intense hatred. It seems that hatred also makes me unable to open my eyes." "Wrong." "Huh?" Uchiha Mainai looked at Uchiha Tunan with a puzzled expression. Uchiha Tunan said seriously, "Opening one's eyes doesn't depend on hatred." "But that's what everyone in the clan said." Uchiha was puzzled. After all, the Uchiha clan had existed for so many years, and everyone had basically figured out the conditions for opening their eyes. But today, Uchiha Tunan said that this method was wrong. But he saw Uchiha Tunan reach out to hold the frame and said in an inexplicable tone, "The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. The power of love is always stronger than the power of hatred. When there is someone who loves, they will want to protect him. In the process of guarding, when our strength is insufficient, the bloodline will grant us power and help us open our eyes to protect the people we want to protect. Love? Uchiha Mainai felt dizzy. Yes, because I love Ameo-san, my father, and my mother. Uchiha Tunan nodded solemnly. So when my strength is not enough to protect them, the Uchiha bloodline hidden in my body will give me power and help me open my eyes to protect them. Uchiha Mainai felt that something was wrong, but it sounded very reasonable. She said doubtfully, but I don't really understand love. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Uchiha Tunan patting her shoulder with a smile. I'll help you think of a way. I'll do my best to let you feel the power of love, okay? Is Tunan confessing to me? What are you thinking about? Tunan clearly wants to open my eyes for me. But opening my eyes needs to feel the power of love. How can I feel this love? While thinking, Uchiha Mainai felt the palm on her shoulder pinch slightly. Her entire heart trembled. Uchiha Mainai buried her head deeply and replied in a voice that could not be heard, I seem to have already felt it. The night had already fallen. In the darkness, Uchiha Tunan's deep eyes looked down at Uchiha Mainai in his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined. It was true that hatred opened one's eyes, but extreme hatred was usually produced by love. Don't disappoint my good intentions. My ration. Chapter 21 Pet Strategy. The next day, Uchiha Tunan woke up early and walked out of Uchiha's home. He did not go straight to the ninja school, but went to a pet shop in the commercial street and chose a young cat. This young cat was completely white, and its forepaws were pink, which was very cute. After putting the young cat into the small cage gifted by the store, Uchiha Tunan went to the ninja school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he attracted a lot of attention as usual. Among them were Huga Chiryu and Uchiha Mainai. By the way, there was also Kakashi. Uchiha Tunan walked straight to Uchiha Mainai and placed the cage on Uchiha Mainai's table. I thought about it last night. This little guy might be able to help you. Uchiha Mainai looked at the kitten in the cage and said in surprise, Tunan, is this your gift for me? Yes. Thank you. When the students in the classroom saw this scene, they began to jeer again. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Huga Chiryu was completely lost in thought. She clenched his fists under the table. Her nails pierced through the skin of her palms, and traces of blood flowed out from between her fingers. Although Uchiha Mainai had been taught a lesson by Huga Chiryu last time. But as a member of the Uchiha clan, she would not really be afraid of Huga Chiryu. Moreover, Uchiha Mainai felt that the gap between the two of them was not particularly big. Moreover, with the guidance of Uchiha Tunan, she believed that it would not be long before she could defeat Huga Chiryu. Now that Uchiha Tunan had taken the initiative to give her a pet, she accepted it without any psychological burden. During class time, Naoto Umino was lecturing on the platform. Uchiha Tunan was as focused as ever, even if he had already learned all of this. However, in order to maintain the image in everyone's hearts, he could only pretend to listen. Huga Chiryu sat stiffly in her seat, her lifeless eyes staring at Uchiha Tunan's back. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mainai was secretly teasing the kitten that Uchiha Tunan had given her. Faced with the kitten that was curled up in a cage, Uchiha Mainai curiously extended her finger into it. The kitten carefully stuck its head out and sniffed in front of her finger. Then, it stuck out its pink tongue and licked it. Uchiha's beautiful heart melted in an instant. Looking up at the back of Uchiha Tunan in front of him, her heart was extremely sweet. Tunan, don't worry, I will take good care of this little fellow. After the first lesson was over, Huga Chiryu walked up to Uchiha Mainai with a cold face. Come out. Huga Chiryu said in a low voice, and then took the lead to walk toward the playground. Uchiha Mainai glanced at Uchiha Tunan, who was immersed in reading, and then followed her without fear. Under the shade of the trees on the playground, Huga Chiryu and Uchiha Mainai were standing opposite each other. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The veins around Huga Chiryu's eyes bulged, and a touch of morbid cruelty appeared on her face. Humph, why don't you pretend to be weak? Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you roll your eyes. Uchiha Mainai crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Huga Chiryu in a victorious manner. Huga Chiryu slowly raised her hand and made a fist gesture. She said coldly, "The same kind can only be with the same kind of people. I am an orphan like Tunan, and I am the most suitable person for him." Uchiha Mainai put down her hands and took out kunai from the ninja bag at her waist. She pointed at Huga Chiryu and said, "Ridiculous. My parents also died in the Second War. According to what you said, I am also an orphan. Why should I give Tunan to you?" Huga Chiryu was slightly stunned and was silent for a long time. She seemed to be thinking about something. This was the ninja school. At most, he would teach Uchiha Mainai a lesson. It was impossible for her to really kill her. However, the consequence was that he would be punished, and if Tunan knew about it, she might never have a chance again. After thinking about it, Huga Chiryu stopped rolling his eyes, then knelt on the ground and said with her hands on the ground, "I beg you, give me Tunan, you still have clansmen." "But I have nothing, I only have Tunan." Uchiha Mainai did not expect Huga Chiryu to do this. "Give up." Uchiha's beautiful tone softened a little and she continued, "By the way, there is something you don't know." Huga Chiryu raised his head and looked at Uchiha Mainai with a puzzled look. "The Huga clan is not allowed to marry outsiders. I have never seen you as an eyesore, and I have never seen you as a love rival." After Uchiha Mainai finished speaking, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and then she put away the kunai and walked towards the classroom. Obviously, the action of Huga Chiryu kneeling down today made her mood extremely good. The haze from the last defeat was swept away. Under the shade of the trees on the sports field, only Huga Chiryu was left kneeling there, her head lowered deeply, her face full of madness. When it was close to class, Huga Chiryu walked into the classroom like a zombie. In fact, everyone in Konoha knew that the Huga clan was not allowed to marry outsiders. However, this was not gossip, and no one would deliberately talk about it. Huga Chiryu had never thought about it. However, after being exposed by Uchiha Mainai, Huga Chiryu immediately remembered that the people he saw in the clan were all from Huga clan. She had never seen a member of the Huga who was married out of the clan, nor had he seen anyone marry into her clan. Huga Chiryu simply confirmed it and found that what Uchiha Mainai said was the truth. During class, Huga Chiryu did not listen to a single word the teacher said. Her face was as pale as paper, and there seemed to be tears flowing in her eyes. However, Huga Chiryu forced herself to endure. "In other words, it is impossible for me to be with Tunan. Even if Tunan likes me, it is not possible. The Huga family will not agree." Huga Chiryu raised her hand and reached into the thick bangs, stroking the bird-mark in the cage. Even putting everything aside, there was no possibility of eloping. The bird in the cage, a restriction that could never be broken free. Only after her death she could be freed. But the world of the dead did not have Tunan. Thinking of this, Huga Chiryu shifted her gaze slightly and looked at Uchiha Tunan's back. "Tunan, even if I die, I want to be with you." On the big tree outside the window, 2 white pigeons were nestled in bed. Uchiha Tunan took in everything that had happened between the two of them. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, he could guess it very well. Huga Chiryu was basically given up by Uchiha Tunan. All day long, she only knew love, and he had wasted a lot of time to eat with her. It was to give her enough hope so that she would be brave enough to compete with Uchiha Mainai. However, she did not want to work hard in her cultivation. Looking at her current appearance, it seemed that she was still a little dispirited. This ration could be considered useless. She could only look forward to Uchiha Mainai. After all, looking at Uchiha Mainai's situation, she should like that kitten very much. Wait for her to pour enough feelings into the kitten. Uchiha Tunan was prepared to find a suitable opportunity before the start of the Third War to kill the cat. This way, maybe Uchiha Mainai will open a high-level sharingan. Chapter 22: Chiryu and the Cat. In the next few days, Huga Chiryu never came to look for Uchiha Tunan again. Every day, she sat in his seat, looking at Uchiha Tunan with a morbid gaze. She was as quiet as a corpse. This made Uchiha Tunan feel very uncomfortable. "Chiryu, have you not been resting well recently?" Huga Chiryu turned her head numbly and looked at Asuma, who had a concerned expression on his face. She paused for a moment, then put on a pale smile and hooked his finger at Asuma. Asuma's eyes lit up and he leaned his head closer. "Asuma, do you like me?" Huga Chiryu's voice was slightly hoarse, but it was like the sound of nature in Asuma's ears. Hee. Asuma scratched his head in embarrassment. Happiness came too suddenly, and for a moment, he was somewhat incoherent. "Can you help me with something?" Asuma patted his chest and said, "No problem. With me, Asuma, taking action, there is nothing that can't be done." Huga Chiryu's smile instantly disappeared and her face was full of coldness. She whispered, "Find a chance and help me kill the cat raised by Mainai." Asuma was choked. "I was just teasing you." Huga Chiryu seemed to change her face, and a smile appeared on her face again. Asuma breathed a sigh of relief and said with an embarrassed face, "Haha, you scared me." Then, before he finished speaking, Huga Chiryu handed a note to Asuma and said, "Help me pass this note to Tunan. You are not allowed to peek." "No problem." Asuma took the note and did not think too much about it. After all, everyone in the class knew that Uchiha Tunan and Uchiha Mainai were a pair. He came to Uchiha Tunan's side and placed the note in front of him. "Chiryu asked me to give it to you." Uchiha Tunan took the note and opened it. He saw the note saying, "Tunan, I want to talk to you alone. At 9 o'clock tomorrow night, under the waterfall on the east side of the Hokage Rock, see you." After reading it, Uchiha Tunan turned to look at Huga Chiryu and nodded to her. A smile appeared on Huga Chiryu's pale face. To tell the truth, Uchiha Tunan really didn't want to waste time playing some bullshit love story with the two children. But to become an excellent hunter, before revealing his fangs, he must always remember to disguise himself all the time. The next day. Today was October 6th. It was also a weekly vacation time, and Sakuma was resting at home. Naturally, Uchiha Tunan would not waste such a good time. Early in the morning, he went to the Hatake clan to receive the training with Kakashi. He did not go home until the evening. After dinner, he went to the martial arts practice field in the north of the Uchiha clan to guide Uchiha in cultivation. At this time, outside Uchiha's territory, Huga Chiryu came with a bag of cat food. "Little girl, this is Uchiha's territory. What are you doing here?" Two patrol officers saw Huga Chiryu and stopped him. Huga Chiryu was like a frightened kitten. She lowered his head, blushed, and said weakly, I'm here to find Mainai." One of the patrol officers glanced at the cat food in Huga Chiryu's hand and said impatiently, "Feed the cat, right?" Huga Chiryu nodded weakly and said, "Yes." The patrol officer obviously felt that a few years old child was not dangerous. He waved his hand and said, "Go in." Huga Chiryu nodded and suddenly thought of something. He looked pitifully at the patrol officer and said, "Uncle, this is my first time here. I don't know the way, but..." "No. I still have to patrol. I don't have time to show you the way. Mainai's home is over there. There are 2 cherry blossom trees in front of her door." The patrol pointed impatiently and then walked to other places. "Thank you." Huga Chiryu bowed deeply to the back of the two, and then walked in the direction that the patrol had pointed out. Soon, Huga Chiryu arrived at Uchiha Mainai's house. Uchiha Mainai's parents died in the Second Ninja War, and she became orphans at a very young age. Before she went to school, the family had specially assigned her a guardian. But after Uchiha Mainai was admitted to the ninja school, the guardian was removed. At this time, there was no one in Uchiha's Mainai family, only a snow-white kitten lying on the floor in front of the door to rest. Squeak! The wooden door of the courtyard was ajar. After all, this was the territory of Uchiha. As long as everyone did not go out for a long time, they would usually only close the door, and the door of the courtyard was basically not locked. When Huga Chiryu pushed open the door, the kitten was immediately alert. With a whoosh, it hid behind the pillar and poked out half of its head to observe. But when she saw that it was Huga Chiryu, especially when Huga Chiryu was carrying cat food in his hand, the kitten instantly put down its vigilance and ran out. It was mainly because Uchiha Mainai brought the kitten with her every day after school. Only when she trained with Uchiha Tunan would she leave the kitten alone at home. The kitten had been in school for a long time, so it naturally had an impression of Huga Chiryu, so it was not afraid. Meow. As soon as Huga Chiryu stepped into the small courtyard, he saw the kitten run to his feet and kept rubbing its head against Huga Chiryu's trouser legs. The round cat eyes kept on the cat food Huga Chiryu was carrying. However, Huga Chiryu was unmoved by the little kitty's coquetry. He just quietly looked down with indifference in his eyes. The little kitty wanted to eat cat food, but it couldn't do this, so it could only change its way of acting like a spoiled child. In its memory, as long as it acted like a spoiled child, there would be delicious food. The little kitty immediately lay on the ground and rolled, revealing its snow-white belly, twisting and turning. She seemed to be saying, "Come and pet me up. Please give me food." The corners of Huga Chiryu's mouth gradually raised. She whispered, "How obedient." The kitten saw the woman in front of him smile and thought that she would soon be able to eat new cat food. It twisted even harder. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the kitten's line of sight. Bang! Meow! Unfortunately, you don't belong to me. Huga Chiryu slowly turned around and casually threw a note onto the kitten's corpse. Then, she carried the cat food bag out of the small courtyard and closed the door behind her. After leaving, Huga Chiryu returned to his delicate expression and walked towards the place he had agreed to meet with Uchiha Tunan. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was still training Uchiha Mainai. Even if Uchiha Tunan trained a lot of white pigeons, it was impossible for him to monitor Konoha at any time. Therefore, he was not aware of what Huga Chiryu had done. Time slowly passed, and the sky was already completely dark. 9 o'clock. After Uchiha Tunan finished training Uchiha Mainai, he headed to the place he had agreed to meet with Huga Chiryu. At the same time, a group of white pigeons flew up from the forest and headed into the distance. Chapter 23, Setting Up a Trap. A full moon rose up, hanging high in the sky like a lamp. In the forest, Huga Chiryu walked expressionlessly. The shadows of the branches on both sides of the path reflected on the ground, giving people a cold and terrifying feeling. Huga Chiryu came to the front of the waterfall, a trace of reminiscence flashing through her eyes. When she was young, her mother often brought her here to have a picnic. If she got dirty, she would run to the river under the waterfall to take a bath. When he was lucky, she could catch 2 fish. But ever since her mother passed away, she never came here again. Huga Chiryu slowly squatted down and reached out to touch the slightly damp soil on the ground. The scene of Uchiha Tunan tutoring him on his homework rang in her mind. Explosive talismans are usually arranged in advance and used as a trap. Here, it has to talk about the influence of various environments on explosive talismans. First was the humidity. If the humidity was too high, the detonation talisman might be soaked and lose its effect. However, most of the time, due to the limited geographical environment, we have no way to avoid it. This needs to be handled with special methods. For ordinary explosion talismans, we can use a large amount of dry leaves to wrap them up, so that we can delay the time when the explosion talismans are soaked. We can also sprinkle a layer of stone dust on the surface of the explosion talismans. If there's enough time and that condition, we can go to other places to get some dry soil and wrap the explosion talismans inside. Of course, the expensive 3 defense explosion talismans do not need to be made that much. Huga Chiryu opened the cat food bag, took out the dry soil and spread it on the ground. Then he took out 3 explosive talismans from his pocket and placed them on the dry soil. Finally, she sealed it with the rest of the soil and covered the leaves around it as a disguise. Tunan, don't blame me. After saying this, Huga Chiryu walked to the small river next to her and took off her clothes as she walked. Crash! With the sound of the water, Huga Chiryu immersed herself in the small river naked. With her hands on the shore, she looked at the end of the path, waiting for Uchiha Tunan to arrive. At the same time, Uchiha Menai had just returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw the cat corpse on the ground. She was stunned on the spot. Koyuki. Tears appeared in Uchiha Menai's eyes as she rushed to the cat corpse. She saw that the cat's abdomen had been crushed into meat paste, and there was a frightened expression on its face. Who is it? Who is it? This cat had an extraordinary significance to Uchiha Menai. Not only was it cute, but it was also the first gift Uchiha Tunan had given her. Suddenly, Uchiha Menai saw the note on the ground. Trembling, she reached out and opened the note. It wrote, "If I can't get it, I'd rather destroy it. I left a note in the drawer of the classroom, which had my current position. Huga Chiryu, I will kill you." Uchiha Menai clenched her teeth and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. However, she found that the vision in front of her was somewhat different from before. In the eyes of Uchiha Menai, a magatama slowly rotated. But Uchiha Menai did not have the slightest joy of opening her sharingan. She directly got up and ran towards the ninja school. In the forest path with mottled branches, Uchiha Tunan strolled expressionlessly. Every step he took was especially light, without making the slightest sound. Like a ferocious beast hunting in the darkness, it restrained its aura and was ready to strike at any time. Although the forest near the Woodleaf village, apart from the death forest that was sealed by the enchantment, there were basically no large beasts. But even so, Uchiha Tunan was used to keeping his guard up. Coo! Birds cried out in the dark forest. The time that Huga Chiryu and Uchiha Tunan agreed on was 9 o'clock at night. Uchiha Tunan naturally had to arrive at the right time to give the other party enough time to prepare. Crash! As he approached the waterfall, Uchiha Tunan heard the sound of Huga Chiryu stirring the water under the clamor of the waterfall. He looked over and saw a beautiful figure with her hands on the shore in the darkness. Her body was immersed in the water and she was looking at him in a daze. Tunan, you are here. Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He pretended to be nervous and said, "Sorry, I came at the wrong time." After that, he immediately turned around. Huga Chiryu looked at the helpless Uchiha Tunan, and her face was filled with a triumphant smile. She whispered, "Tunan, you came at the right time. Wait for me. Chiryu, quickly put on your clothes." "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." After Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, he heard the sound of water behind him, as well as the sound of her bare feet stepping on the withered leaves. "All right, turn around." Huga Chiryu's voice rang out from behind him. Only then did Uchiha Tunan turn around. Suddenly, Huga Chiryu hugged Uchiha Tunan and leaned his head deeply into Uchiha Tunan's chest. Looking at the naked Huga Chiryu in his arms, Uchiha Tunan was stiff like a chick. "Tunan, I like you. Do you know?" Huga Chiryu closed her eyes and hugged Uchiha Tunan's waist tightly. Uchiha Tunan looked at the ground behind Huga Chiryu. He saw water stains extending from the shore all the way here. Uchiha Tunan said in a nervous tone, "Yes. I know." Huga Chiryu tightened his arms around Uchiha Tunan and said excitedly, "Do you like Menai?" The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curved up slightly. He reached out his left hand and gently stroked Huga Chiryu's wet back. He said gently, "Why do you think so?" "I have always thought of her as my sister." It was unknown whether it was Uchiha Tunan's answer or his actions that worked, but Huga Chiryu was no longer so excited. "I hate it so much. Why am I a Huga clan? Do you know that the Huga clan does not allow people to marry outsiders? Especially since I am a member of the branch family, I have been engraved with a bird in a cage since I was born. Sometimes, I really feel like a bird locked in a cage. My life is destined to be controlled by the main family. I have no freedom and no future. I don't even have the right to pursue love. There must be a way to solve it." As Uchiha Tunan spoke, his left hand slowly moved down along the slippery curve until Huga Chiryu's slender waist and stopped. His right hand gently patted Huga Chiryu's back. Huga Chiryu felt Uchiha Tunan's warm palm wandering on her back. "My parents are obviously weak, but the main family ordered them to participate in the war. They have no right to refuse. Even when my father died on the battlefield, no one informed me. They didn't treat me as a human at all. I was instilled with the idea of being loyal to the main family since I was a child. I didn't want to, so I could only show weakness and make them think I was pitiful and useless. Then remove the birdcage and expel me from the Huga clan. Naive. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Huga Chiryu in his arms, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. However, Huga Chiryu closed her eyes and did not notice this scene. She continued to complain. I am indeed too naive. Sometimes I even want to commit suicide. But I can't bear to part with you, do you know? Your appearance gave me the courage to live. You are so gentle and considerate. Uchiha Tunan patted Huga Chiryu's back again and again, and said in a slightly cold tone, Really? You intended to commit suicide? Just like this, can you hug me for a while longer? There were tears in the corners of Huga Chiryu's eyes, which made Uchiha Tunan's chest wet. Chapter 24 Assassination Plot. At the same time, in the ninja school, Uchiha Menai smoothly arrived at Huga Chiryu's seat and opened the note that was left behind. She knew where Huga Chiryu was at this time. Huga Chiryu, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Menai held the note tightly in her hand and ran towards the address written on the note with a crazy expression. The moon and stars were bright, and a short while had passed. Huga Chiryu seemed to have fallen asleep and was unwilling to get up in Uchiha Tunan's arms. Seeing that it was about time, Uchiha Tunan patted the right hand on her back and paused. Then, he pushed Huga Chiryu away. Her left arm was still wrapped around his slender waist as he looked down at her eyes and said, Chiryu. I really admire you. As Uchiha Tunan spoke, he moved his lips a little closer. The two of them could even feel the heat that the other person exhaled. But your plan is too small. You do not have the heart of a strong person. A strong person would not be obsessed with so-called love. Come, let me give you a present. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan slowly lowered his head. A trace of intoxication flashed in Huga Chiryu's eyes, and she slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the left arm around Huga Chiryu's slender waist suddenly tightened, pressing her delicate body against his. The empty right hand was slowly and rhythmically forming seals. After a few breaths, their lips and teeth separated. The two maintained a slight distance between their noses. Uchiha Tunan whispered in a magnetic voice. All right, it's about time. The explosive talisman was already wet. As soon as he finished speaking, Huga Chiryu suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and rolled her eyes. Her delicate right hand slapped towards Uchiha Tunan's chest. Pooh! Z. An electric needle suddenly pierced through the back of Huga Chiryu's head, piercing through her entire head and piercing out from between his eyebrows. The next moment, the chakra in Huga Chiryu's right hand dispersed, and she powerlessly placed it on Uchiha Tunan's chest. In an instant, she lost all vitality and fell into the arms of Uchiha Tunan. You love me, and wanted me to be yours, and no one else should have me. This was not love, this was abnormal. It was unknown when Uchiha Tunan had opened his 3 magatama sharingan. His blood-red eyes looked at the corpse in his arms, and his face was full of heartache. No matter what the reason is, if you want me to die, then I can only kill you. You are so extreme. If you don't die, I won't feel safe. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan felt a slight warmth flow through his body. This type of chakra attribute, water attribute, and earth attribute. Not bad, this is. In Uchiha Tunan's line of sight, the meridians in Huga Chiryu's body were all visible. Looking up, the surrounding scenery seemed to have changed into a color, not the white from the authentic eye. It was a unique red color, just like an infrared detector. There was no blind spot in all 360 degrees. Chiryu, I didn't expect you to be a treasure girl. A happy expression appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face, and he instinctively controlled his eyes. In the next instant, the sharingan disappeared, and the blue veins around Uchiha Tunan's eyes bulged. He opened his eyes. With the system's ability, Uchiha Tunan could freely change his sharingan and eyes. It was also possible to add another ability to the eye technique when opening one. This was human nature. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Kunai cut across Huga Chiryu's neck and cut off her head. If you kill someone, then you have to deal with the aftermath. Konoha has the Yamanaka clan who can search for the memories of the dead. Bang! Huga Chiryu's headless body fell to the ground. Uchiha Tunan threw the head in his hand to the ground and quickly made a series of hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. The blazing fireball instantly scorched the head. After doing everything, Uchiha Tunan unhurriedly tied the buttons on his collar and smoothed out the wrinkles on his shirt. Then he turned around and left along the path. After killing Huga Chiryu, he obtained the water and earth attribute chakra, as well as the rough and shallow soft fist. Of course, the most valuable thing was still the ability to get Byakugan. Moreover, he unexpectedly found that the Byakugan and the Sharingan could merge. In that case, in the dark forest, dozens of hidden white pigeons lit up their blood-red Sharingan. Everything in the nearby forest could be seen. As Uchiha Tunan expected, the Sharingan could control these white pigeons and share their vision. Now that the ability of Byakugan was integrated into the Sharingan, he could also use these white pigeons. However, to maintain this ability, he needed to consume a lot of chakra. But even so, Uchiha Tunan was satisfied. In the ninja world, the most important thing was intelligence. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara could not withstand a single strike. Suddenly, through the shared vision of a white pigeon, Uchiha Tunan saw a familiar figure running through the jungle towards this place. He immediately stopped in his tracks, his face completely dark. He said coldly, "No wonder you want to delay time. Do you want the three of us to die together?" After saying that, Uchiha Tunan slowly walked into the dark forest. On the horizon, a large patch of dark clouds drifted over, slowly nibbling away at the full moon in the sky. In the distance, a huge shadow came, as if it wanted to swallow the entire forest. On the other side, the furious Uchiha Mainai was running through the forest. Soon, Uchiha Mainai arrived in front of the waterfall. It was just that the environment was too dark, so Uchiha Mainai could not see clearly. Just as she took 2 steps forward, she found that she seemed to step on something. She lowered her head and picked up the things on the ground. "This is the clothes of that bitch." Uchiha Mainai frowned. Her nose twitched slightly. She sniffed twice and muttered, "Why is there a smell of roasted meat?" Uchiha Mainai followed the smell and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, she froze in place. A cold chill ran down his spine toward the back of his head. Not far away, there was a naked headless female corpse lying on the ground. About 5 or 6 meters away from the female corpse, there was a charred head. The original face could no longer be seen, and the surrounding ground was scorched black. Uchiha Mainai looked down at the clothes in her hands and swallowed. She roughly guessed that the dead person was Huga Chiryu. Although this was not the first time Uchiha Mainai had seen a dead person, she still felt a chill in her heart in this environment. She should have bathed in the river under the waterfall. Who could make her kill her before she had time to put on her clothes? In this situation, was she going to cut her head first and then burn her head with fire? Was that person gone? Could he be a ninja from the enemy village? Or could it be the abnormal ninja hidden in the village? She had heard from her family's aunt that she often found people peeping in the bathhouse. Uchiha Mainai had a lot of imagination, and the more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She quickly threw down the clothes in her hands and ran in the direction of the Konoha village. There were branches and leaves everywhere along the way, and Uchiha Mainai, who was running at a high speed, stepped on them and made creaking sounds. She was ready to tell the garrison about this. Although Uchiha Mainai hated Huga Chiryu, after all, Huga Chiryu had been killed. And it was very likely that it was a spy from the enemy village who killed her. As a member of Konoha, this situation had to be reported in time. "It's good that she died, this bitch can no longer take notice of Tunan. Fortunately, I came late, otherwise, I might have been killed with her." Uchiha Mainai thought in her heart. Suddenly, a light flashed in Uchiha Mainai's mind as she ran. Her footsteps slowed down. Why did she not let me come directly at the beginning, but let me go to the classroom to get a note? She was stalling for time. She must have made an appointment with someone else in the beginning. That person. Tunan! Chapter 25, Suspicion. Uchiha Mainai stopped and opened her palm. She looked at the note in her palm and her back was covered in cold sweat. How is this possible? There is no reason for Tunan to kill her. Uchiha Mainai shook her head, denying this idea. She continued to run toward the village, but she felt a thorn in her heart. She began to recall what had happened today. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai noticed something was wrong. She completely stopped. After Tunan and I parted at the martial arts arena today, the direction we went was different from before. He was walking in this direction. According to the traces of the scene, that bitch's head should have been burnt by a fireball. Tunan knew this ninjutsu. If someone wanted to kill her in the beginning, her body should not be in that position, but should be on the shore. As a girl, the first thing she would do when finding a stranger must be to wear clothes. In other words, she walked to that position naked. Gulp. Uchiha Mainai gulped and forced herself not to think about it. Just as Uchiha Mainai was about to continue walking, a figure suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Facing the moonlight from this direction, Uchiha Mainai could not see who it was. She could only vaguely tell that a man who was not tall had his back to her and that there was a bird lying on the man's shoulder. Uchiha Mainai felt her blood go cold and her legs trembled. She could not walk. The fear in his heart spread throughout his body. At this moment, that person slowly turned his head. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. 3 magatama swam in his eyes. Uchiha Mainai widened her eyes in horror. She instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but she could not make a sound. However, she lost her voice in extreme fear. Step, step. The man walked towards Uchiha Mainai step by step. Each step seemed to step on Uchiha Mainai's heart. The distance between the two gradually closed, and Uchiha Mainai also saw the face of the person. It was Uchiha Tunan. He saw Uchiha Tunan holding a vegetable basket in his hand, and with a refined and easygoing smile on his face, he said, "Mainai, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you also here for a picnic?" After that, he picked up the basket in his hand. He saw that the basket was filled with all kinds of wild ingredients. Yes, yes, Tunan. Uchiha Mainai smiled stiffly, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Uchiha Tunan smiled with narrowed eyes and patted the white pigeon on his shoulder. "Little guy, go find your own food." Gugu, the white pigeon let out a cry, then spread its wings and flew into the forest. Then, Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand and gently grasped Uchiha Mainai's fist that was holding the note. He gently said, "Your luck is pretty good today. You're lucky." At this moment, Uchiha Mainai's mind was completely blank. She had long forgotten to resist and was pulled forward by Uchiha Tunan. Not long later, the two of them arrived at an open space. There was a bonfire in the middle of the open space. Above the bonfire, there was a stone supporting a metal pot. Uchiha Tunan pulled Uchiha Mainai to sit down in front of the bonfire, and then poured the ingredients in the basket into the pot to cook. The light of the fire shone on Uchiha Tunan's face, flickering. The impeccable face and the eyes of Uchiha Mainai looked so gloomy and horrible at this time. However, Uchiha Tunan did not make any strange movements. He just calmly looked at the bonfire and said, "I used the living expenses my parents left for me on the battlefield to buy books. There is nothing to eat. I often go to the forest alone to hunt and cook." At this time, Uchiha Mainai had also recovered. She probed, "Tunan, there is something I want to ask you." "Ask away. What do you think of Chiryu?" Uchiha Mainai tensed up. If she found something wrong, she was ready to run at any time. However, Uchiha Tunan did not show any difference. He flipped the food in the pot with his chopsticks and said casually, "Didn't I tell you before? I have always regarded her as my younger sister. To be honest, she is indeed very cute, but my mind is not on her." Uchiha Menai, who did not see anything strange, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Well, it smells so good. Uchiha Tunan picked up the only green mushroom in the pot with his chopsticks and handed it to Uchiha Menai. Try it. Uchiha Menai looked at the green mushroom that was close to her. She suddenly remembered that the teacher had told her that the brighter the mushroom, the more poisonous it was. She immediately smiled stiffly. No need, I'm not hungry. Uchiha Tunan did not force it. He stuffed the green mushroom into his mouth and chewed it. He said with a face of enjoyment. It smells so good. I like to eat this kind of mushroom most. Unfortunately, I only found this one today. Then, he picked up a brown mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating, he glanced at Uchiha Menai. Then picked up the brown mushroom from the pot and blew on it. Then, he placed it in front of Uchiha Menai's mouth and said with a gentle face. Come, this mushroom is also very delicious. Ah! When Uchiha Menai saw that Uchiha Tunan had already eaten this mushroom, she put down her guard and opened her mouth to eat it. A clear fragrance bloomed in her mouth. Uchiha Menai swore that she had never eaten such a delicious mushroom. Is it delicious? Faced with Uchiha Tunan's question, Uchiha Menai nodded. Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. Uchiha Tunan picked up another brown mushroom and blew on it. At this moment, Uchiha Menai had already put down most of her guard. Tunan, I want to ask you something else. Huh? Have you met Shiryu today? No, why are you asking about her again? No. Nothing. After saying that, Uchiha Menai opened her mouth and ate the mushroom in front of her. Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said with a face full of blame. Anyway, it is not safe for a girl to run into the forest at night. I heard that many girls in the village had an accident at night. The garrison is investigating everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Menai immediately exclaimed, Ah! Is it a pervert? Uchiha Tunan seemed to have not heard the surprise in Uchiha Menai's words. He picked up the mushroom and casually said, It should be considered a pervert. Moreover, his strength is not weak. He hasn't been caught for so long. Uchiha Menai nodded. She hesitated for a moment and began to make a final test. Actually, I'm not here for a picnic. The weather is too hot. I went to the river to take a bath. Uchiha Tunan smiled and reached out to rub Uchiha Menai's beautiful hair. With a doting expression, he said, If that's the case, then you better wash it with water when you go home. After all, the river isn't too clean. If you are sick, I will be very distressed. N. Uchiha Menai completely put down her heart. She only felt that this person in front of her gave her a special sense of security. Menai, how can you doubt Tunan? Tunan is so good, how can he be the murderer? He also has no reason to kill that bitch. Even if he is lustful, as long as he opens his mouth, that bitch is willing to do anything for him. She was usually very smart, but how could she be so stupid at this time? Thinking of this, Uchiha Menai felt a sense of guilt in her heart. She began to consider whether she should tell Uchiha Tunan about Huga Chiryu. But after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to say it out loud. If Tunan found out, he would definitely go to the waterfall to check on the situation. What if that pervert went back? Tunan would be in danger. It was better to leave this matter to the garrison. Not long later, the food in the pot was eaten up by the two of them. Uchiha Tunan stood up and patted his butt. All right, I'll send you home. I don't feel at ease leaving you alone in the middle of the night. After saying that, he held Uchiha Menai's hand and walked towards the Konoha village. Chapter 26 Nightmare Awakened. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the forest and walked along the streets of Konoha village towards Uchiha's clan. As they walked, Uchiha Menai suddenly staggered. Fortunately, Uchiha Tunan quickly hugged her and said with concern, Menai, what's wrong? Uchiha Menai's face gradually turned pale. She shook her head and said weakly, Tunan, I feel a little dizzy. Uchiha Tunan put the back of his hand on Uchiha Menai's forehead with a concerned expression. Ouch! It's so hot. It should be cold while bathing. No, no, Uchiha Mainai wanted to explain, but she found that she could no longer speak. Her mind was in a mess, but she gradually could not remember what had just happened. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan held Uchiha Mainai tightly in his arms and leaned her head closer. The two of them kissed under the street lamp. In the distance, an umbu swept past the roof and looked over. Are all the little ghosts nowadays so good at playing adult? After muttering, the umbu did not want to stay here to eat dog food and left directly. After the umbu left, Uchiha Tunan let go of Uchiha Mainai. At this time, Uchiha Mainai was completely unconscious. There was still a distance from Uchiha's territory. The rest of the road was not only to guard against the umbu, but also to avoid the night patrols in Uchiha's territory. The difficulty was not big. Uchiha Tunan picked up Uchiha Mainai by her waist and closed her eyes. The white doves hiding everywhere all lit up with bright red sharingan. Coupled with the observation skills of the Byakugan, they could see the whereabouts of the patrolling people on the road ahead. So, Uchiha Tunan turned into a black shadow and dashed towards Uchiha clan. During this period, he constantly changed his direction and avoided the patrolling personnel at the right time. In the end, he arrived at Uchiha's beautiful house without any danger. Uchiha Tunan carried Uchiha Mainai into the small courtyard. He glanced at the cat corpse in the courtyard and strode into the room. He placed Uchiha Mainai on the bed. In the next instant, Uchiha Tunan observed Uchiha Mainai's meridians and acupoints through the observation of his eyes. Then, he ruthlessly pointed at Uchiha Mainai's sore point. Uchiha Mainai opened her eyes in a daze. The first thing he saw was the three magatama that was rapidly spinning around Uchiha Tunan. Jinjutsu, Hell Vision Technique. Late at night, dark clouds covered the sky, completely covering the moon. Rumble. The dull thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Uchiha Mainai was awakened by the thunder. She opened her eyes and looked around. This is... When did I return to my room? By the way, I remember that I was practicing with Tunan just now, and then I returned home. I saw... What did I see? Why can't I remember? Uchiha Mainai punched her head with her fist. Crash. The sound of rain could be heard from outside. For some reason, Uchiha Mainai had an unreal feeling. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai widened her eyes. Through the curtains, one could see blue light flashing outside from time to time. A hazy humanoid shadow slowly walked past the window. Step, step. Uchiha Mainai quickly got up, took out kunai, and became alert. The footsteps spread all the way to the door, and then suddenly stopped. Rumble. The thunder roared, and lightning illuminated the outside of the house. For a moment, Uchiha Mainai saw the figure outside the door pulling out a long knife. Uchiha Mainai slowly moved to the side. She waited by the door. Time passed bit by bit. The person outside the door still did not move. The rain was too loud, and even if Uchiha Mainai held her breath and listened attentively, she could not hear any movement. Did he leave? Uchiha Mainai quietly swallowed her saliva and slowly moved her body a little. Her eyes were fixed on the door. Lightning flashed past and there was no one on the door. Who? Uchiha Mainai heaved a sigh of relief. Her entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Uchiha Mainai suddenly turned her head, and her eyes instinctively opened the single magatama sharingan, her face full of horror. She saw a figure holding a long blade in his right hand and a circular object in his left hand. Lightning flashed outside the room, and the sudden light finally made Uchiha Mainai see who the person in front of her was. Uchiha Tunan! And his left hand was holding Huga Chiryu's head. Huga Chiryu's face was still frozen with fear and despair. There was blood left on the long saber, dripping down the tip of the saber to the ground bit by bit. No! No! Uchiha Mainai wanted to run, but her body seemed to be out of control, and she could only move toward the corner of the wall bit by bit. Uchiha Tunan walked toward Uchiha Mainai step by step, and slowly raised the long saber in his hand. Why? Why? Uchiha Mainai stretched out her trembling hand, wanting to form a seal, but she could not remember a single seal. Feel the pain. A cruel smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face, and the long saber stabbed into Uchiha Mainai's body. Uchiha Mainai felt a sharp pain, and her pupils contracted. Puchi. Puchi. Uchiha Tunan stabbed the long knife into Uchiha Mainai's body again. There seemed to be a hint of enjoyment on her face. As the blood flowed, Uchiha Mainai felt as if her mind was about to collapse. The strength of her body slowly disappeared. Gradually, the single magatama in Uchiha Mainai's eyes dissipated, and her eyelids slowly closed. Coo! Coo! What was that noise? What was it that was so wet? Uchiha Mainai slowly opened her eyes and woke up from the bed. The gentle sunlight shone through the window onto his body. Beside him, the kitten was sticking out its tongue and licking her face again and again. Uchiha Mainai sat up and wiped the water on her face. Then, she held Kitten in her arms and recalled carefully. It seems like I had a nightmare. Are you hungry? Meow. Oh no, I'm late. Uchiha Mainai screamed and quickly got up from the bed. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai caught a glimpse of the calendar hanging on the bed. October 6th. What are you doing? It's a rest day. Uchiha Mainai breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the cat food from the cupboard and poured it in the cat basin. Then, she sat down for breakfast and went to sit under the eaves alone. She looked at the cherry trees in the yard and ate them. For some reason, Uchiha Mainai would be absent-minded for a while after eating a few mouthfuls, as if she had dementia. Even Uchiha Mainai herself did not notice that the surroundings were quiet, as if there was no one around. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Uchiha Mainai suddenly woke up. She looked up at the sky, then packed up her things and went to the martial arts arena. Along the way, the voices of the clansmen could be heard from the courtyards on both sides of the road. However, they could only hear their voice but not their bodies. Uchiha Mainai did not think too much about it. At this time, everyone should eat at home. Uchiha Mainai unknowingly arrived at the martial arts practice field. She saw that Uchiha Tunan was sitting on the lawn, waving at her with a smile on his face. Tunan, Uchiha Mainai murmured. Her face was filled with a happy smile as she slowly walked over. Chapter 27 Between Illusion and Reality. As the sky gradually darkened, Uchiha and Mainai felt that she was not in a good state today. When they were under Uchiha Tunan's guidance, she would always make small trips from time to time. Mainai, if you are not feeling well, go back and rest early. Uchiha Tunan patted Uchiha Mainai on the shoulder, pulling her back from her absent-minded state. I'm sorry, Tunan. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Uchiha Mainai said apologetically. Then you go back first. I still have something to do. Uchiha Tunan rubbed Uchiha Mainai's hair lovingly. Uchiha Mainai nodded and walked back home weakly. However, when Uchiha Mainai reached home, she found that the cat had already died in the courtyard. There was also a note on the ground, which recorded the location of the waterfall. Uchiha Mainai, who was in an emotional state, opened her single magatama sharingan, threw the note on the ground, and ran out crazily. Deep in the night, Uchiha Mainai shuttled through the jungle and soon arrived not far from the waterfall. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai stopped and hid in the dark through the dense bushes. She saw Huga Chiryu come out of the water naked, walk behind Uchiha Tunan, and hugged him. Tunan, I like you. Uchiha Mainai, who was hiding in the dark, was furious. She gnashed her teeth and said, This bitch. Sorry Chiryu, I know you like me. But I have always regarded you as my sister. I actually have someone in my heart. Uchiha Tunan's firm voice came from the darkness. Who? Who do you like? I have always liked Mainai very much. My heart has been completely occupied by her. Hearing Uchiha Tunan decisively refuse Huga Chiryu, Uchiha Mainai's anger instantly dissipated, and a trace of sweetness could not help but rise in her heart. What's so good about her? How am I inferior to her? Tunan, don't go. You can do whatever you want to me. Huga Chiryu roared hysterically. Chiryu, please behave yourself. Uchiha Tunan struggled to pull Huga Chiryu's hand away and left without looking back. Only Huga Chiryu was left sitting on the ground and crying. After a full 10 minutes, Uchiha Menai quietly walked out of the woods and came behind Huga Chiryu. This bitch not only killed her cat, but also tried to seduce Tunan with her beauty. Kill her! Kill her! Uchiha Menai seemed to hear the devil's urging in her heart. She subconsciously raised the kunai in her hand. Huga Chiryu seemed to be too sad and did not notice the movement behind her at all. Swish! The kunai cut across Huga Chiryu's neck and cut off her head. Only then did Uchiha Menai react. She looked at the blood dripping on her hand in horror. I killed! What should I do? If other people know about this, I will be executed. Uchiha took a few steps back, feeling a deep sense of regret. Then she turned around and ran towards Konoha. After just 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, a trace of ferociousness flashing across her face. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The Yamanaka clan could search for the memories of the dead. Uchiha Menai turned around, her bright red sharingan staring at the head that rolled to the side, and her hands began to make a series of hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Menai, who had never released a fireball before, successfully released the fireball. The huge fireball hit the head, instantly burning Huga Chiryu's head. After doing all of this, Uchiha Menai no longer wanted to stay here for another second, and ran towards Konoha. However, at the intersection of the village, Uchiha Menai bumped into Uchiha Tunan, who was walking towards the village alone. Menai, why are you here? Uchiha Tunan asked with a puzzled face. Uchiha Menai forced a calm smile and said, I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Uchiha Tunan nodded and said without hesitation, It's so late. It's not safe for a girl like you. I'll send you back. After saying that, he directly held Uchiha Menai's hand and walked to the village. The two of them passed through several quiet streets and did not speak. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan opened his mouth and said, Menai, actually, I like you. Are you willing to date me? Tunan. Uchiha Menai was willing to agree. However, there was still a human life in her hands. At this moment, her heart was in a mess, and she was not in the mood to talk about love. Tunan, I have something to tell you. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Tunan in front of her with infatuation. Speak. Just now. I killed Huga Chiryu. It was so sudden. Do you think I will be executed by the village? The more Uchiha Menai spoke, the more emotional she became, and her eyes began to flicker with tears. Who? Uchiha Tunan was shocked and took a long time to catch his breath. Then he said seriously, as your boyfriend, I will definitely protect you. The investigation will definitely be carried out. Tomorrow, I will go to the Hokage and confess to him, begging him to be dealt with lightly. But... Calm down! Uchiha Tunan shouted, then took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone. Listen to me, you don't have to worry about this. Menai, I love you. Finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan kissed Uchiha Menai on the forehead, then used a hand knife to knock her out. In the room of Uchiha Menai, Uchiha Tunan's forehead was covered with sweat, and a trace of exhaustion flashed through his eyes. He closed his eyes, then withdrew his sharingan. Reaching out, he took out the note that Uchiha Menai was holding tightly in her hand and left the room. Arriving at the cat corpse in the courtyard, Uchiha Tunan placed the note next to the cat corpse and then put away the note that was originally on the ground. Everything was ready, and the scapegoat was also arranged. Uchiha Tunan left the place in a flash, like a ghost in the darkness, running home. When he found Uchiha Menai in the forest, Uchiha Tunan had already thought of a plan. First, let Uchiha Menai eat the mushroom that contained neurotoxins. This mushroom could make people lose their recent memories. Although Uchiha Tunan also ate it, Uchiha Tunan ate the green mushroom that had a detoxifying nature. In order to ensure that the neurotoxin could successfully erase Uchiha Menai's memories, Uchiha Tunan also used illusion techniques to continuously destroy Uchiha Menai's mental strength. This allowed the neurotoxin to be of the greatest use. The next step was to build an illusion for her, covering all the memories that Uchiha Mainai had experienced in the illusion. The last step was to exchange the evidence. Presumably, the higher-ups of Konoha would not send two professional people to investigate such a small matter with conclusive evidence. If there was a mistake, there would be a flaw. He could only hope that the Hokage would be able to protect himself. He had used up too many chakra and spiritual energy to construct the illusion for Uchiha Mainai. After returning home, Uchiha Tunan immediately fell asleep. Tomorrow, there would be a good show. Chapter 28: The Interrogation. The next day, it was just dawn. Uchiha Tunan struggled to get up. He had consumed too many chakra to cast the high-intensity illusion technique yesterday, and it was difficult to recover after sleeping for only a few hours. His body was still in a semi-weakened state. The first thing he did when he got up was to open the diary. During this period of time, there was nothing major. The diary was basically filled with water. The contents of the Will of Fire were written over and over again, and Uchiha Tunan was about to vomit. October 6th. Something big happened today. I thought about it for a long time but could not write. Chiryu asked me to meet at the waterfall in the forest at night, saying that she had something to tell me. But I did not expect that she would not wear clothes in front of me. She also wanted to be my woman. I ran away. I only regarded her as my sister, and I had long liked Mainai in my heart. I thought this matter would end here. But I didn't expect to meet Mainai on the way back to the village at night. Her expression was very strange, but I didn't notice it at first. I mustered the courage to confess to her and even kissed her. She did not refuse. I was so happy at that time that I felt that I was the happiest person in the world. But she told me that she killed Chiryu with her own hands. I didn't know what to do. According to the rules of the village, the behavior of Mainai should be executed. But I was reluctant. Only Mainai and I knew this secret. On one side is the village, and on the other is my lover. How should I choose? The handwriting of the diary was very messy and scrawled, and it suddenly stopped when it reached this point. Uchiha Tunan also specially left a few ink points in the blank space behind. Then he casually threw the pen on the open diary and left the room with a look of disappointment. After dilly-dallying on the road for more than 2 hours, Uchiha Tunan finally stood in front of the Hokage's building. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was leisurely leaning on a chair and smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, Sarutobi sat up straight. Then, Uchiha Tunan knocked on the door of the office. "Please come in." Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door and walked into the office. He looked at Sarutobi with a pale face and hesitated to speak. Then, he slowly lowered his head and remained silent. "Tunan, what happened?" Uchiha Tunan clenched his fists and suddenly knelt on the ground. Tears overflowed from his eyes, and he said with a sobbing tone, "Hokage-sama, I killed someone, please execute me." Sarutobi was shocked, and he came to Uchiha Tunan and said in a low voice, "Tunan, look up at me." Uchiha Tunan slowly raised his head and looked at Sarutobi for less than a second before shifting his gaze away. His eyes kept glancing around, looking extremely guilty. Sarutobi frowned, feeling a little uncertain. The most important thing now was to suppress this matter first. Sarutobi immediately called the Umbu over. "Bring Tunan to the interrogation department. Without my order, no one can interrogate him." Sarutobi ordered with a serious face. "Yes." The Umbu responded, grabbed Uchiha Tunan and left the office. Sarutobi felt that the matter was a bit tricky. Uchiha Tunan had shown value far beyond his peers, and he was also loyal to him. If he were to be executed like this, Sarutobi felt very reluctant. But killing in the village, no matter who killed, according to the rules, must be executed. If it really doesn't work, arrange him to the root, and then conceal his identity. It can also be regarded as saving his life. Sarutobi had already begun to consider the last way out. No, since he had decided to turn himself in, why was he so guilty? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and found something unusual. Guilt means he lied, then. "Umbu. Hokage-sama, Go to Tunan's house and bring him his diary. Yes. More than 10 minutes later, the Umbu brought Tunan's diary to Sarutobi. Sarutobi quickly flipped to the last few days. Sure enough, this child actually started dating without a word. On one side was the village, and on the other was his girlfriend, so you chose to make yourself a scapegoat? Sarutobi closed the diary and handed it to the Umbu. Return the diary and bring Uchiha Menai to the interrogation department. Yes, Hokage-sama. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi walked towards the interrogation department with his hands behind his back. Konoha's interrogation department was built underground, and there were special ninjas guarding it everywhere. Hokage-sama. Ryo Yamanaka, the commander of Konoha's interrogation team, also greeted Sarutobi at the door. The two of them talked as they walked towards the interrogation room. Ryo, is Tunan still not being interrogated? Yes, do you want to interrogate him personally? No need, I'll just listen. The latest intelligence shows that the murderer is Uchiha Menai, and she is also Tunan's little girlfriend. Sarutobi gave a meaningful reminder. Well, I understand. There was a small room next to the interrogation room. There was a one-sided mirror between the interrogation room, and Yuan Fizan was sitting in this room, quietly watching the situation in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Ryo walked into the interrogation room with a cold face. He saw Uchiha Tunan sitting on the chair in a daze, not even raising his head. Ryo coughed lightly and began interrogating him. Uchiha Tunan, I understand your situation, but there are still a few questions I want to ask you. Uchiha Tunan said with a look of despair, Say it, I will confess. What do you mean you will confess? The veins on Ryo's forehead bulged. If not for the fact that Sarutobi was watching next door, he would have punched Uchiha Tunan first. Taking a deep breath, Ryo also opened the book, picked up the pen, and quickly wrote while asking questions. What is your relationship with the deceased? Classmate. Where was the last time you met? Under the waterfall on the east side of the Hokage Rock. What was she doing at that time? She was bathing. What was your motive for killing her? Motive? Uchiha Tunan was stunned when he heard this. That's why I wanted to kill her. Perhaps it was because he asked too quickly, but it seemed like Uchiha Tunan hadn't thought of how to answer at all. His eyes kept moving to the left, and he said hesitantly. Because she likes me. Ryo slammed his pen on the book and shouted, Do you think it's reasonable? But I don't like her. Uchiha Tunan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. She didn't wear clothes in front of me and even hugged me. I was very confused, so Do you know the consequences of taking the blame for others? Ryo's tone was completely cold. He crossed his arms over his chest and gave up the idea of taking the statement. At this point, he had basically confirmed that Uchiha Tunan was not the murderer. There was no point in taking notes. I didn't take the blame for others. I really didn't. I didn't. Please believe me. Uchiha Tunan shed tears and kept begging towards Ryo Yamanaka. Ryo Yamanaka also sneered and said in a low voice, Well, one last question. How did you kill her? The moment the question came out, Uchiha Tunan immediately fell silent. He could only lower his head deeply and gasp for breath. After a full 10 seconds, he raised his head and said with an uncertain tone, I can't remember it clearly. I think she was killed by kunai. To be specific, where is the location of the cut? Is it 2 centimeters above the left side of the heart? Ryo Yamanaka also slammed his fingers on the table, as if reminding Uchiha Tunan. Yes. It's there. Uchiha Tunan widened his eyes and said in an extremely confident tone. However, when Ryo heard Uchiha Tunan admit it, he immediately started to pack up his notebook and pen, not even bothering to look at Uchiha Tunan. Enough, we're done here. The deceased had her head cut off by someone and burned his head with a fireball. Uchiha Tunan, you have to be punished for obstructing official duties. In front of the interrogation department, you still want to take the blame for others. Stupid. After saying that, Ryo left the interrogation room without looking back and went to the next room. Chapter 29, Confession. Hokage-sama, you heard it too. Hey, did you manage to catch Uchiha Menai? Before you came to the interrogation room, she was already locked in the interrogation room. Are you going to start the interrogation now? Let's go. The two of them left the room and went to the room next door where Uchiha Menai was imprisoned. At this time, Uchiha Menai sat on the chair, her face full of fear and restlessness. Bang! Ryo Yamanaka also walked into the interrogation room and sat in front of Uchiha Menai expressionlessly. He began to interrogate her. Tell me the details of yesterday's event. If you confess, you may be able to get a light punishment. You should know that Uchiha Tunan wanted to take the blame for you today, but his lies were too clumsy and I saw through them. If you don't confess, then I can only do things according to the law and put him to death. Ryo Yamanaka also made a small lie in order to give Uchiha Menai pressure. Tunan, does he want to die for me? No, I don't want to do this. I was the one who killed her. It has nothing to do with Tunan. Obviously, Uchiha Menai was not so complicated. When she heard what Ryo Yamanaka said, she was becoming more and more nervous. Why did you kill Huga Chiryu? I'm sorry. I was impulsive. Answer my question. Why did you kill Huga Chiryu? She killed my pet cat first and seduced Tunan with her naked body. I was too angry at that time. Your pet? Yes, it was the cat Tunan gave me. It is also the first gift he gave me. Ryo Yamanaka also quickly wrote down the motive of the crime in the notebook. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Very good. Let's start from yesterday. Don't miss anything. You can't hide it from me. Yesterday. Soon, Uchiha Menai told him what happened in her memory. Ryo Yamanaka also frowned and said in a low voice, We're done here. Yes. Uchiha Menai nodded, her eyes was full of despair. Tunan, thank you for your kindness. But I will bear the responsibility of my own actions. Ryo also left the interrogation room with the statement and came to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, according to the confession of Uchiha Menai, she really killed Huga Chiryu. This is the statement, please check it. Sarutobi took the statement and carefully looked at it. The motive, process, and the description of the crime scene were exactly the same. Well, there should be no mistake. Ryo hesitated for a moment, but still voiced out the doubts in his heart. But I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head in confusion. I don't know. I can't say for sure. It's just my intuition. She killed her classmates. According to the rules of the village, she will be executed anyway, so if you still have a doubt you can check her memory. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ryo Yamanaka also responded, and was about to order someone to check Uchiha Menai's memory. Wait a moment. I'll go talk to Tunan first and ask for his opinion. Yes. This time, Hiruzen Sarutobi also saw Uchiha Tunan's position in his heart. Asking for his opinion. Could it be that Uchiha Tunan said that he wouldn't let us check his memories? Or, as long as Uchiha Tunan insisted on pleading, would the Hokage protect a death sentence for him? Hiss. A little kid from Uchiha's clan actually had such a heavy weight. In the interrogation room, Uchiha Tunan had his hands in his hair, and he looked depressed and dispirited. Tunan. Sarutobi quietly walked into the interrogation room, came to Uchiha Tunan's side, and gently patted his shoulder. Uchiha Tunan raised his head and looked at the kind Sarutobi in front of him, as if he had seen his family, and his eyes flashed with tears. He hugged Sarutobi and cried. Hokage-sama, The corners of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth curved up slightly. He sighed and said, Child, I know what you are thinking, but there are some things that we cannot change. Menai has confessed. According to the rules of the village, she must be executed. This way, we can give the villagers and the Huga clan an explanation. Uchiha Tunan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in disbelief and said, Will I die? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer directly. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. After all, the deceased is from the Huga clan, not your Uchiha's internal affairs. No one can be biased. Tunan, I hope you can understand. Hiruzen Sarutobi already had a plan in his heart. If Uchiha Tunan insisted on protecting Uchiha Mainai, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only use other methods to secretly protect Uchiha Mainai. In this way, Uchiha Tunan would definitely be grateful and work wholeheartedly for him. However, this method would sacrifice many benefits and would affect his authority to a certain extent. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan stopped crying and slowly stood up. He wiped his tears and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, I know, governing the village is the foundation of the village. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I was foolish before. Please forgive my selfishness. After that, he put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply to Sarutobi. It seems that the village and I have a much higher position in his heart than that little girl. Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly happy in his heart. It was naturally great that he could solve this matter without using special methods. Moreover, with the death of Uchiha Mainai, Uchiha Tunan completely lost his family and love. At that time, he would be his only sole lodging. Very good, very perfect. It's fine. After all, you are still young and not mature enough. I hope that you won't be dissatisfied with the village because of Mainai. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and shook his head firmly. No, it's her own fault. No one else can blame her. I'm not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Sarutobi nodded and said, because it concerns life, and she is about to be executed, the interrogation department needs to check her memory. Uchiha Tunan's heart sank, and he knew that things were not good. On the surface, he said with a pained expression, will it affect her body? Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, but he still answered honestly. The longer the investigation were carried out, then the chance of it affecting her mentality would also be bigger. Fortunately, it hasn't been too long since the case. I only need to investigate yesterday's memories. There shouldn't be any problems. However, this process might be a little painful. Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes sadly and said in a hoarse voice, she must be very scared right now. As her boyfriend, I want to accompany her. If something happens during the investigation, I can remedy it in time. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally would not refuse such a simple request. He immediately nodded and said, okay. Chapter 30 Memories Don't Lie. Hiruzen Sarutobi led Uchiha Tunan out of the interrogation room and instructed Ryo Yamanaka. When you check your memories later, let Tunan watch from the side. I still have something to do. I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. Hokage-sama, sorry to trouble you. Sarutobi gently patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder and sighed, it's no big deal. After watching Sarutobi leave, Ryo Yamanaka glanced at Uchiha Tunan and said, let's go. Uchiha Tunan nodded and followed Ryo to the depths of the interrogation department. The two came out of the interrogation room, and the two guards bowed and said, Lord Ryo. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at Uchiha Tunan and said, well, let this little guy go in and watch. If there is anything, let me know. Yes. Uchiha Tunan walked into the interrogation room alone and saw that there were all kinds of medical equipment and unknown drugs everywhere. In the middle was an iron bed with an incandescent lamp hanging above it. Uchiha Mainai was lying on the iron bed. Her hands, feet, and neck were fixed by metal rings, and her eyes were also covered. Her breathing was gentle and even, and she should be asleep. Two ninjas in the room who were responsible for the memory check were preparing. A man named Shunkawa Yamanaka sits in a chair and sorting out papers. The other is Ryoki Yamanaka, who is drawing blue potion from the syringe. Sit here. Don't talk or move around. Shunkawa Yamanaka tidied up the documents and pointed to the chair next to him without raising his head. Uchiha Tunan sat on the chair with a silent face. Is the tranquilizer ready? This little girl is young. Don't exceed the quantity. Shunkawa Yamanaka in the mountain arranged the documents and reminded Ryoki. Ryoki nodded silently and came to Uchiha Mainai. He inserted the syringe into her blood vessels and pushed the medicine into her. I can start now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryoki reached out his hands and pressed them between Uchiha Mainai's eyebrows, beginning to search her memories. Suddenly, Uchiha Mainai's entire body shook, as if she was struck by lightning. Her mouth let out a whoosh sound, as if she was enduring unbearable torture. With a cold expression on his face, Ryoki closed his eyes and began to narrate. I saw it. It's October 6th. Next to Uchiha Tunan, Shunkawa began to quickly record it in his notebook. Get up, feed the cat, and make breakfast. She is, in a daze in the yard. Uchiha Tunan looked at all this with a distressed face, but his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there were still flaws in the illusion for a long time. How long did she in a daze? It's already past noon. It's afternoon. She packed her things and went out. Uchiha Tunan maintained a distressed expression on his face, but he was constantly calculating in his heart. From the chakra fluctuation of this interrogator ninja, they should be a Chunin. The other should be the same. If I cast an illusion on the two of them. No, it's too risky. Let's look again. When she arrived at the martial arts arena, she met a person called Uchiha Tunan. She was sparring with me last night. Uchiha Tunan interrupted abruptly. Shunkawa's face turned cold as he roared in a low voice, Don't talk. I'm sorry. Uchiha Tunan lowered her head, but there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. Her mental state is very poor. She is constantly absent-minded during the training. She will be home in about an hour. She found that the cat she raised was dead. There was also a note beside the cat's body. It said. Shunkawa nodded as he recorded it. It was obvious that the contents of her memories matched the evidence she had found. It was solid. She went to the waterfall and hid in the grass. She saw Uchiha Tunan and a girl. The girl was called Huga Chiryu and was expressing her love for Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan refused and left. She came out. She cut off the girl's head and burned her head with a fireball. On the iron bed, Uchiha Mainai seemed to have epilepsy. Her body convulsed and white foam overflowed from her mouth. Enough. She can't take it anymore. Don't torture her anymore. Uchiha Tunan shouted loudly, affecting Ryo's concentration. The release of his ninjutsu was interrupted. Beside him, Shunkawa looked at Uchiha Tunan with a gloomy face and said coldly, Uchiha Tunan, right? Do you know the consequences of hindering interrogation? If you do this again, please leave. Otherwise, I cannot fulfill my duty as an interrogator. After saying this, he turned to Ryoki and said, Continue, and look at the memories of the day before later. No, kill me, kill me. Because the casting was interrupted, Uchiha Mainai finally regained her ability to speak and kept wailing. Ryoki ignored Uchiha Tunan and Mainai's pleas. After all, he had seen too many such scenes. As long as he continued to cast the spell later, the convenient person would not let out an annoying howl. He immediately placed his hands between Uchiha Mainai's eyebrows. When he heard that Shunkawa had requested to investigate the memories from the day before, a cold light flashed in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. In the next instant, the magatama in Uchiha Tunan's eyes moved. He directly took out kunai, turned into a black shadow, and leaped towards Uchiha Mainai. Little brat, I have tolerated you for a long time. The two ninjas from the Yamanaka clan reacted very quickly, and they subconsciously paid attention to Uchiha Tunan, whose emotions were fluctuating violently. They immediately attacked Uchiha Tunan one after another, ready to subdue him. Bang! Bang! Uchiha Tunan was punched in the abdomen by Ryo Yamanaka, and his vest was kicked by Shunkawa. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Mainai! Uchiha Tunan's eyes were unfocused, and he raised his hand towards Uchiha Mainai, who was on the iron bed. This person might have some special identity, so he won't get into trouble, right? Ryoki frowned. Obstructing official business and causing trouble to the Hokage-sama is also reasonable. With that, he grabbed Uchiha Tunan's hair and dragged her to the door. The door of the interrogation room was opened, and the two guards outside looked at Shunkawa in surprise. "Shunkawa, what are you doing? Put him down." Junchuan was stunned when he heard that. He asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Then he subconsciously looked down. This was Ryoki! Where is that little brat? He saw that the person Shunkawa was dragging was not Uchiha Tunan, but his companion, Ryoki. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, Ryoki was still in deep thought. He seemed to still be worried about whether Uchiha Tunan had a strong background or not. Shunkawa quickly put Yamanaka Ryoki down. The three of them looked at each other and turned their heads. Shit! In the interrogation room, the incandescent light shone on the iron bed in the middle. Uchiha Tunan's figure poked out from the dark, his face pale and his eyes sparkling with jade. She gently stroked Uchiha Mainai's hair with one hand and aimed kunai at Uchiha Mainai's heart with the other. "Tunan," Uchiha Mainai murmured. The illusion in her mind began to fail and her memories recovered a little. An incomplete picture flashed through her mind. Then it was fixed on the scene of Uchiha Tunan using an illusion on her. At this moment, Uchiha Mainai understood everything. She immediately used all her strength to struggle. However, her limbs and neck were locked in a metal ring, and she could not move at all. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan showed a sad look on his face and said in a hoarse voice, "Mainai, it's all right. It won't hurt anymore." However, Uchiha Tunan's voice was as terrifying as the whispers of a demon in hell in Uchiha's ears. She immediately cried out in fear. "Someone please save me!" Chapter 31 Hidden Crisis. Stop! Pusei. A kunai fiercely stabbed into the heart of Uchiha Mainai. In the next moment, the two guardian ninjas arrived beside Uchiha Tunan and placed the two kunai on his neck. Damn it! Shunkawa stood in front of the iron bed, his face extremely ugly. He roared at Ryoki, who was staggering up at the door. "Hurry up and inform Lord Ryo." Ryoki had just woken up from the illusion, and he still did not know what had happened. After being stunned for a while, he immediately ran out. Hee. At this time, Uchiha Tunan smiled sadly, and 2 lines of blood tears flowed out of his eyes. Ignoring the bitterness that was hanging around his neck, he moved his head to Uchiha Mainai's forehead and kissed her gently. "Mainai, I love you." At this moment, Ryo, who had heard the news, also came in. Looking at the scene in the interrogation room, he was slightly stunned and said, "What happened?" Shunkawa hurriedly said, reporting to Lord Ryo, "The matter is like this." After listening to Yamanaka Shunkawa's report, Yamanaka Ryo was also silent for a moment. He looked at the grief-stricken Uchiha Tunan and said in a low voice, "Record your memories to me, all of you can leave." "Yes." Uchiha Tunan did not pay attention to Yamada, who came in and fumbled to untie the metal ring that bound Uchiha Mainai. Only the blindfold was not removed. Then he picked up Uchiha Mainai's body and walked out with a blank face. Ryo subconsciously wanted to stop him. However, he retracted his hand halfway inside. "You can go." Uchiha Tunan looked at Ryo with a pale face and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan staggered away. For some reason, looking at Uchiha Tunan's back gave him a sad feeling. You can already use the sharingan proficiently? Even 2 Chunin can't stop you. This talent. Ryo Yamanaka narrowed his eyes and looked at the record in his hand. Let the Hokage make the decision. After leaving the interrogation department, Uchiha Tunan did not go straight to the graveyard, nor did he go to the clan. Instead, they chose to take a detour and walk through the bustling street of Konoha village. How could there be no audience in this kind of scene? Along the way, the people around them were pointing at them. The people of the garrison wanted to go forward and ask, but they were stopped by the umbu sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Where is he going? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi stared at the crystal ball in front of him and muttered. Now, Uchiha Tunan's situation was very bad in his eyes. Sarutobi counted. In these short 3 months, Uchiha Tunan had lost his clan brother, parents, classmates, and girlfriend. Kinship, friendship, and love were all left behind. Any child of the same age would definitely turn black. Even if they didn't turn black, they would probably be dispirited. It's hard to handle. Why didn't I think of it before? I should have protected that girl. Tunan, I hope you won't let me down. Uchiha Tunan carried Uchiha Mainai's body and sat down on the swing outside the ninja school. In the dark, several members of the Umbu were watching from all directions. Mainai, this is the place where we first met. Without you, I don't plan to stay here anymore. After this semester ends, I will apply to graduate early. Take a look. Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand and gently opened a gap in Uchiha Mainai's blindfold. Under the blindfold, Uchiha Mainai's beautiful eyes widened in fear. If you don't die in peace, then don't look, lest you scare others. Uchiha Tunan pretended to sob, took back his hand that was holding the blindfold, and wiped the tears in his eyes. Then, he carried Uchiha Mainai's corpse to the cemetery for burial. After the burial, Uchiha Tunan knelt in the cemetery for a night. Perhaps because Hiruzen Sarutobi had secretly given the order, no one came to disturb him during this period. After all, this was the time when Uchiha Tunan was the weakest and needed the most comfort. It was also the most suitable time to take advantage of this opportunity. How could he leave such a great opportunity to others? Therefore, when the sky was slightly bright, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived behind Uchiha Tunan. Tunan, cheer up. Mainai definitely does not want to see you like this. When Uchiha Tunan heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice, he turned and stood up. He pursed his lips and forced a smile. Yes, Mainai said that he likes mature and steady people. I can't cry. I can't cry. As he spoke, the tears in Uchiha Tunan's eyes rolled uncontrollably. He could only wipe them with his hands. While wiping, he explained. The dust went inside my eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at this scene and sighed. He reached out to stroke Uchiha Tunan's hair and said, Ah, you have experienced too much and lost too much during this period. But you still have the village and me. There are still many people who care about you. You are still young. The village will protect you, and I will protect you. When you grow up, you will have to protect the village. Uchiha Tunan was stunned when he heard this. He stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi with sparkling eyes and said in a daze, Hokage-sama. Tunan. Hokage-sama, woo. Finally unable to control his emotions, Uchiha Tunan hugged Sarutobi and buried his head in his arms. He looked like a child who had been wronged outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked down at Uchiha Tunan, who was sobbing in his arms. His eyes narrowed slightly, but no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan, who was pretending to be sad, was also thinking. Was it so difficult to get the approval of this old man? It seemed that up until now, other than his parents, the other children who were recognized were all inexperienced children. This system did not give a progress bar, it was really a headache. Just like this, a short while passed. The red sun in the sky gently jumped and rose from behind the flaming rock. The golden sun sprinkled on the two of them, accompanied by the fluttering green leaves. The scene looked so harmonious and natural. Uchiha Tunan saw that it was about time. He left the embrace of Hiruzen Sarutobi, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Hokage-sama, thank you. I will cheer up again and protect our village. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw that Uchiha Tunan was no longer sad, and his heart was relieved. He immediately showed a kind and warm smile and said, Can you go to school on time tomorrow? Do you need me to approve your leave? I have no problem with that. Has there been any difficulties in life recently? The two of them chatted like this as they left the cemetery. They walked together to the intersection of the commercial street before they parted ways. What happened yesterday had now become the gossip that the villagers talked about. On Uchiha Tunan's way home, the people around him were talking mysteriously and occasionally pointed at Uchiha Tunan. As the person involved, Uchiha Tunan naturally had no objection to this scene. Anyway, in this matter, he was innocent and sad. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he regained his calm. Right in front of him, a pale-faced man with long hair and waist was walking towards Uchiha Tunan. Look, look, one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru-sama. 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 The surrounding passers-by discussed and looked at him with reverence. Orochimaru calmly nodded to the passerby who greeted him. It had only been a few years since the end of the second battle, and the three were the pride of Konoha. When Orochimaru walked to Uchiha Tunan, he asked. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees, and his eyes also revealed a look of reverence. He bowed to Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru did not pay special attention to Uchiha Tunan and just nodded like he did to others. The two brushed past each other. However, just after Orochimaru walked for a short distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. His intuition told him that someone was spying on him. He immediately stopped and turned around to look. He saw nothing strange on the vast street. Was it an illusion? Orochimaru glanced around again, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he turned and left. Just after Orochimaru left the street, Uchiha Tunan took off his cap. Just a moment ago, when the two of them passed by each other, Uchiha Tunan felt a special and familiar chakra leak. He quietly observed with his eyes. In Orochimaru's ninja bag, there was a sealed test tube, which was soaked with a pair of sharingan. Has it started? Looks like I have to be careful. I don't think he will provoke me. Little guy, you look very handsome wearing this hat. Thank you, but I'm afraid I don't have money to buy it. Uchiha Tunan smiled at the shop owner and put the cap back on the shelf. Chapter 32 Applying for Graduation. Returning home, Uchiha Tunan opened the diary and began to write the sad diary. Although his hands were constantly writing, his mind was filled with the soaked sharingan. After writing, he went under the eaves and sat down, staring at the Uchiha clansmen who occasionally passed by the door in a daze. Now the Uchiha clansmen had returned to Konoha. In other words, if Orochimaru wanted to get the sharingan from his experiments, he could only start from the village. He had 3 magatama, and he was still at the edge of the clan, so he was a very convenient target. The war is completely over. It really makes people feel uneasy. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rejected the Great Elder. Uchiha Tunan rubbed his temples. Previously, when he had awakened the 3 magatama, the Great Elder had planned to let Uchiha Tunan move to the heart of the clan. However, at that time, Uchiha Tunan had already stood on the side of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Furthermore, he had so many secrets, so he rejected the Great Elder. I can only rely on myself. Uchiha Tunan muttered. After sizing up the layout of the courtyard, he got up and headed to the storage room. One must not have the heart to harm others, and one must have the heart to guard against others. Uchiha Tunan had always adhered to the principle of if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will become a prisoner. Now, he could only take a little more precautions. The following days were peaceful. Uchiha Tunan did not intend to cause any more trouble. Because the graduation season was coming. What? Tunan-kun, are you and Kakashi preparing to apply for an early graduation? Obito looked at Uchiha Tunan in surprise. Uchiha Tunan nodded humbly, not too sure, but I want to try. When Might Guy heard the conversation between Obito and Uchiha Tunan, he directly rushed to Kakashi and said excitedly, Kakashi, are you really going to apply for an early graduation? Kakashi nodded indifferently. Might Guy immediately clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to be burning with passion. As expected of the enemy of my life. Since you want to graduate early, I will go with you and compete to see who can graduate. The loser runs 500 laps around the playground. Everyone in the classroom heard the loud roar of Might Guy. He saw a large group of girls rushing over with stars in their eyes. Is Kakashi going to graduate early? Is Tunan-kun also going to graduate early? Tunan-kun is so great. He is already confident of graduating early. I can't even use ninjutsu. Tunan-kun already has the strength of Jinin. Tunan-kun is the most powerful. Kakashi is the most powerful. Tunan-kun. Kakashi. Uchiha Tunan and Kakashi were surrounded by a bunch of girls. The two sides began to fight. Obito looked at Rin, who was surrounding Kakashi, with an unhappy face. He slammed the table and announced loudly, "I have decided. I also want to apply for an early graduation. I am the future Hokage, how can I fall behind?" However, what he got in return was a group of girls rolling their eyes at him. Only Rin reminded him out of goodwill. "Obito, if you want to apply for an early graduation, you must be proficient in the three-body technique, and your usual grades must be A." "Nanny? Three-body techniques?" Obito and Might Guy covered their faces with their hands at the same time, looking as if they had just eaten something big. Might Guy was the first to react, and said to Kakashi with tears in his eyes, "Damn it, as expected of Kakashi. This time, you won." At this time, Naoto Umino walked into the classroom. He coughed heavily. Everyone returned to their seats as fast as they could. Naoto Umino placed his hands on the desk and announced, "Everyone, be quiet. Tomorrow is the final exam. I hope you can perform to your best." In addition, Tunan and Kakashi both applied to graduate early. Your exam location is in the third grade classroom. Remember not to be late. You can go home early today. You guys have a good rest. Burn your youth. Just as Naoto Umino left, Might Guy took the lead and rushed out of the classroom. Looking at him, he should be ready to fulfill his promise and run 500 laps around the playground. "Kakashi, you can do it. Tunan-kun, goodbye." When everyone had left, Kakashi stood up and came to Uchiha Tunan, handing over a scroll. "Take it. Everything is inside." Uchiha Tunan smiled and took the scroll. There were all good things inside, which could greatly increase Uchiha Tunan's sense of security. "Thank you, Kakashi. How much is it?" Uchiha Tunan took out his wallet and started counting the money. Kakashi held his head with both hands and said lazily, "No need." Uchiha Tunan immediately put on a serious face and said solemnly, "Kakashi, do you think I'm a friend? Why are you asking this?" Kakashi blushed and turned his head to the other side. "If you think I'm a friend, please accept this money. Friends help each other in times of crisis, not ask for more. Even if these things are not important to you." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan stuffed a stack of money into Kakashi's hand. Kakashi looked down at the thick money in his hand and was stunned. "If you don't accept it, I will feel uneasy. If anything happens in the future, I will be sorry to trouble you." "Trouble?" Kakashi casually put the money into his pocket and said in a seemingly casual tone, "Do you want to go to my house?" There was a hint of seduction in his words. When Uchiha Tunan saw that Kakashi had accepted the money, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "No, I have to have a good rest today. Back home." Uchiha Tunan closed the courtyard door. Then, he opened the scroll in the room. After making a few seals, he reached out and patted the scroll. Release. A puff of white smoke rose, and the things sealed in the scroll appeared before his eyes. Uchiha Tunan began to count them one by one. 5 anti-explosion talismans, 4 Fuma shuriken, 2 barrels of burning oil, 2 barrels of chakra metal, and a barrel of condensed cement. These things didn't look like much, but they were expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. This was especially true for the anti-explosion talismans and chakra metal. It was estimated that the middle ninja could afford it, but he had to carry out many missions to accumulate enough. The pension money that his parents had given him when they died was also taken out by half. And most of these things are controlled products, and only ninjas can buy them. Of course, if Uchiha Tunan really wanted to buy it himself, he could also buy it from the clan. However, Uchiha Tunan was afraid that it would cause a misunderstanding and affect the relationship between the two. Fortunately, Uchiha Tunan still had a brother like Kakashi. Presumably, all of these things were bought by Kakashi on behalf of Tsukumo. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Kakashi directly took them out from his home. Uchiha Tunan began to connect the chakra metal wires to the sword in the Fuma shuriken and several kunai. After connecting, he sealed the Fuma shuriken and the kunai into the storage scroll. After the sky darkened outside, Uchiha Tunan moved the rest of the things into the courtyard. At the same time, The hidden white pigeons around the house simultaneously activated their sharingan to prevent the situation in the courtyard from being discovered by people with ulterior motives. Chapter 33 Graduation Exam. The next day, Uchiha Tunan, who was busy until the middle of the night, woke up early. After a simple wash, he changed into a brand new shirt, put on a ninja bag, and went to the ninja school. Today was the final exam and also the graduation day. There was a large group of parents gathered outside the ninja school. When Uchiha Tunan arrived at the school gate, the group of parents began to quietly talk about it. That is the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tunan. I heard from my child that he applied for an early graduation with another genius, Kakashi. This little guy seems to be only in the second year. No! This Uchiha Tunan and Kakashi are only in the first year. Why are the children of other people so fierce? I heard that this Uchiha Tunan was too sad when his parents died and awakened the sharingan. When I think about my child, I want to jump into the river with his mother and let him wake up. This little guy looks gentle and doesn't seem to be very powerful. A while ago, it seemed that he was the one who wandered around with a little girl's body. So it's him. I heard that the little girl is his girlfriend. Children nowadays are in love so early. No, I have to teach my child well. At least in the 3rd grade, they can fall in love. What is there to care about? Your child is a girl. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan came to the back of the two parents who were discussing and said politely, "Please give way, can I? Little fellow, go in quickly. You have to work hard." "Thank you, uncle." When Uchiha Tunan walked into the school, the head of the family looked at Uchiha Tunan's back and touched his chin. Actually, if my child can fall in love with this little fellow, it's okay to think about it. Uchiha Tunan walked all the way to the graduate exam grounds. Pushing open the door of the examination room, he saw about 50 to 60 graduates sitting in the examination room. It was still early, and most of the people had obviously not arrived yet. Even Kakashi, who had always arrived early, had not yet arrived. With a gentle smile on his face, Uchiha Tunan nodded to the graduates in the classroom. Then, under the arrangement of the supervising teachers, they sat down in their seats. After a full half an hour, the following graduates came to the examination room one after another. Is that white-haired kid and that bespectacled kid the first-year freshmen who applied to graduate early this year? Yes, don't underestimate them. I usually sit by the window and watch the actual combat drill of other grades. These two brats are ridiculously strong. Silence. The supervising teacher said seriously. Next, distribute the test papers. Don't whisper to each other. If someone is caught cheating by me, the result will be directly 0. Soon, the test paper was distributed to everyone. Uchiha Tunan took a look, and the content of the test paper was very simple. It could be said that it was so simple that Naruto could pass, and it was all a choice question. It seemed that the theoretical knowledge learned in the school only played a role in Shunan's exam. Uchiha Tunan shook his head, picked up the pen and quickly wrote the answer on the exam paper. Question: how did chakra come about? A. It came from nothing. B. It was produced by digesting food. C. The combination of body energy and spiritual energy. The 3 choices were right to choose C or the longest if you didn't understand. Question: what can a clone cast by a clone do? A. Help me do my homework. B. Tickle yourself. C. Walk. There were 20 silly multiple-choice questions in a row, and it was just right that all 12 questions were chosen to be C. As long as they chose C, they would be able to pass. At this time, most of the people had already finished their exam papers and were sitting in their seats. After about half an hour, the supervising teachers began to put away their exam papers one by one. At this time, Naoto Umino seemed to have finished supervising the first year's final exam and came to the graduation exam hall to help with the exam. As soon as he entered, he gave Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan an encouraging look. Uchiha Tunan nodded with a smile on his face. The supervising teacher put the test paper down, then stood up and announced, "Next is the ninjutsu test. This year's topic is the body substitution technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom was filled with complaints and clamoring. Nanny! Why is it the most difficult body substitution technique to form seals? I can't even remember the seal of body substitution. I do know how to seal, but I failed 9 out of 10 times. Last year's graduates only got the simplest transformation technique. Damn it. Yesterday, teacher vowed that this year's graduation bet was a clone technique. In the face of the scene, the veins on the supervising teacher's forehead bulged. He slapped the desk heavily and shouted, "Shut up. If you speak again, get out." Instantly, the examination room was silent. Seeing that there was no more words, the supervising teacher continued. In addition, there are 2 people who have applied to graduate early this year. Because the content of the exam was different from the rest, it was the priority to take the exam. Then he nodded to Naoto Umino beside him. Naoto Umino understood and said in a clear voice, "Kakashi." Everyone's gaze shifted to Kakashi. They saw that Kakashi looked listless as he lazily walked to the front of the podium. Naoto Umino awkwardly smiled at the supervising teacher beside him. Then, he coughed lightly and said, "Kakashi, be serious. Come and perform all 3 of your body substitution arts once." Hearing this, Kakashi stretched out his hands. His hands seemed to have disappeared, making it impossible to see the trajectory of the hand seals. Even the white smoke did not rise, and another Kakashi appeared beside him. In the next moment, Kakashi, who was standing in place, turned into Uchiha Tunan, and the clone began to walk out of the classroom. "There is also a substitution technique," Naoto Umino prompted. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a bang. Kakashi, who was standing in place, instantly turned into a substitute. "You can go now." They saw that Kakashi, who everyone thought was a clone, was standing at the door with one hand pulling the doorknob. The supervising teacher said with a look of appreciation, "Not bad. Not only are you proficient in the 3 techniques, you can also combine them and use them. 3 days later, this classroom will receive a ninja forehead guard and get to know your teacher." After saying that, he recorded Kakashi's exam results in his notebook. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, pushed open the door and walked out. Amazing. This Kakashi is so powerful. Is the genius of the other Uchiha clan even more powerful? I heard that this person has awakened his sharingan. At this time, Naoto Umino also looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting in his seat, and said loudly, "Next, Uchiha Tunan." Uchiha Tunan walked to the front, bowed to the 2 teachers, and then made a no sign. A white smoke rose, and Uchiha Tunan became Naoto Umino. After removing the transformation technique, Uchiha Tunan began to release the avatar technique again. 2 identical Uchiha Tunan appeared in front of everyone. I feel like I can't compare to the white-haired one just now. That's right. I thought he was more powerful. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem like much. Although he is a little stronger than me. Uchiha Tunan slowly and rhythmically completed the seal. His body turned into a ball of white smoke and a piece of substitute which fell to the ground. His figure appeared at the side. "Teacher, is it done?" Uchiha Tunan looked at the supervising teacher with a humble face. Uchiha Tunan's performance was a little mediocre. The supervising teacher just nodded lightly and casually evaluated a good score in the book. "Not bad, but you are still not very skilled. You need to practice more in the future. You pass. Come back in 3 days." Uchiha Tunan did not care about the difference between the supervising teacher and bowed with his hands on his knees. "Thank you, teacher." Naoto Umino naturally knew that Uchiha Tunan's understanding of the 3 techniques was no less than Kakashi's. On the contrary, he had a better impression of Uchiha Tunan's simple performance. Looking at the polite Uchiha Tunan, Naoto Umino smiled in his heart and said, "This is the result of your own hard work. Go back and have a good rest." Uchiha Tunan nodded and turned to walk out of the examination room. The supervising teacher took advantage of the free time to arrange the information and whispered to Naoto Umino, "You have taught 2 good students. You have only been in school for a year and graduated. It's really enviable. A surge of joy rose in Naoto Umino's heart. He scratched his head in joy and said, "Not bad, not bad." Ding! Obtained the recognition of Naoto Umino. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had just arrived at the entrance of the examination room. When he heard the system's prompt, he immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed and his lips curled up. He turned around and looked at Naoto Umino. Naoto Umino, who was scratching his head, suddenly frowned and felt a chill run up his spine. What was going on? Naoto Umino subconsciously raised his head and scanned the students in the examination room. Finally, he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Tunan, who was looking back with a smile at the door. For some reason, Naoto Umino felt that Uchiha Tunan's smile was creepy. He immediately swallowed his saliva and asked doubtfully, "Tunan, is there anything else?" Uchiha Tunan's smile became even more brilliant, removing the chill from Naoto Umino's body. "Teacher Umino, I will soon become a genin. You have to work hard, don't let me catch up," Uchiha Tunan said in a teasing tone, then turned and left. Naoto Umino smiled and instantly forgot all about the strange feeling. This kid also encouraged the teacher in turn. The supervising teacher pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I think what he said is true. With his talent, he will probably be Chunin like you in a few years." Naoto Umino was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, he agreed with the supervising teacher. To be surpassed by his own student? Thinking about it, he was quite happy. However, if he was overtaken too quickly, he would be looked down upon by the students. Just wait and see. Before you and Kakashi become Chunin, I must promote to Jounin. Little did he know, Tunan had already killed Chunin. Chapter 34 Distribution of Personnel. After the exam, the list of graduates and results were sent to the Hokage's office. Next, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura and Koharu, the two Hokage consultants, decided to divide the team and the lead teacher of each team. The weak team was usually led by Chunin. Only a team with great potential would be qualified to be led by teacher Jounin. Hamura took a stack of graduation lists and began to distribute them according to the specialties of each graduate. Ino Shikacho is still in a small team according to the old rules, Hamura said as he put the 3 graduation transcripts together and handed them to Koharu. On the other hand, Koharu went to bed to match the lead teacher according to various considerations. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in front of his desk, smoking his cigarette one mouthful at a time. He looked at the 2 results sheet on the table and fell into deep thought. Koharu glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked, "Saru, how are you going to allocate the 2 geniuses who graduated ahead of time?" At the same time, Koharu also cast a look of concern. Hiruzen Sarutobi blew out a smoke ring and muttered, "Let's get them into team." Hamura asked doubtfully, "Then there is still one person missing." Hiruzen Sarutobi put the pipe on the table, thought for a moment, and said, "Just 2 people, the strength of Kakashi and Tunan almost reached the level of Chunin. Tunan may be a bit weaker, but by using the illusion technique of sharingan, he can subdue 2 Chunin in a short time. Although physical skills and ninjutsu are a bit lacking, it just happens to complement Kakashi." Koharu nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Then which lead teacher are you going to give them?" Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, obviously not having considered it yet. At this moment, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open and Danzo walked in. "Hiruzen, how are the divisions of this year?" Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. "Why are you asking this?" Danzo walked over to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said with a matter-of-fact expression, "As the root that protects Konoha, is there anything wrong with caring about the younger generation?" Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at Hamura and Koharu. "It's still being distributed." Danzo turned around and looked at the transcript in Hamura and Koharu's hands. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 transcripts in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He pointed and said, "I heard that Kakashi and the genius of Uchiha's family have graduated early." Hiruzen Sarutobi put the 2 transcripts into the drawer and nodded. "Well, I plan to divide the 2 of them into a small team." Hiruzen Sarutobi's action made Danzo feel a burst of anger. He said in a low voice, "Have you chosen the lead teacher?" "I'm still considering." "There's no need to think about it. I have a suitable candidate here." "Who?" "The Aburame clan's Jounin, Aburame Ryosuke." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo in surprise, then took a closer look. Aburame Ryosuke was considered a veteran Jounin, so he should be more than enough to teach Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi always felt that something was. He immediately shook his head and refused. "He is not suitable." Danzo snorted and said, "How is it not suitable? Kakashi should have inherited White Fawn sword technique, and his ninjutsu is also very outstanding. And that little brat Uchiha has awakened his sharingan, and is very good at illusion techniques. The two of them formed a small team without any shortcomings. But this small team lacked the most important member. Medical ninja." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly stunned. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember when Aburame Ryosuke had shown his medical talent. He immediately stared at Danzo with a suspicious gaze and said, "Aburame Ryosuke also knows medical ninjutsu?" Danzo leisurely said, "The newly hatched bug is very special. Not only can it detoxify, but it can also create a special life factor that can be used as a rescue." After listening, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and smoked. The smoke seemed to surge into Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Information about Aburame Ryosuke appeared in his mind. The Aburame clan's Jounin had always been like a transparent person. However, he seemed to be the main relative of Yumui, who was the head of the army. Although this Yumui didn't belong to the root, all the signs indicated that he was already close to Danzo. What was the most lacking thing in the team formed by these two people? Kakashi has White Fang to teach him, and it seems that no teacher can help him more. As for Tunan, he had 3 magatama sharingan, even if he couldn't keep up with his physical skills and ninjutsu. With dynamic vision, his physical skills would gradually grow and surpass his peers. Moreover, with the sharingan, learning ninjutsu would not be slow. Then we can't consider strength, we have to start from character. Tunan has experienced too many changes recently, and I can't pay attention to him all the time. We need someone who is cheerful and has the will of fire to guide him, so that he doesn't go the wrong way." Suddenly, a sunny smile appeared in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. It was him. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately made a decision and decisively rejected Danzo. "No, I have already thought of a candidate." Danzo, who had thought that victory was within his grasp, couldn't hold it in any longer. He slammed the table angrily and asked Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Hiruzen, what do you mean? Do you think I have ulterior motives?" Hamura and Koharu quickly persuaded. "Danzo, calm down. Let's talk about it." Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said firmly, "Enough, I have decided to make Minato their team's teacher." Danzo was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "Minato? The little boyfriend of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Hiruzen, what are you thinking? That little brat has just been promoted to Jounin. Are you going to destroy the two geniuses in his hands?" At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was also a little angry. His face suddenly turned cold. He put his pipe aside and said coldly, "Pay attention to your attitude. I am the Hokage." Danzo looked straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was not to be outdone. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds, and Danzo's face was extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and turned to walk out. "Humph, you will regret it." Danzo stormed towards the route. However, as soon as they reached the base camp, the anger on his face disappeared. Instead, he looked calm. "What kind of illusion did that evil little devil cast on you? Why are you guarding against me like this? What evil thoughts do I have? Everything is for Konoha." Then, he asked Shurhei, the captain of Route, who was beside him, "How's Orochimaru's experiment going?" "The situation is not ideal. The last pair of Sharingan is also destroyed." "What did Orochimaru say?" Orochimaru-sama said that because the energy contained in the sharingan is insufficient, it cannot offset the exuberant vitality in the cells. He suggested that you find a few more pairs of sharingan, preferably the ones with higher quality. I understand. Isn't your cousin willing to join root school? Go and recruit him now. Bring him to me after you have arranged it. I have a task for him to do. If he does well, he will be a member of root school in the future. If he doesn't do well. Chapter 35 Exposed. Uchiha's Clan Grounds. After hearing that Uchiha Tunan had graduated early, the Great Elder came to the door. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was sitting under the eaves, carving a piece of wood with a bitter expression. The ground was full of wood fragments, and soon a lifelike wooden carving appeared in front of him. The object of the carving was Uchiha Tunan. Some people were dead, but he still had value for living people to consume. He put the carved Uchiha Tunan into the house and picked up a piece of wood to carve Uchiha Mayo. The Great Elder pushed open the open door and saw Uchiha Tunan, who was carving Uchiha Mayo's statue under the eaves. Great Elder, do you have any instructions for me? Uchiha Tunan put down the wooden sculpture and bowed with his hands on his knees. The Great Elder smiled and came in front of Uchiha Tunan. He sized him up. He glanced at the furnishings in the room and saw a few wooden sculptures placed on the partition. It was Uchiha Tunan's parents and Uchiha Tunan. We are family, there is no need to be so formal. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he sat next to Uchiha Tunan like a grandpa next door. Uchiha Tunan paused for a moment, got up and went into the room to pour a cup of tea for the Great Elder. Then, he sat down next to him. Tunan, you really like drinking tea. The Great Elder took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly. He stroked the half-finished wood carving in his hand and said, Yes, reading and studying usually consumes too much energy. Drinking tea is more refreshing. The Great Elder glanced at the wooden carving in Uchiha Tunan's hand and sighed. You graduated in a blink of an eye. Time flies. Because time passes quickly, we have to cherish every minute and every second. Don't always wait until you lose it before you regret it. As Uchiha Tunan spoke, he took the kunai and began to carve the half-finished wood carving in his hand. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of white doves flying over in the distance. He said slowly, You are different from the other Uchiha clansmen. You are the most unique person I have ever seen. I always thought that I understood you the most, but sometimes I felt that I couldn't see through you. Do you feel guilty for leaving a Mayo behind in the end? Uchiha Tunan paused when he heard this and said with a puzzled expression, I don't quite understand what the Great Elder means. The Great Elder smiled and looked at Uchiha Tunan. You know how to endure. You are very rational. You can even completely separate your rationality from your emotions and act rationally at a critical moment. Uchiha Tunan's heart skipped a beat. He put on a lonely expression and shook his head. What you said has nothing to do with me. I always act on impulse. Last time, I acted on impulse and attacked the seniors of the Interrogation Department. The Great Elder calmly drank the tea in his hand and then placed the teacup to the side. He took out a yellowed booklet from his bosom and gently placed it between the two. This thing has been in my hands for a long time. I will return it to you now. Uchiha Tunan's pupils contracted slightly as he picked up the book. The two of them sat there quietly. It was almost winter now, and the chilly breeze made Uchiha Tunan feel a little cold on his back. This book was the notebook that had been given to Uchiha Mayo back then, and the venom on it had long been used up. However, Uchiha Tunan found that the place where the venom was smeared had an unknown reaction with the paper. A portion of the paper was yellow. He miscalculated. Sure enough, the moves at that time were still too childish. If I hadn't awakened my sharingan and displayed a value far beyond that of ordinary people, I would have died. Perhaps I was the one who was executed at that time. Uchiha Tunan instantly thought a lot. Don't even think about killing people to silence them, you can still bully people of your age. A veteran elite like Great Elder like Jounin, don't look at his smiling face, he might be able to pinch him to death. If he couldn't win, then he would move closer. The next moment, Uchiha Tunan threw up the book in his hand, opened his eyes, and opened his sharingan. So, a kunai accurately hit the book and nailed it to a tree in the yard. Then he jumped up and his hands turned into shadows. Fire escape, Phoenix Fire Claw Red technique. A dense fireball was spat out from Uchiha Tunan's mouth and hit the big tree. Boom! The entire tree was instantly enveloped in raging flames. As the cold wind blew past, the dots of fire that were like stars fluttered in the wind. Uchiha Tunan stood with his back to the Great Elder and remained silent for a long time. The Great Elder looked at the burning tree with a face full of admiration, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Tunan's back. He spat out one word from his mouth, genius. Then, he slowly got up and walked towards the courtyard gate. As he passed by Uchiha Tunan, he reached out and patted his shoulder. Just as the Great Elder was about to leave, Uchiha Tunan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Great Elder, please believe me. I will always be a member of the Uchiha clan. But right now, I can only be half a person." Great Elder suddenly stopped, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at Uchiha Tunan. "I have always trusted you. Come to the Ancestral Hall in a few days. By the way, I will take you to a place to choose your new ninjutsu." After that, he gave Uchiha Tunan an encouraging look, then turned around and left. "Take care, Great Elder." Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply. Ding! Gained the recognition of Uchiha's heavenly treasure. He could not say too much to deal with this kind of old fox. He said 3 points and left the remaining 7 points to himself. After the Great Elder left, Uchiha Tunan straightened up and let out a sigh of relief. His face returned to a calm expression. He turned and walked into the bedroom. From the cabinet, he took out the long-sealed, Spy Advanced Disguise Technique, psychological game. At night, at the Nangda Shrine, the Great Elder and Uchiha Fuyue were sitting on their knees. "Great Elder, why did you call me here? Tunan is more talented than we thought." "Huh?" A hint of fanaticism flashed through the Great Elder's eyes. "Did you know? Today, he used Phoenix Fire Claw Red in front of me. His chakra fluctuation is infinitely close to Jounin." Hearing this, Uchiha Fuyue said with a face full of disbelief, "What?" Great Elder turned his head to look at the stone tablet that was stored in the shrine, and said with excitement, "This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has always been loyal to Uchiha." Uchiha Fuyue calmed down and stroked his chin. "You mean that everything he usually shows is fake?" The Great Elder nodded heavily. "Not only does he have extraordinary talent, but he also has the strength that no one in the Uchiha clan can match. Everything he did was to numb the upper echelons of Konoha." Uchiha Fuyue's eyes immediately lit up, and then he frowned. "Then who poisoned Ameo?" "It's him. He should be trying to awaken his sharingan. He really has a good relationship with Ameo, and he really likes Mainai. But his reason tells him that if he wants to obtain power, he must do this." Uchiha Fuyue suddenly realized something and began to imagine. That's why he destroyed his own fetters with his own hands. No wonder he chose to end Mainai's life with his own hands at the last moment. But hasn't he already awakened the 3 magatama? Why is he still doing this? Perhaps, he felt that he had already reached that level. Manjikyu. He should have failed. After all, his age is still young. But I believe that he will definitely be able to open the kaleidoscope in the future. What do you plan to do? You and I will know about this. Let's wait for that little guy to grow up. What we need to do is to keep a distance from him. When Konoha's higher-ups are here, they will try their best to win him over. In addition, I have decided to give him that spell." Chapter 36. Danzo had begun to move. Root Base Camp. A ninja wearing a cat face mask knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings to Lord Danzo." Danzo sat in his seat and looked down at the ninja below. He said coldly, "Aburame Ryosuke, your assessment mission is to bring Uchiha Tunan back. If the situation is necessary, you can also choose to kill and dig out his sharingan. But this will lower your assessment evaluation. Only by passing the assessment can you officially become a member of Root. But if you fail, you know the consequences. Yes, Lord Danzo. Aburame Ryosuke responded, turned around and walked out. After Aburame Ryosuke left, Danzo knocked on the armrest with his finger. Another Root ninja walked out from the shadows and knelt down on one knee in front of Danzo. Shurhei, watch from afar. If you alert the Umbu or Uchiha clan, immediately trigger the seal of the curse. If this matter were to spread out, it would be very troublesome. Yes. The moon in the middle of winter was clear and cold, pouring down a silver light like ice towards Konoha. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had fallen into a deep sleep. Outside the quiet land of the Uchiha clan, 2 or 3 groups of patrolling people were chatting while patrolling. The war had just ended, and it was inevitable that the ninjas in Konoha would relax a little. Have you heard about that Uchiha Tunan? Which matter are you referring to? Of course it is about him passing the graduation exam ahead of time. I remember that he is only 6 years old, and he will only be 7 in a few months. Now he's going to be a genin, really powerful. Well, his talent was given to him by the Uchiha clan. But he kept a distance from his clan and was close to the higher-ups of Konoha. In fact, I don't think it's all his fault. After all, no one can bear the things that happen to him. Those things have nothing to do with Uchiha's family. You don't know about this, right? This is top secret news. You too must not spread it. I heard that his parents have been extremely harsh to Tunan since they were young because they were not strong enough. This also made Tunan unable to get paternal love and maternal love. Later, Tunan finally got close to Ameo, but in the end, Ameo was killed by Tetsuo. Naturally, he would be dissatisfied with Uchiha's family. When his parents were buried, I saw that little devil was very sad, and I wanted to cry. No matter what, he is his biological parents. If he is a little more strict, he will only ask for concern in other places, but it does not mean that he will hate his parents. That seems to be the reason. By the way, where did you hear this top secret news? The day before yesterday, my mother mentioned it to me during lunch. She said that this was the insider news she got from a friend of Konoha's top management. The day before yesterday, the morning before yesterday, wasn't your mother buying vegetables with my mother? Pa! What's wrong? It's nothing. A bug just flew over. Above the heads of the 3 people, a stream of bug flowed into Uchiha's territory under the cover of the night. Uchiha's territory was divided into 2 areas, both inside and outside. The inner area was like a small town. It was convenient for business and had high housing prices. The outer area was just like the countryside, with large fields and narrow roads. Small courtyards dotted here and there, most of which lived the civilians of Uchiha's family. Uchiha Tunan's courtyard was also here, and it belonged to the border area. It was not that Uchiha Tunan's parents could not afford to buy a house in the center of the clan. However, his father was naturally proud and wanted to buy the best place. Unfortunately, Konoha developed a little fast, and the price of the house rose faster. The matter of buying a house was thus delayed. A large black stream of insects used the dense trees on both sides of the road as a cover, lurking all the way to the vicinity of Uchiha Tunan's house. In the end, at the top of a lush tree, the insect stream gathered together. The Aburame with a cat face mask, Ryosuke, crouched slightly and looked around. According to the information, the little brat's home should be there. In the end, Aburame Ryosuke shifted his gaze to a small courtyard near the edge of the clan. In the next instant, Aburame Ryosuke used the body blink technique and disappeared without a trace. The moment Aburame Ryosuke appeared, Uchiha Tunan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. The 3 magatama in his eyes spun rapidly. Is that the Umbu or the Root? The Umbu was still okay, but it should be that Hiruzen Sarutobi had something to talk to him about. But if it was the Root? Uchiha Tunan remembered the sharingan soaked in the test tube. In the middle of the night, more than half of them came with ill intentions. The next moment, the white pigeons that were scattered all over Konoha opened their sharingan at the same time. With the support of the white eyes, they swept through several key positions like searchlights. There was no one in the Hokage building. It was not Hiruzen Sarutobi looking for him. At this time, there was no time to think. Because Aburame Ryosuke had already appeared at the door of Uchiha Tunan's house. Aburame Ryosuke reached out and slowly pushed the door open. All of a sudden, a black shadow attacked, and a sharp wind hit Aburame Ryosuke's face, giving him a tearing pain. Ding! At the critical moment, Aburame Ryosuke raised the kunai to block the kunai. Just as Aburame Ryosuke was about to release the parasite to subdue Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan was stunned and took a few steps back. He put his hands on his knees and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sir Umbu. I thought it was a spy from the enemy village. Do you recognize me as an Umbu? It seems that this kid used to deal with the Umbu. This is also good, saving me a lot of effort." Aburame Ryosuke thought for a while and said in a deep tone, "Uchiha Tunan, the Hokage-sama wants to see you. Then I'll have to trouble the Umbu." Uchiha Tunan put away the kunai, and his hands naturally drooped down, as if he was not on guard. Aburame Ryosuke walked over with vigilance and stretched out his hand to press on Uchiha Tunan's body. On the surface, he was preparing to use the instant cast technique to take Uchiha Tunan away, but on the inside, he was communicating with the parasite to sneak into Uchiha Tunan's body. This mission was really smooth. However, the parasite in Aburame Ryosuke's body suddenly emitted a strange chakra fluctuation, warning Aburame Ryosuke. Something was wrong. This was an illusion. The experienced Aburame Ryosuke reacted in an instant and broke free from the illusion in just an instant. Aburame Ryosuke was standing at the door, and Uchiha Tunan's hand was just about to touch Aburame Ryosuke's body. "I caught you." Uchiha Tunan's eyes were cold. The moment his palm touched Aburame Ryosuke, he used ninjutsu. Lightning release, earth walk. The best way to deal with the Aburame clan was fire and lightning release. Uchiha Tunan planned to use lightning release to paralyze it, and then use fire escape to take it away. Bang! The moment Uchiha Tunan released it and left, Aburame Ryosuke's figure disappeared, and a piece of substitute wood fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Aburame Ryosuke's original body had already appeared on the tree branch in the courtyard that had been burnt to a bear. So! The sound of air being torn apart rang out in the surroundings. This little ghost moved so quickly. Aburame Ryosuke focused his gaze and used the insect transformation secret technique. His body transformed into a stream of insects and quickly flew into the sky. The Fuma Shuriken whistled through the four directions, cutting off the branches of the big tree, and then stabbed into the walls and houses around the small courtyard. What a strong little demon. Aburame Ryosuke landed on the roof and looked down at Uchiha Tunan, who had appeared in the courtyard at some unknown time. The Fuma Shuriken had almost blocked his escape route. If not for the insect transformation secret technique, he would have fallen into the enemy's trap. In just a moment of confrontation, Aburame Ryosuke had already completely taken Uchiha Tunan seriously, treating him as an enemy of the same level. He immediately formed a few seals with his hands. Secret technique, Insect Tide. A large wave of rotten bugs gushed out from Aburame Ryosuke's body and condensed into a black wind that pounced towards Uchiha Tunan. Chapter 37, Falling into the Trap. At this time, Uchiha Tunan, who was in the corner of the courtyard, could clearly see the dense number of chakra points coming towards him through the super dynamic vision of his sharingan and the inside of his eyes. He immediately injected chakra into his foot and began to run along the courtyard, avoiding the insect wave that followed closely behind. From time to time, he would throw a few kunai at Aburame Ryosuke. In the face of kunai, Aburame Ryosuke jumped a few times and perfectly avoided it. "You troublesome little brat, everything ends here." A hint of joy flashed through Aburame Ryosuke's eyes as he secretly made a seal. This was because in front of Uchiha Tunan, Aburame Ryosuke had already secretly ambushed a group of insects. These insects used the shadows of the houses to cover themselves and quietly lay on the ground. As long as Uchiha Tunan took a few more steps forward, these insects would immediately attack together, forming a pincer formation with the tide of insects behind. Step. Uchiha Tunan stepped on the ground. It was now. Aburame Ryosuke had just finished forming the seals in his hand. Secret Art, Insect Jade. Ah! Uchiha Tunan also noticed this scene and immediately cried out in fear. After that, they were wrapped up by the incoming insects. Under the command of Aburame Ryosuke, these insects crazily devoured Uchiha Tunan's chakra. In just a moment, Uchiha Tunan's chakra was completely devoured. Aburame Ryosuke used insect transformation technique and arrived in front of Uchiha Tunan. After completing the task, the parasites flew back to Aburame Ryosuke. Without further ado, Aburame Ryosuke was ready to knock Uchiha Tunan out and take him away. After all, the evaluation of capturing him alive was much higher. A qualified tool should be done as perfectly as possible. Just as Aburame Ryosuke raised his hand, suddenly, a strong warning came from the parasite that had returned to his body. Shit! It was an illusion again. Aburame Ryosuke instantly released the illusion and saw that the person lying on the ground was not Uchiha Tunan, but a wooden sculpture. Where is he? Aburame Ryosuke calmly analyzed the situation, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The surroundings were quiet, there was nothing. Suddenly, a human-shaped shadow appeared on the ground. Aburame Ryosuke suddenly looked towards the roof. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was standing at the spot where Aburame Ryosuke had been standing before. Behind him was a clear and cold full moon. Against the light, it made people unable to see Uchiha Tunan's face clearly, but his pair of scarlet-red eyes were exceptionally eye-catching. Go 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 go. A few black bird shadows landed on Uchiha Tunan's shoulder, revealing the same scarlet-red sharingan. In your next life, remember to follow the right person. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Aburame Ryosuke from above. He raised his left hand slightly, and his right hand quickly formed a few seals. The moment Uchiha Tunan raised his left hand, a cold light flashed in the courtyard. What was that? Under the mask, for the first time, Aburame Ryosuke revealed a surprised expression. Fire escape, Phoenix Fire Technique. Boom! The hot fire snake quickly spread along the chakra metal threads towards the courtyard. Earlier, when the two of them had fought, Uchiha Tunan had used the Fuma Shuriken and the kunai's metal threads to cover the entire courtyard. The current Aburame Ryosuke was like a butterfly caught in a spider web, unable to escape even if he had wings. Damn it! Aburame Ryosuke watched as the flames spread over, not daring to use insect transformation. He could only run towards the place where the flames had yet to spread. Wanting to rely on these flames to kill him would definitely be wishful thinking. However, this move was too powerful, and it would definitely alert the people of Uchiha's clan. Mission failed. No! If I fail, I will die. As long as I escape from the Konoha, there is still a chance to complete the mission. Not far from the land of Uchiha, the figure of Aburame Shurhei appeared at the top of the utility pole, his eyes reflecting the raging fire. Did the mission failed? There is still 1 minute left. If you still haven't dealt with that kid, then don't blame me. In fact, Aburame Shurhei also knew that no matter whether the mission was successful or not, it was estimated that Aburame Ryosuke would die. When the Umbu became serious, even if they made a move themselves, it was very likely that they would be found out. In order not to get involved in the pot, Danzo sent Aburame Ryosuke. On the list of members of Root, there was no such person as Aburame Ryosuke from beginning to end. Regardless of whether or not Aburame Ryosuke completed the mission, he would eventually be affected by the curse of the Root Seal. This kind of curse would instantly destroy Aburame Ryosuke's brain. At the same time, the curse would dissipate after a person died, and no one would be able to find out. At the same time, the ninjas in the center of Uchiha's clan also noticed the commotion and rushed towards Uchiha Tunan's residence. The Great Elder and Uchiha Fuyue rushed at the front of the crowd. Damn it, who is it? Uchiha Fuyue said with an ugly expression. On the other hand, the Great Elder had a gloomy expression on his face. He could not help but regret not ordering Uchiha Tunan to move to the heart of the clan grounds. At this time, Aburame Ryosuke was about to escape from the fire net. After all, chakra metal threads were expensive and limited, and could not cover the entire courtyard. Little brat, I want you to die. Under the mask, Aburame Ryosuke's eyes were cold to the extreme. It was obvious that his failure tonight had annoyed him. As he ran, his hands turned into afterimages as he prepared to release a powerful ninjutsu to kill Uchiha Tunan in one fell swoop. He had to control the power well so as not to destroy those eyes. Aburame Ryosuke thought in his heart. On the roof, Uchiha Tunan looked at Aburame Ryosuke, who was running out of the web of flames that he had put up, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. The fish had completely fallen into the net. In the next moment, Aburame Ryosuke stepped on the ground. There was no feeling of being on solid ground under his feet, but a feeling of stepping on air. This was a trap. Aburame Ryosuke never imagined that someone would actually set up a trap in his own courtyard. He immediately prepared to use insect transformation to escape. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan moved. His left hand suddenly pulled and his right hand quickly threw out a few kunai. The kunai that was connected to the chakra metal thread was pulled into the air by the kunai, but it was hit by the kunai and regained its kinetic energy. Uchiha Tunan jumped up and pulled the fire net formed by the chakra metal threads towards Aburame Ryosuke. Fight it out! A hint of viciousness flashed in Aburame Ryosuke's eyes. He continued to use insect transformation secret technique, wanting to rush out of the sea of fire. Even if he lost a large number of parasites, it was still safer than falling into an unknown trap. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and saw through the flow of chakra in Aburame Ryosuke's body. His right hand quickly formed a seal. Lightning release, earth walk. Pilipala. Lightning flashed on the fire net and the entire net was shrinking. This time, Aburame Ryosuke did not dare to use the insect transformation secret technique. The parasites were too dense and would crash with each other. One had to know that lightning had a paralysis attribute, and the paralyzed parasites would definitely be burned to ashes by the fire. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. With this hesitation, Aburame Ryosuke lost his footing and fell into the trap. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan had already covered the mouth of the trap with a net of lightning and fire. Plop! The sound of water was heard. Am I in the water? Is this kid trying to use the conductivity of water to electrocute me to death? It's over! Aburame Ryosuke under the mask was filled with shock. However, in the next moment, the despair in Aburame Ryosuke's eyes became even stronger. Because he suddenly discovered that this was not water, but oil. Now, even if he used insect transformation, it wouldn't work. The insects would definitely be stained with oil and could not fly, and there would be fire and electricity above them. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZT. Aburame Ryosuke looked up and saw that there was a flash of fire and lightning at the entrance of the trap. And around him, there was an explosion talisman, which was burning and activating. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a blazing pillar of fire shot out from the trap and toward the night sky. More than half of Konoha village could see the pillar of fire. Chapter 38, Well-Behaved and Sensible. In the distance, Aburame Shurhei saw this scene and activated the extinction seal without hesitation. However, the curse seal did not give him any feedback. Is he dead? This level of fire escape, could it be Uchiha Fuyue? Or that old guy? A figure flashed through his mind. In the next moment, the figure of the Aburame Shurhei disappeared. Mission failed. The moment the fire pillar erupted, it ignited the room next to it. Under the cold wind, the fire quickly spread. In the room, Uchiha Tunan unhurriedly threw the money and deeds in the cabinet into the cellar. Then, he held the diary under his armpit with the will of fire that Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally signed. He casually stepped to the left and happened to avoid a burning beam. He turned around and walked outside. The people who attacked this time obviously belonged to the Aburame. From the dressing, if not for the umbu, then it was the root. Danzo. Orochimaru. He couldn't beat them. Uchiha Tunan believed that he was broad-minded and not a person who held grudges. If they were willing to accept him, Uchiha Tunan would be very happy to associate with them. At this time, the Great Elder and Uchiha Fuyue were the first to arrive outside the small courtyard. This is, Uchiha Fuyue looked at the fire and frowned. It seems that we are late. The great elder's face was ugly. Suddenly, the two of them raised their eyebrows, and a hint of joy flashed through their eyes. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out in the sea of flames. Step, step, step. Uchiha Tunan walked out from the sea of flames. The moment he walked out of the small courtyard, the house behind him suddenly collapsed. Rumble! The great elder asked with concern, Tunan, are you all right? At the same time, Jiaonan and the others also arrived. A large number of Uchiha ninjas also arrived one after another. Uchiha Tunan's figure was so thin against the sea of flames. However, the people present did not dare to underestimate Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan and the great elder quietly looked at each other. Then, with an apologetic expression, they adjusted their glasses and bowed deeply to the crowd. I'm really sorry. It was too loud and disturbed everyone's rest. Uchiha Fuyue quickly asked, what happened? Is there another enemy village spy? Uchiha Tunan calmly shook his head and said, no comment, this matter needs to be reported to the Hokage-sama first. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha and the other ninjas all burst into an uproar. Damn it, we came in the middle of the night. Humph, great elder, chief, let's go, don't care about this kid. That's right. This fellow who betrayed his clan doesn't care if he lives or dies. The great elder had long since determined that Uchiha Tunan was hiding himself. He narrowed his eyes and said, Tunan, everyone is also worried about your safety. Do you not even trust your clansmen? Uchiha Tunan did not speak and just stood there silently. First elder looked at the pillar of fire that was about to go out, and then looked at Uchiha Tunan who was looking down. A trace of fanaticism flashed through his eyes. Strength, wisdom, and this tolerance was simply a gift from the heavens to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clansmen present were all very angry, and they all clamored. However, without Fuyue and the great elder saying anything, they could only try their best to endure. They couldn't leave, but staying behind would make them feel hot faces and cold buttocks. It was uncomfortable. Suddenly, the great elder's expression changed slightly. He revealed a kind and gentle smile and said to Uchiha Tunan, Tunan, the clansmen are actually very concerned about you. It's just that they don't speak very well. Don't take it to heart. At this moment, a group of dark group members appeared not far away. Tunan, are you all right? The dark group moved aside one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in casual clothes, walked out from behind, his expression full of worry and concern. Uchiha Tunan's eyes lit up, and a warm smile appeared on his face as he said, Hokage-sama, I'm fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi inadvertently swept his gaze over the two books that Uchiha Tunan was holding under his arms, and with a look of lingering fear, he said, I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. Fortunately, you're fine. Who ambushed you? Uchiha Tunan pursed his lips, as if he had something difficult to say. Tunan, the Hokage-sama is already here. Now you can say it. Don't tell me that as your clansman, we don't even have the right to know? The great elder went online with a gloomy face. Uchiha Tunan glanced at the great elder and then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, Speak. Only then did Uchiha Tunan speak. The other party is a ninja dressed in the umbu clothing. His ninjutsu is the ability to control all insects. He said that he was from Root, and said that a person named Danzo wanted to see me. I have never heard of this person Danzo. I rejected his request and attacked me. Well done! The great elder was happy, thinking that Uchiha Tunan was deliberately trying to provoke the relationship between Konoha's higher-ups. He pretended to be angry at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Hokage-sama, shouldn't you give us Uchiha an explanation? The people of Root attacked the genius of Uchiha's clan in the middle of the night. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, but he did not expect that Root would do this. However, after careful thought, there was a 98% chance. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to let the umbu use water escape to extinguish the fire and bring out the enemy's body to check. Now, he was a little hesitant. the Umbu will investigate the specific situation. If the truth is true, I will follow the rules of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely dissatisfied with Danzo. He reached out to touch Uchiha Tunan's hair and said with concern, "Tunan, your home has been destroyed. Have you considered changing places to live?" This time, the great elder was really anxious and quickly said, "Hokage-sama, Tunan is a member of the Uchiha clan. His home is gone, and the Uchiha clan can give him a house in the center of the clan. Do you want to split our Uchiha clan? Why are you so serious? Didn't you see that I was just joking?" Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally knew that it was impossible to get Uchiha Tunan out of Uchiha's territory. This was just to deepen Uchiha Tunan's good impression of him. At this time, Uchiha Tunan slightly shrank behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a hopeful expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked down at Uchiha Tunan's eyes and sighed. "I was careless. Child, just listen to your great elder's arrangements." Uchiha Tunan pursed his lips and obediently nodded his head. "If there is nothing else, Tunan, come with me. I will take you to a new residence," the great elder coldly said and then waved at Uchiha Tunan. "Hokage-sama, then I will go." "Go!" Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a reluctant expression before walking out from behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at the back of Uchiha Tunan following the Grand Elder towards the center of the clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child was really sensible and made his heart ache. Chapter 39 Introduce Yourself. After Uchiha's family left, Hiruzen Sarutobi led a group of Umbu members back to the Hokage building. Immediately, he called Danzo into the office. The two of them had a big quarrel and finally dispersed unhappily. Uchiha Tunan never thought that Hiruzen Sarutobi would really do anything to Danzo for him. He just wanted to use Hiruzen Sarutobi's words to remind Danzo. At the very least, he could guarantee that Danzo would not do anything bad in the near future. No one is reliable. Uchiha Tunan lay in the spacious new bedroom, looking up at the ceiling. It was not easy for him to have a little sense of security because of the increase in his strength, but now it was gone. This time, it was just an ordinary Aburame clan jounin. If not for the dynamic vision of the sharingan and the eye roll ability of the eye, he could just restrain the other party. Uchiha Tunan also did not dare to say that he was confident in winning. In the end, he was still not strong enough. Sakumo should have about a year before something happens. He couldn't wait any longer. Now, the only prey that recognized him and was still alive were Naoto Umino, Kakashi, Uchiha Fuyue, and 3 useless female classmates. It seemed that the most suitable person was only Naoto Umino. Although Naoto Umino was not very useful, he was at least a Chunin. If he was killed, he could provide himself with Chunin's chakra and spiritual force. Thinking like this, it seemed to be useless. Chunin, a commoner like Naoto Umino, didn't know many ninjutsu. He didn't have enough experience in fighting. Most importantly, Uchiha Tunan didn't want to take the risk himself. Taking the initiative to attack was easy to reveal flaws. If others found out that he killed Naoto Umino, then he would be completely finished. Excellent hunters hid in the dark, waiting for their prey to reveal themselves. Konoha is such a big hunting ground, there will always be suitable prey. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan sighed, closed his eyes, and lay down to sleep. The dawn broke through the sky, awakening the sleeping Konoha. Today was the day for Uchiha Tunan to become a Genin. Uchiha Tunan woke up early to wash up. After packing up his ninja backpack, he left the house. Although this was the center of Uchiha's clan, the courtyard that the Great Elder had arranged for Uchiha Tunan was no smaller than the previous one. Just as he walked out of the house, Uchiha Tunan saw the people on both sides of the street start to point at him. Obviously, what happened last night had already spread. Even if some people didn't pay attention to the volume of their voices, Uchiha Tunan could still vaguely hear the insults. But Uchiha Tunan didn't get angry at this at all. These people were all future rations, helping him evolve his sharingan. So be it. Tunan, it's so early to report. In the courtyard next to them, the great elder was watering flowers while smiling at Uchiha Tunan who was passing by. Uchiha Tunan was slightly stunned, but he did not realize that the two of them lived so close. He immediately bowed and said, "Good morning, great elder. When you come back, come to me first." Great elder instructed. Uchiha Tunan nodded and slightly quickened his pace to leave. It was not comfortable to stay a second longer than this old fox, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was still easier to coax. Ninja School. Uchiha Tunan went to the classroom and found a place to sit. After a while, Kakashi walked into the classroom and looked around. When he saw Uchiha Tunan sitting by the window, he slowly walked over. "Why haven't you been here for the past few days? Something has happened." Kakashi nodded and stopped talking. Around 9 o'clock. The last exam teacher walked into the classroom and coughed. "Congratulations, you have passed the exam of the ninja school and officially become a Genin." In addition to special distribution, the lower ninja squad was basically a 3-person class, and each class had a lead teacher. "Now I will read your name, please come up to the stage to receive your ninja forehead guard." First class member, Furukawa Noira. Inazuka Zuna. Huga Ikawa. A member of Class 9. Kakashi. Uchiha Tunan. "Alright, I will give the remaining time to your lead teacher." After the supervising teacher finished speaking, he left the classroom. Not long later, one by one, the leading teacher walked into the classroom and took away the Genin members in his class. "Class 9, follow me." A yellow-haired young man who looked slightly immature waved at Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile. Then, he and Kakashi followed the yellow-haired young man out. He guessed the identity of the person. He had a head of yellow hair, and he looked so familiar, so he should be Minato. Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, these are all good things. However, it was a little too long, and it would take a few years. On the rooftop, Minato casually sat on the railing, playing with kunai in his hand, carefully looking at the two rumored geniuses in the village. He saw Kakashi lazily leaning on the other side of the railing, his eyes seeming to have some doubts about Minato's strength. After all, Minato looked too young, giving people an unreliable feeling. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan stood straight. As time went by, Uchiha Tunan kept smiling warmly without any impatience. Goo. A few white doves landed on Uchiha Tunan's shoulder and intimately rubbed against his face. Uchiha Tunan gently touched the white dove's head and whispered, "Be good, I am busy with business." Goo, the white pigeon seemed to understand, spreading its wings and flying. Seeing this, the Minato broke the silence and said, "These pigeons seem to like you a lot." Uchiha Tunan nodded, "Yes, they always stick to me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Minato. I am Jounin from Konoha, and I am your teacher. I like to eat ramen, and my dream was to become the future Hokage. What about you guys?" Minato first looked at Kakashi. Kakashi said lightly, "Kakashi, there is nothing special about me. My dream is to become a strong ninja." When he said this, the image of Tsukumo involuntarily appeared in Kakashi's mind, and his fists clenched slightly. "Father, sooner or later I will become a strong ninja like you." "A great dream, you will definitely realize it." Minato smiled, and then looked at Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan tilted his head, reached out to his glasses and said, "My name is Uchiha Tunan. I like to drink tea and read books to feed small animals. As for dreams..." At this point, Uchiha Tunan showed a bright and warm smile. "I want to gain the recognition of more people." At this time, Minato seemed to see his own shadow on Uchiha Tunan. He smiled and said, "This dream is very special. I believe that in the future, everyone in Konoha will recognize you." A trace of longing flashed in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. "If that's the case, I'm so happy." Minato jumped down from the railing, came to Uchiha Tunan's side, and patted his shoulder. "Well, now that I'm done introducing myself, let's begin the next step. Come with me." Chapter 40 Team 9 established. Minato led the two to the number 12 training ground of Konoha. Minato coughed and pretended to be serious. Although you passed the school exam, you still need to pass a test before you receive the Genin task. If you fail, you will have to go back and study for a year. This was one of Konoha's teachers, and they had to scare the new Genin to give them a bit of pressure. However, it was obvious that Minato had yet to grasp the essence of the technique, mainly because his face was so kind that it made people feel that he was pretending to be deep. "Oh," Kakashi replied in a neutral tone. Uchiha Tunan said with a serious face, "Kakashi and I will work hard to complete the assessment." Minato nodded. He took 2 bells from his waist and shook them in front of them. He explained, "I have 2 bells here. 1 bell represents the qualification to become a Genin. You must get it within an hour." After saying that, he hung up the bell and revealed a bright smile. "If you are ready, you can start now." Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Kakashi's figure disappeared in an instant, but it was unknown where he was hiding. Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and bowed to Minato. "Minato-sensei, sorry to offend you." The next moment, the soil under Minato's feet exploded. Kakashi came out of the soil and reached for the bell on Minato's waist. The moment Kakashi touched the bell, bang! Minato's figure disappeared, and he fell to the ground. On a big tree not far away, Minato crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said to Uchiha Tunan, who was still standing in the same place, "Tunan, you should come together. Kakashi alone can't get the bell." As soon as his voice fell, Minato suddenly turned around, only to find that Uchiha Tunan was standing behind him, and the bell at his waist had already fallen into his hand. He saw Uchiha Tunan shake the bell in his hand, squinting and smiling. "Teacher, is the assessment over?" There was a flash of surprise on Minato's face before it finally turned into a smile. "Very good Jinjutsu." In the next moment, the Jinjutsu was removed, and Minato jumped from the ground to the big tree, avoiding the attack of Kakashi. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had just put down his glasses. The 3 magatama in his eyes slowly rotated, and he bowed deeply to Minato. "Minato-sensei, sorry to offend you. Everything just now was fake, and it was just the beginning." Minato stood on the tree and smiled. "Don't worry about hurting me," Uchiha Tunan warned, his hands quickly forming seals. Fire release, Grand Fireball technique. A huge fireball was thrown at Minato, and at the same time, Uchiha Tunan quickly threw out a few kunai. Kunai collided with each other in the air, changing its trajectory. Ding! Minato gently jumped, dodging the fireball and the kunai that was shot out from the fireball. Ta! Just as Minato was about to step down, he found that the soil under his feet had turned into mud, and his body involuntarily sank down. Earth release, Underworld Pond technique. Not far away, Kakashi released his ninjutsu. Seeing that Minato was already trapped, he slowly walked over and lightly said, "Hand over the bell." Bang! Clone technique, when? Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly turned around. He saw Minato standing behind him. He reached out his hand and gently patted him on the shoulder. Bang! Kakashi immediately turned into smoke. He was also a clone. "It seems that your cooperation is very good," Minato said in an empty space, but his eyes swept across 2 bushes, intentionally or unintentionally. So! Suddenly, Fuma shuriken shot out from the forest, and they came from 4 different directions. There were also specialized ninja tools. Minato didn't change his expression. When the sword came to his side, he jumped lightly, and his feet stepped on the center of the sword. He dodged the 4 swords at the right time. Minato, who jumped into the air, began to fall under the gravity. Minato was surprised to find that these swords were connected to the chakra metal threads. Moreover, these chakra wires were shrinking, and if he landed like this, he would immediately be entangled by the chakra wire. Such a powerful tactic. Thinking of this, Minato took out kunai and slashed at the chakra wire. Although he couldn't cut it, he could use the kinetic energy to accelerate his fall. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was using the telescope technique to watch the assessment of the Minato class. Sure enough, the strength of Kakashi and Tunan has reached the level of Chunin. Such a team, it would be a waste to only arrange D-level tasks for them. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his cigarette, and suddenly his eyebrows slightly twitched. Oh! So he also learned lightning release. It seems that this kid's ninjutsu talent is even higher than I thought. On the other side, Minato continuously hacked at the chakra wire, causing his body to break away from the fate of being tied up. Just as Minato was about to land on the ground. In the soil below, Kakashi broke out from the ground with a cold expression on his face. With the short blade in his right hand, he stabbed at Minato's arm, and at the same time, reached out his left hand to grab the bell hanging on Minato's waist. Minato smiled, and his right hand chopped down. Clang! Kakashi used the short blade to block kunai, and then pushed it hard. Minato flew back into the sky. Lightning release. Pilipala. At this time, Minato realized that the Fuma Shuriken did not fall to the ground, but stabbed into the surrounding trees. Moreover, several strands of metal connected to chakra were suspended from all directions, forming a net. Right now, there was a lightning net above Minato's head. Seeing that Minato was about to fall into the trap, the corner of Kakashi's mouth under his mask slightly curved. Uchiha Tunan tried his best to use his sharingan to observe the movements of chakras in Minato's body. This was his original body, and he still hadn't shown any signs of using the body substitution technique. Namake's Minato shouldn't be so weak. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Tunan was assisting Kakashi, and he didn't reveal too much of his strength. Although Minato was still very young, he was definitely not at this level. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's pupils contracted slightly. The assessment is over. You have passed. Minato appeared on top of the Fuma Shuriken, looking at the two people below with appreciation. This assessment is mainly to test your team's cooperation ability. Your performance is far beyond my imagination. If not for the fact that your mission records weren't enough, you would have become Chunin with just your strength. He had learned the Flying Thunder God so early. Was it the Flying Thunder God tactic that he left on his sword when he was dodging? Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes, smiled, and bowed to Minato. Minato-sensei, you flatter me. If it was a real fight, Kakashi and I would have lost. Minato scratched the back of his head and said, I am Jounin after all. When you reach my age, you might be much better than me. Alright, in order to celebrate the establishment of Team 9, I will treat you to ramen. Kakashi expressionlessly put away the short blade and glanced at Uchiha Tunan. To be honest, Kakashi did not want to eat ramen. This time, he did not grab the bell. Kakashi urgently wanted to go back and cultivate to improve his strength. However, Uchiha Tunan said with a happy face, then Kakashi and I will eat our fill. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan agreed, Kakashi shrugged indifferently. There is still half an hour before lunch. You go to the newly opened noodle restaurant in the commercial street first. I will pick up someone. With that, Minato disappeared in front of the two people. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. Comment down below your thoughts and opinions. Like the video if you enjoyed it. Subscribe or Tunan will backstab you. Anyways, have a great rest of your day in peace.